house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to meet the strange in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the strange in me, the strange in me, the strange in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. I've come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love, and I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down, come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down, come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. In me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love, and I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. In me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. the strange in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door, cold train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your kiss to the window. The moonlit ain't bloody no, it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Wish I could catch this moment in a bottle, save it for a lonely day. Wish I could meet you here tomorrow, but I'll be miles away. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you, yeah. Here's to every inch of you. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door, cold train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your kiss to the window. The moonlit ain't but he knows it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are
Day 5 of Longmont Startup Week 2021. We're just so glad to see you again this morning. I'll take a few minutes to reflect on yesterday. If you had the opportunity to join us, this will be sort of complementary to that. And then if you haven't, this will also sort of help you come into today and our topic. So we're talking about RAIN, an acronym, recognize, allow, inquiry, and nourish. And we're on N today, but I want to go back just for a second on inquiry from yesterday. And we talked a good bit about questions. And I thought I would offer this morning, as we spend this time together, this question that has really helped me quite a lot in that inquiry part of the practice. And the question is this: is it true? So one of the things you'll begin to notice as you practice is with all of us have a lot of mind activity, right? And as the mind starts bringing things up for you to consider in inquiry, it's great to ask yourself if it's true. And what I've learned and know from talking to other people and studying practice is that just because the mind came up with the thought, it doesn't necessarily make it true, right? And in some ways, when I remember to ask myself this question, is it true? There's actually some humor that I'll see. Like, I'll chuckle to myself and be like, of course it's not true. It's just me embellishing a situation, right? And I couldn't possibly know that to be true. It's kind of what I'm telling myself about what's going on. So as you continue to practice an inquiry, consider this question and see if it works for you, to sort of call yourself into a deeper level of inquiry. Is this true? Is this thought I'm having true? And then see if you can connect with your body and your emotions to help the mind come up with something that might feel more resonant and actually just a little more true. So let's practice together. We're going to take a little bit longer this morning in this start of practice, and then we'll practice again at the end. We're going to take a little bit more time here to practice together. And if you were with us yesterday, this will sound familiar, so it'll land back where we've been already. And if you weren't, then you have an opportunity to practice how we ended our day yesterday together. So begin to just come into your body, just shifting from an external awareness to more of a body awareness and an inner awareness. And you can check in with your posture. Make sure you have a good, comfortable posture. You have a sense of uprightness, but also a sense of relaxation in your posture. And we'll practice with our hands, feet, and seat here. We have the most sensation available to us in our hand, in the bottom of our hands and feet. So it's a great practice area. So begin now to draw your attention to your hands, and it's helpful to have them resting on your thighs. And just draw your attention and your awareness to the palms of your hands resting on your thighs or any surface they may be on. And just taking a moment to notice any sensation in the palms of your hands. No need to move them around to actually sense the surface of your hands resting on your thighs. And see if you can actually feel the surface that they're resting on, and is it smooth or rough? As you focus your attention, you may notice there could be some tingling in your hands. See if you can notice any quality of temperature, warm or hot, cool or cold. Just rest your awareness in the palms of your hands. And now we'll shift to our feet. Same practice here, bottoms of your feet, noticing any sensation, quality of temperature. We're working with our minds here to draw our focus and our attention to something specific, asking the mind to pay attention in a particular way. If you have shoes or socks on, see if you can actually notice the sensation of the socks or the shoes. Now bring your awareness to your seat, resting on a chair if it is. If you're lying down, the surface you're lying down on. And what sensations are there? Is the surface that your seat is on rigid and hard, or more soft, cushiony? And we'll transition from this body awareness practice to the questions we worked with yesterday from La Sarmiento. And asking ourselves these questions. Right now, am I feeling connected or disconnected? Am I feeling empowered or disempowered? Is my heart open or closed? And am I experiencing suffering or freedom in this moment? Now, what I'd like you to do, if you would like to practice in this way, is place your hand where you consider your heart. I put it up sort of high on my chest like this with my palm flat against my chest, and see if there's anything different that happens as I offer these questions again. With your hand on your heart. Right now, am I feeling connected or disconnected? Am I feeling empowered or disempowered? Is my heart open or closed? Am I experiencing suffering or freedom? And as we prepare to drop this practice, just take a moment to notice your body breathing, the natural breath, with your hand resting still on your heart area. One more breath in and out. And as you're ready, you can drop that practice. So I wanted to just mention again, the book that I'm really focusing a lot of the content here from is Tara Brach's book, Radical Compassion, and that's her most recent book. And yesterday I talked about, I've chosen a different word for the I of RAIN, inquiry. And in Tara's book, she uses investigate. And she uses a different word also for N. She uses nurture. And for me, what resonates a bit more is nourish. So I'm sharing that as a way for you to think about these practices have a quality of allowing you to bring what works best for you. But there also is a sense of a container with the practices, right? We don't want to get too far out making up our own sort of practices if we don't have experience with that. So we can create some of our own nuanced way to work with these practices, though. And I so appreciate Tara and her work and the way she expresses this so well, is find what works best for you, because that's what's going to help you have a better experience. So we'll be working with the N as nourish this morning. Both nurture and nourish are really focused on the idea of care and really tending to our experience. There is quite a large body of work on self-compassion and self-care, and folks like Christine Neff and Rick Hansen have really a large body of information on self-care and the practices of self-care. So what we're going to do today is practice very, very briefly with the time we have available. But I want to say this, that, this idea of self-care is not one that we culturally really learn. If you think about social learning theory, we're not really in a culture of talking about self-care, and we'll talk a bit about that this morning together. So this may be kind of a new idea and a new way to practice. So I go back again and again to this illustration for nourish. And if you've traveled in air travel, which many of us haven't done that much in the last year and a half or so, but think about when you were on an airplane the last time, and the flight attendants, right before takeoff, they always arrive and they do the things that we kind of chuckle at, right, of exits, front and left and down. And usually they end with what to do when the mask falls down if the airplane decompresses. And the instruction is always the same. Place your mask on first before helping other passengers. So in Nourish, that's really what we're talking about, is how we tend to ourself first before we move out into the world and the people that we care about and external ways that we're caring for things. So when we forget to put our mask on first, oftentimes we'll figure that out somewhere down the line, where we start to feel depleted and overwhelmed and burned out, because all of us have really busy lives. And I feel like right now, still in this pandemic, and being, more than 15 months into this, the level of exhaustion I hear people expressing is something I've never experienced in my lifetime. And maybe that's kind of how you're thinking about it too. So this idea of self-care is so important to embrace and understand more deeply, of how do we care for ourselves so that we can be in best relationship to all of the experiences that we're having. So being in good relationship with ourselves means we need to tend ourselves and take care of ourselves. So more recently, my day job is CEO of a local company here, and more recently I've come into a new awareness around self-care, because a big part of self-care is knowing how to ask for what you need. And in businesses and organizations, there's a lot of activity and practice around psychological safety, right? Environments being safe enough to express what you're thinking. Speak up culture is something that's really emerging as an important way for us to be effective in our business lives. And a number of weeks ago, I had this big aha because we practice these in the organization that I lead is how do we get more speak up culture and how do we get more voices, right? Because we value all voices. And it really dawned on me that we're asking folks at work to do things that they may have never done in their actual lives, their personal lives. And they may not have the support outside of a work environment in their home or community in order to know how to express what they need. So I think these practices continue over and over again to show up for me as sort of the heart and center of what we need in our human experience now, as I think we have all been challenged in ways that have surprised us and created a sense of burnout and exhaustion. So back again to how do we get our own mask on and what would it even mean once we do that to start to tend our own experience to then express what we need, right? This is what I need. So it's a really great way to think about all these concepts and ideas, speak up culture, all voices matter, really require each individual to be able to be in direct relationship with that, right? To actually develop the capability in ourselves to express what we need. So we'll work with this in the practice we'll do together here in a minute, but in order to frame this, I wanted to make one more point about asking for what we need. These can be new ways of thinking and being. So I know for me, when anything I try that I've not done before, it's best to do it in small bite sizes, right? Like if you go to the gym when you haven't worked out for a really long time, and you don't take a sort of bite size workout, you're going to get stiff and it's going to be hard to, you're going to get really sore. So what we're working with here in this practice is just small moments of practice. Now, an analogy here that helps me is I'm a gardener, and many years ago, I heard a master gardener share this principle around gardening and keeping your garden tended. And the idea is around if you don't want weeds in your garden, the best practice is to spend about 10 minutes a day weeding. 10 minutes a day weeding in your garden is much more valuable to an effort to keep weeds out than if you tend the weeds for a whole hour once a week. So these longer, intensive ideas of how to create what we're looking for tend to be less fruitful than the pauses. So here we'll practice now. We'll shift our attention to practice. And what I'd like to do is ask you to place your hand back on your heart, if that's comfortable for you. And I'd just like for you to entertain this question. What do I need most right now? And if when you ask yourself that question, you don't have an answer, that's perfectly fine. And see if when I offer this question to you again, you can have an idea of how we'll leave our time together, of one small thing you can do for yourself right after we're done, right when we end. What's one thing you can do in answer to this question? What do I need most right now? Take a moment again to find your body breathing its natural breath. And one last time, you have your hand still on your heart. This question: what do I need most right now? And if nothing's coming up, see if you can visit that question again throughout the day. So we can drop that practice together. What I'd like for you to do, we've been practicing with our phones. So we've done, this will be the third practice. One practice is to pick the phone up and then just to sort of soften a little bit. The other is to pick your phone up and then actually set it down for a second and then pick it right back up. And today, because we're so in relationship to our phone, as you pick your phone up, see if you can remember to ask yourself the question we were just working with. So this is anchoring our practice in our everyday life. Picking up the phone, we do it so many times. And whether you set the phone down or not, simply saying, asking the question, what do I most need right now? And then see if it moves you to do something different. You might need most right now to tend to what's on your phone, but see if there's something else that comes up. So this is the conclusion of our time together. It has been such an honor for me to spend this time with you each morning. My deepest hope is that you carry with you some nuggets and awareness that will help sustain you, that will help you live more fully into all of your life experiences. So keep practicing and stay well. May you be well, my friends. May you be happy and may you be filled with joy. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breasts and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come in at Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor and eat with no regrets.
If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. But when tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough, if you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You could call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. But when tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough, if you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom.
Welcome to Longmont Startup Week, Friday morning. Today's is the Revitalize Capital Track, and my name is Rich Malloy. I'm so excited to be here. I have been a resident here in Longmont since 2017, and I'm always promoting the Longmont community, and so proud to be part of this community, this organization, and Longmont Startup Week. So briefly, I am the VP of Engagement at Established. We're a consulting company that helps big organizations find and engage with startups. I'm also a partner at Springtime Ventures, and we are a Colorado-based seed stage venture fund. We've invested in a number of great Colorado companies, and would love to meet all of you and learn all about your businesses. But today, this panel, this morning, we've got three amazing panels. First up at 9 o'clock right now, we are going to get started with using community-based marketing to activate, engage, and grow a loyal customer base. Community is a big passion of mine, and so I'm excited about this one. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to talk about building a banking relationship. Finances are really at the heart of everything that you're doing as a small business and as a startup, and so working with your banker is absolutely critical. And so come and learn from some of the best from Longmont and from our community. And then at 11 o'clock, we have a panel on leveraging state and federal funding resources. And in my full-time job, I actually work on promoting SBIR and STTR federal funding. And so we've got two amazing partners from our Colorado community who know the best free funding resources, grants, and awards that you can win for your business. And so stick around for that at 11 a.m. And then this afternoon, we have a great lineup this afternoon with more capital tracks. Some of my friends from Simple Startup and from Rocky's Venture Club and others will be here today. Now, Longmont Startup Week is a free event, and all of these free events are made possible by our sponsors. And so I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for being so incredible, supporting the work that Longmont Startup Week is doing. Our platinum sponsors this year are ARC Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and of course, the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. Gold sponsors are BizWest, Left Hand Brewery, and Docketly. Our connected sponsors are Downtown Longmont and High Plains Bank. And our in-kind sponsors, Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. So thank you so much for our sponsors for supporting Longmont Startup Week. So let's get started. Let's kick off this morning with our panel on using community-based marketing to activate, engage, and grow a loyal customer base. Michelle, I'd like to welcome you to the stage. Please turn on your camera. I'm going to introduce Michelle Baltieres. Thanks for joining us, Michelle.
Good morning.
Good morning. And so Michelle is the Director of Marketing Communications at High Plains Bank. She worked in marketing and communications at Lee & Perrins, Dannon Group, and Celestial Seasonings before joining High Plains Bank. Her passion for community and customer experience fits seamlessly with the High Plains Bank culture and vision. Founded in 1908 in Eastern Colorado, High Plains Bank still operates like a startup, with ongoing digital innovation and raising the bar on customer experience. High Plains Bank opened its downtown Longmont location in 2013 and is opening a second Longmont location on 17th and Hover in September. So, hi, Michelle. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
You bet. Good to be here.
Awesome. Next up, we have John Young. John, please turn on your camera, say hi. I'll give you a quick intro.
Morning.
Morning, John. So John is the co-founder and general manager and compliance officer for Abbott and Wallace Distilling. You might also know them as Long Tucky. So for 10 years after graduating in 2010 from the University of Florida with a Master's of Science in Entrepreneurship, John dove into craft beverage manufacturing. He co-founded Abbott and Wallace Distilling in 2015 with his best friend, H.K. Wallace. Today, John specializes in new product development with an emphasis on local ingredients. However, Abbott and Wallace Distilling's best product is the tasting room at 4th and Terry in downtown Longmont, Colorado. So be sure to pop in for tasting at the tasting room. And finally, Jane Ditzler, please turn on your camera and say hello.
Hi.
Good morning, Jane.
Morning.
Jane is the owner and founder of both Redwall Communications and 300 Sons Brewing. Because why have two jobs when you can have two businesses? So Jane owns and operates two businesses, and I'm sure that keeps her busy. She and her husband settled in Longmont in 2000 and established a graphic design agency, Redwall Communications. And then in 2014, they caught the craft beer bug and founded 300 Sons Brewing. Jean uses her creative vision and ongoing connection with the Longmont community to promote her hyper-local brew pub as a place for fun and good conversation over delicious craft beer and scratch food. Wonderful. We have an amazing local panel. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. So let's kick it off here with talking about what does community engagement mean for you? Michelle, do you want to start off?
Sure. For me and for High Plains Bank, community engagement just really means being a part of the fabric of the community, not just being on the fringe of what's going on, but really getting ourselves integrated into, the schools and the businesses and the downtown community, and just really being a part of helping to solve problems and just engaging deeply on a personal level with our staff getting involved, as well as the business sponsoring different nonprofits and different activities that are supporting the communities to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. Jean, John, please jump in. What does community building mean to you?
Jean, John. Ladies first. Ladies first.
Okay. Thanks, John. I think, similar to what Michelle said of just that your business is more than just a business. It's really becomes part of the health of the community and how you can, use your business in other ways to really engage that community other than just providing a product or just or a service that, just knowing that you're part of a citizen of that community is really important.
Yeah. Can you give me a specific example? Maybe from either of your businesses?
Yeah, I think just traditionally, craft businesses tend to give back to the community more than, locally kind of small-owned community-oriented businesses do a lot of fundraising. They give back in ways. They participate in boards on organizations that they care about. Because they know that having those kind of healthy nonprofits in their community are really important to the community the health of the community overall.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite examples that 300 Sons does is the chili cook-off, which benefits the Humane Society, and it's always just a great day with lots of beer, lots of fun, lots of people, and of course lots of chili. And that's all a fundraiser for a local nonprofit. So people get to come out and have fun, but also doing the right thing.
That's great. And how often do you do the chili cook-off?
We were doing it yearly. We did not do it this past year or this year. We're still kind of waiting to see how everything goes, but
Yeah. Hopefully that can kick up again.
Yeah.
So John, let's talk about community for you and community for your businesses. And I'd love to also hear about the quarantunes.
Well, I'll go back to what Michelle said, and it's really all about just weaving yourself in business into the fabric of the community and really engaging in all the productions and businesses and people that are within the community. I mean, the city of Longmont puts on a lot of great events, and we've never said no. It's like, yes, let's be there. Anytime the bank reaches out and wants to have an event, yes, we will be there. And working with local businesses. Gene at 300 Sons is one of our best customers for our canned cocktails. And that's just so amazing. And we try and support and highlight this local connection that we have. We go and we'll have dinner there with the family, and we'll have some cans and eat there, and it's just such a great experience. And we share that with people and let people know that this is how you enjoy Longmont, with great local food and local beverages. Getting back to the quarantunes you asked about specifically, the pandemic really was very stressful, still is. We're not totally out of this, and
Totally.
It brought about some special circumstances for us. There's a lot of fun videos floating around from Abbott and Wallace during those times, but Quarantunes was one where we've always wanted to support local musicians. Music on our stage at Abbott and Wallace has always been very important to us. We love providing music for the community and supporting local artists. And when we were shut down, we were like, we still want to stay committed to what we've always been doing. So we brought in Quarantunes and hosted. I think we ended up doing 4 or 5 local musicians on a video series about once a month through the pandemic. It was a lot of fun.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I watched some of the videos. They looked like a lot of fun. So, as we're talking about, what we're really talking about here is businesses integrating into the community. It's better for the community. How is it better for the business?
Well,
Can you give me some specific examples?
Well, I think COVID is a really good example of just kind of how, all of these local businesses that hit this wall of, what are we going to do about this? And then the community really turned around and rallied around the businesses that were connected in the community. We had such amazing support from customers that, you don't have to come and get to go every 3 days. And we had customers that were coming in daily getting things from us just to keep us going, and tipping, being super generous with our employees, and just it was such an outpouring from the community, and it just really felt like it made it worthwhile to be part of this community, and it was super touching, and we're still seeing it now, just like, so when you give to the community really does give back to you in that way.
That's fantastic. And Michelle, for I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Can I jump in there? I just feel like, continuing on that note, Longmont is a very engaged community, and they they were and have continued to be so supportive of our little businesses, but they're so engaged. They'd rather be on Main Street supporting the family run shops. And you could see it by the way they voted with their dollars. They wanted our businesses to stick around because we have been engaged and have tried to do the right things. And so I think just continuing to demonstrate that we're part of this community and working together and needing them. We were like, hey, we need you guys. And they absolutely showed out. So I think it's just wonderful to be in a community that's so engaged, but you have to interact and show that you're a part of it.
Awesome. That's such great stories. I love it. Michelle, I was going to ask you, I understand that High Plains Bank really draws business from referrals. Can you tell us about that?
Well, yes. I mean, we like to say that we are a different kind of a bank, and we don't just, have CD specials and that sort of thing. And I think once people work with us, they come in and do business with us, and we work with a lot of startups and a lot of small businesses, Gene and John included. And, we don't just have we don't just have like these three buckets, these are the loans that we have. If you fit within this parameter and you comply with this rubric, then you get this loan. So we sort of do what we call craft lending, which is a way that we can just listen to what people need and what their unique circumstances are. Everybody has a different story and a different level of collateral and funding and support that they've got. So we just try to work with them creatively to try to make it work for them and their individual circumstance. So inherent in that activity, then you're building trust and you're building relationships with people. So when COVID hit, everybody hit the brakes, and PPP came up, and within the course of 2 weeks we pivoted. We had 60% of our staff working at home, and we created this workflow to do PPP loans. And I'm happy to say that we did over 500 PPP loans, and a lot of them were for $5,000, $20,000. They weren't all $1 million loans. And so we got a lot of customers coming from other banks that didn't have the time, or they didn't, have the energy to work with a lot of the small businesses. So long-winded way of saying that, by doing that, people have that experience with us. And a lot of these people then come back and say, this was such a great service and such a great process for us that we're going to transfer our other pieces of business over. And ever since that, the PPP process, we did several different loan fundings during COVID. It's been incredible for our referral base, and it just continues to grow. And so we're trying to just meet that need.
That's amazing. And so you get most of your business through referrals.
That's correct.
Can I say something about like our experience with High Plains, because I think it's an important kind of point of that, that you will see similar marketing to what High Plains is saying they do from other banks that aren't actually doing it. Like you will see, hey, we're small business friendly. Hey, we treat you as, a personal, a person rather than a business. But High Plains genuinely does that. And I think that's important when you're connecting to the community, is that for a little while, a marketing campaign that says, hey, I'm really super community oriented and we're this great like family oriented business or whatever. If you're not actually, if that's not a genuine thing that you're genuinely doing and, following through with, it doesn't work. So community oriented marketing works because the people, only works when the people behind it truly believe that it is important to be like that. And I think that's why High Plains is so successful and gets those referrals, is because what they're saying out loud and what they're marketing out to the public is genuinely what they're doing. And you go in and you get to know these people, and they really do treat you like human beings rather than numbers on a page. I mean, it's really a relationship they build, and what they're putting out there and saying they're community oriented is is genuine. And I think, with John at Abbott and Wallace, like, I know he believes what he's saying when he says that he's just, that you're really connected to the community, you care about people, and that shines through.
Yeah.
You just have to be, genuine about that. Be true to your marketing plan. If you're going to say you're community oriented, don't just go out and say, I checked off this box,
So you've got to talk the talk and walk the walk.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how you do that. Right. So you all are so community focused. That's why you're here. Right. And the proof is in the pudding here. What advice can you give to those folks that are watching? How can they learn to instill community into their culture of their business?
Well, one thing that I could say is, looking at some of our successful customers, is that doing the pre-work before you even have a brick and mortar or hang your shingle, and getting involved with the community, joining the chamber, getting involved with the Downtown Development Authority, and there's so many awesome community civic groups that are in Longmont, and just going out and starting the process by meeting people and networking and finding out what's important to the community that you're working in. So one way we did that was when we started out, we set up a community advisory board, and we got 12 people on a panel that were just leaders in the community, and just ask them, what's important to you? What do you care about? What are things that are happening in Longmont or not happening in Longmont that need to be fulfilled? And so that's been very successful for us, because we just sort of listened.
I love that. And how often did you bring your community group together? Your community panel?
So the advisory board, we did it on a quarterly basis, and we just did it over lunch. And it was just all about really listening and just asking the questions, and then just doing the deep listening about what was important, whether it was affordable housing or transportation or maintaining historical culture in Longmont. And then that drove our decisions for how we lend and how we market ourselves.
Oh, I love that. People love to be heard, and then you bring the community in to advise you on how to be better engaged in the community. That's fantastic. Jean, John, thoughts on how are you instilling a community culture into your businesses? How does it come from you out to your employees and out into the community?
Well, when we started, we were founded in 2015, and still in our 20s, wanting to start another beverage alcohol company in Longmont. People were like, no way. We went to many banks and were referred to High Plains Bank, and they wanted to work with us, but they were like, you need to get out into the community and also raise funds. So they charged us with, getting into the community, finding people who are, believe in us, and also raise funds and have investors and have members that are part of this community and believe in what you're doing, and then we'll work together. And it all came together, and we have since referred other businesses to High Plains Bank, and that's worked out well. But I think from our inception, it's just you need to get out there and talk to other local business owners and other people who are engaged in this community to raise funds. And I think just building the business from the ground up, that's ultimately why we were founded as Abbott and Wallace in 2015, but opened our doors as Long Tucky Spirits, because it became much more about our community and the people who came together and the businesses that helped us open our doors. And we're like, this isn't just about us. This is something that's gone on much longer, and we want to celebrate it. And so people might be confused by the Long Tucky name, but it was a celebration of Longmont and our agricultural heritage and how this community has been strong. And we just wanted to reflect that in what we were doing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's true of just kind of that where you start off as I don't know where my thought process, I just lost everything I was thinking about. But I was thinking about like employees and stuff, about how,
Yeah.
you know, it's hiring the right team of people, especially as you get bigger, that understand what you're trying to do and understand that community connection, and, you know, how important the customer is in that connection. Is a part of that. You know, like you can be as community oriented as you want, and you're not paying attention to what your employees are doing. It can create some real problems for you. But yeah, we work really hard on that. We're constantly coming up with ways to kind of explain like customer service and where we're coming from, and how, you know, we want you to engage our customers. We want you to get to know them. We want you to make friends. We want you to know about their personal lives. And one of our tenets is share yourself with your customers, be genuine with the customers, and really get to know them in a genuine way. I
Can
think
you share some specific stories or examples of how you've trained, or maybe some mistakes you've seen?
We do every couple months, we do a training, and we just reiterate that kind of, you know, thing. I'm trying to think specifically. I mean, our employees right now, we've got this great team that just kind of hangs out together, which is really cool. We haven't had a group like that before. We've always had really great people, but this is really nice. I can't think of, gosh, sorry.
I know
I think
some
it,
of Gene's employees before they were even part of their brewery. I mean, they hired the right folks, and that is not an understatement. I mean, it is so tough to get your teammates on board, and just the people working the front of your house. They are so important, and to get those people on the same page and share your vision community is like so tough. I feel like she was pretty specific there. Like that's such great advice, and being yourself, and finding the right people who are engaged in this community and want to contribute and add value.
Yeah.
It ain't easy.
no.
For sure. You know, and we've talked a little bit about the anecdotal examples, and they're really powerful, right? About the organization, or sorry, the community coming together to support your businesses during COVID, and the work that High Plains Bank did to support the local community. Do you measure ROI on your community investment?
You can't really measure community with an ROI. It's immeasurable. It's like, you know, it's priceless. So yeah, I think that's really hard to do. You can't do the standardized sort of metrics, KPI stuff for building community. I think the results are in how the community, how the customers respond to you, and by showing the support they did for, you know, Gene and John and all the local communities. That's the ROI, that they come back and they support, and it's authentic.
That was a trick question.
Yeah, we
So,
don't.
yeah.
Right? We don't have a way to really monetize that or anything, but I think definitely the whole COVID thing, like, that was invaluable. Like, that is completely priceless what the community did to help businesses get through that. Without that, I don't think any of us would have been here. You know, no amount of money would have kept us open if no one was walking in our doors. So I think,
Right.
Yeah.
And that's really where it comes into shine. And then in the good times, hopefully, then the community is really rallying and having a good time at your places, and bringing business to your doors and referring people to you. You know, a big part of it also is getting out in the community. Michelle, I know that you've got a specific, maybe not a policy, but you've got a way that you go out and direct some marketing dollars into the community. Can you share with us how you're executing on that plan?
Well, we just try to determine, again, what is the greatest community need, and then we try to, you know, earmark things for that. So for, like, one example would be the Sunrise Stampede was a race that got started. This is the 36th year it's going to be happening. And a couple of the guys that founded that race came to us. They were in their late 70s, and the old mayor of Longmont, Roger Lang, and Harold Schultz came and just said, this is an event that we no longer have the time or energy to run. We're getting tired of it, and it's getting too big for us. And so we tried to market it around and get the rec center to pick it up, or the town of, the city of Longmont. And we just felt like that was an institution that was important to maintain because it was raising funds for students with special needs. So for 3 years, High Plains Bank was the event coordinator. We did we set up, we moved it to Silver Creek. We made a lot of changes to it, but we did that. And I don't think a lot of people know that we were sort of the engine behind it. And we eventually got it moved over to the Education Foundation. But that's one example. And, as we have customers that are part of nonprofits, we learn about what the work is that they're doing. And we try to, support all of our customers as much as we can. We do ads that feature our customers and their business. And so we try to really create this like a true partnership with our customers and with, and that's part of our marketing strategy. It's not, we don't even really talk about finances much here, which is really weird for a bank.
Excellent.
I would say too, like participating in those events and stuff is to just, I think some of the best community oriented things that we've done have been very small scale things. So like, don't be afraid to we do the big festivals and things like that. And I know some businesses that are probably listening aren't really the same type of businesses. So think about the small ways in which you can participate in things. Some very small connections for us where we might be in front of 10 people. The word of mouth spreads. Those 10 people tell 10 people how special and unique that experience was. Like when we do a tasting event and we have maybe 20 people there, those are some of our best customers later because they've gotten to know us personally and it's such a personal connection. Versus I could get in front of 400 people and at a festival and they don't even remember who we were. But, at those small kind of little events, or even if you go and do Art Walk and maybe only 10 people walked up to your booth, but those 10 people were really engaged with you, that's better than 100 people that weren't engaged. So, I mean, those opportunities really take the time and get to know your customers on a personal basis are totally invaluable. That time is really worth it.
That's fantastic. Those are really great examples. I think that everybody can take home and use and build their businesses on top of those. And if you're watching remotely, you're watching through Zoom here or through any of the media channels, there are questions that are open. So please ask your questions to our panelists here. Let us know what you would like us to cover. I could just keep talking here for the next 20 minutes and having a great conversation, really enjoying it. But I want to know what you want to know, so please pop your questions into the chat. So Jean, I want to put the spotlight back on you. Michelle told me a story about when you were starting 300 Suns. Did Left Hand Brewing invite you to their location for your launch?
No, we did. We had what were you talking about, Michelle?
I was just talking about how before you even had a building, you guys brought a couple of kegs out to one of the Left Hand events and, popped a tent up and started serving beer.
Oh, yeah, that was Oktoberfest. That was a big event. Yeah, we didn't even have them in kegs. They were our homebrew bottles. we had just gotten our liquor license the day before. And we were like, we have these homebrew bottles. We can't sell them because, we weren't there. So we decided to give them away. And if people wanted to donate, they would give us $1 and we donated it all to charity. We made, I think, $3,000 that day. So we had quite a lot of bottles that we went through. And that was huge for us because people remembered being there. They got to know that we were coming. And that was a really big event for us because it was a big wide exposure event. And it was at a time when people were really excited to see something new coming to the community for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love
that is an example of like community supporting community. I mean, they have Left Hand has a very real understanding that their success in this community is also bolstered by the success of the rest of the community. Having another brewery in town, just makes us more of a destination. It doesn't, restaurants don't necessarily compete with each other. They build on each other. And if you can be a destination, more people come. It's great.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Wow. And what are ways, so, I mean, we've talked a lot about how you are giving to the community and building the community and even training your staff on, how to be community facing, right? Because the referrals are so important. Are there other things we haven't covered that, that you're doing that are giving back to the community, or maybe paying it forward to new people that are coming up?
I will jump in here. Some that we haven't really covered specifically is, I mean, with the history of distillation and the principles of distilling, you're taking what's around you, what's in your backyard, and preserving the crops. We work with a farmer who's fifth generation Longmont family farm for 90% of our grains that go into our whiskey, and the rest comes from Berthoud. But working with a family farm that people know. We get people come in, oh, the Schlegels, and they'll be like, oh, those boys were trouble back in the day and stuff like that. Like, these people have been a part of the community way longer than we have. And, you can see the sugar mill in the background of their farm in our photos. It's like we're right here. And when we're when we are at like the farmers market, it's great because people, we say, hey, our grains are just coming right down the road here. This is a Longmont expression. You can't get any more local than this. And it's still downtown. And then we're at the farmers market. It's coming kind of full circle, and being able to communicate that story, and then people being able to share that, hey, this is made right here, grown right here. And I think that's a big way that we engage and show, hey, we're a part of this. And it's also people can then take that and be like, wow, this tastes what, like Colorado whiskey should be. And I think, that's even just drinking and experiencing it is a cool way to display and enjoy community.
It is. It's so special. You think about Napa Valley, right? And they grow the grapes and they make the wine there. But do you really get that with other with whiskeys or with other liquors, right? It's other spirits, right? But to know that what you're drinking from Abbott and Wallace is local, it's the Longmont, it's the flavor of Longmont, literally. That's really special. That's really cool.
Well, one thing
we could taste it.
Yeah, it's almost whiskey 30. I don't know.
Yeah.
What Jean mentioned about, with Left Hand, I think that, Longmont and the St. Vrain Valley, market is really unique and maybe a little bit more community forward, because I think there's like this old school concept of like category exclusivity, and every restaurant is a competitor to every other restaurant. And, we really hit that hard when we came into the market. People are like, there's hundreds of banks in town. Why do we need another bank? Well, you got to create your differentiating point, but it's also this idea of there's a place for everybody, and we all support one another, and we all serve one another, and we have different offerings. So I think Longmont and some of the older, successful Longmont businesses really have entrenched that culture. And I think Eric Wallace is an excellent example of pushing that forward, and, and being, employee owned, and just so many of the things that they do, but, welcoming in these other smaller places because they realize that this is like a symbiotic cumulative effect on the marketplace, and that the more the merrier is really the way a lot of Longmont thinks about it.
Yeah, we definitely, like, some of our best resources are the same businesses in town. Like, we get our kegs cleaned at at Collision. So we used to get them cleaned at left hand for a really long time, and like that, without them we wouldn't be able to have our kegs cleaned. So it's like those kinds of things. We often, if somebody runs out of grain in town, we're calling each other up and saying, hey, are you out of this, or do you have this? During COVID, we were having a hard time getting crowlers because everybody was looking for the crowler cans, and we're all calling each other up and saying, I'll get you some this week, you get me some back the next week. And everybody was really helping each other out. And I mean, that comes from just all these businesses have always been just great to us, and we try to be great to them, and it's worked. It works really well. So
no, you can really feel the love here. All right, so we've got about 5 minutes left, and I want to do a little, let's call it the Longmont lightning round. So we've already got our favorite Longmont bank, our favorite Longmont distiller, and our favorite Longmont brewer. So let's talk about, what's your favorite Longmont restaurant? Michelle, go.
Rosalie's.
Rosalie's, okay. John.
Man, she took a good one there. God, I really love the food at 300 Suns. I mean, that Nashville chicken sandwich is hard to beat.
Good, yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, other than your restaurant, Jean, what's your next favorite restaurant?
I have so many. Like, I don't have a favorite for sure. Like, I have a list of favorites. Like,
give us your top three.
I love Pump House. They've been around forever, and I just think it's great that they've been around today. And it's like a comfort place. I like Mike O'Shea's. I like Rosalie's. Oh my God, it's too hard. It's too hard.
I know, it's not fair.
The Roost, Hefe's.
Yeah, like they're all like, yeah.
So good, yeah.
Jojo's.
Okay, next up, favorite spot on Main Street.
On Main
Jean,
Street.
go. Yeah.
Favorite spot on Main Street.
Favorite spot on Main Street.
I love the fountain.
Store, a restaurant.
No, I love the fountain next to the church there because it's like this chill place. Like you can be walking down Main Street and you take a little break and chill out, and there's artwork, and it's my favorite place to go when there's a festival because there's benches and you can sit and get out of the sun, but also because you're just surrounded by art, and it just feels very community there, and you can look and see all the people going up and down Main Street, and it's pretty cool. Awesome. I know that's not a shop, but yeah.
No, I said spot. So there you go. You nailed it. Yeah. John, you're up.
Oh man, Rosalie's is on Main Street there. There's, I'll plug Quarters is right next door. You want to have a slice and go play some games. Great spot to have a good night on Main Street.
Awesome. Michelle?
I'm going to say that corner down where Crackpots, is, where there's just that little space, and they always have the chairs and tables out front, and you could just go paint some pottery and shop for
donuts. You can get donuts across the street.
What more do you need?
Right? Donuts and pottery.
That's another favorite restaurant.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. That's my kid's favorite.
The Winchells.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right, last one. Favorite spot off of Main Street?
I'm going to say, I don't know if you say it Cycle Hops or Cyclops, but the
Cycle
Cantina.
Hops. Yeah.
Cycle Hops. Yeah. They've really got a killer margarita.
Mm-hmm.
And good food.
What's that?
And good food.
Yeah. Michelle, what's your favorite spot off of Main Street?
Oh, you just asked Michelle. I mean, Jean.
Oh, sorry, Jean. Yeah.
It's okay. Long Tucky's not on Main Street, but I consider you downtown. So that's you're my favorite business, not on Main Street, but also downtown. Three Margaritas. It's been there forever, and like
staple.
What a great business.
Excellent. John?
We, as a family in Longmont, we love the St. Vrain Greenway the bike path. Can't wait for that whole thing to open up, so we can get down there, go to the farmer's market, or bike around to that waterfall out there, or hit a beer left hand, or Shoes and Brews. 300 Suns isn't far off of there. And then that new
The tubing place.
Yeah, the new
Super
tubing
cool.
spot. The little girls love that. And it's just such a nice, I can't wait for them to finish that up, because it is just such a nice thoroughfare where you can have fun and stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Greenway is definitely my favorite. Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's a great project. Well, this has been fantastic. As everybody could see, not only do we have 3 amazing businesses that are focused on the community, they know their community, they love their community. I encourage everybody here to pop into all of these businesses, get some canned cocktails, get some canned beer, and go check out High Plains Bank. I know I definitely will, for the next financial instrument that I need for the Malloy family. We'll definitely be heading over there, or for businesses. So thank you all, everybody, for your time today. Thank you to our panelists who had amazing insights and wonderful lessons for everybody that they can take home on how to really make community an essential part of your business, and why it is essential, and how you can utilize a community, give to the community, and how that community will give back to you eventually. So thank you, everybody. Next up at 10 o'clock, we have Building a Banking Relationship, and we're going to talk to the executives of High Plains Bank about how you should build a banking relationship and why that's important. So this is something that, believe it or not, is actually super important. I think we heard a little bit about that for COVID, but definitely important even in regular times. So thank you, everybody. Our panelists, you can turn off your cameras, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock.
I'd like to do a quick shout out. Tomorrow,
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breast and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come into Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor, and eat with no regrets.
If you chase a dream far from home, or follow the dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. But when tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough, if you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You could call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You could call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You could call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe On the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom.
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breast and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come in at Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor, and eat with no regrets.
If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom.
Specifically not available to SB or to startups that haven't been in business, but there's a lot of questions about it.
Okay. Hello and welcome back to Longmont Startup Week. My name is Rich Malloy, and we have a great panel here today talking about the importance of building a banking relationship. And so today is the final day of Longmont Startup Week. We hope you've enjoyed the production and all of the panels and the wonderful hosts and guests that we've had so far. Today is the Revitalize Day, focus on capital. If you just missed the session on the importance of community, definitely recommend checking that out. That was amazing. And be sure to go and visit those businesses, Abbott & Wallace and High Plains Bank and 300 Sons. Now here, right now, we have two guests from High Plains Bank that are going to join us. But before we do that, want to remind you that Longmont Startup Week is an entirely free production that our community puts on. And as part of that, making something free is that we have sponsors. And so our sponsors would really want to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. ARC Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and Longmont Economic Development Partnership are our platinum sponsors this year. So thank you so much for the time and energy and money that you put into this program. Our gold sponsors are Biz West, Left Hand Brewery, and Docketly. Our connected sponsors are Downtown Longmont and High Plains Bank, and we're going to talk with High Plains Bank in just a second. And our in-kind sponsors, Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. So thank you again to our sponsors for making this possible. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to John Crichton and Chris McVeigh from High Plains Bank. Hi guys, welcome.
Morning, Rick. Morning.
So John is the president and CEO of High Plains Bank, and John's leadership drives the vision for High Plains Bank, a bank grounded in a philosophy and history that few other financial institutions share. High Plains Bank is a community bank, a local bank, a family-run, employee-owned, and deeply connected to families, individuals, and the businesses that it serves. Chris McVeigh's lending experience includes commercial real estate, small business loans, and he knows that every customer relationship is different than a one-size-fits-all approach to banking. He is a master of creative thinking and takes pride in finding innovative solutions for his customers' unique needs. We're going to talk about all of that here today. So let's kick this off. John, you don't have a banking background, right? And so let's talk about banking from a non-banking perspective and how that has influenced you in your work.
Great. Thanks, Rich. And first, I want to thank whoever wrote that introduction. That was very nice. And also just want to thank all the entrepreneurs that may be watching right now. I really appreciate how you all make our communities more interesting and push us forward and sort of keep helping our communities evolve. But, you say, Rich, I avoided banking for many, many years. My grandfather went to work for the bank in 1919. And I was first discussed working for the bank in the late 80s, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And part of it was because what I imagined about banking as I got into banking actually turned out to be true, is that the banking industry as a whole is one of the least creative groups of people that are out there. I mean, they just have these formulas and these boxes, and I didn't want to be of something that was so cookie cutter. I was just talking to my son recently, and I told him that we're looking for a multimedia specialist to join our team, and his response was, "Well, who would want to do that for a bank?" And I think that's a fair question. I mean, it's but what I really love is starting new things. I love experimenting, and so for many years I ran a research firm, and that was where I first kind of had a professional experience with banking, as I had some good contracts, but slow paying clients, and my customers or my employees felt like they should be paid even if the clients hadn't paid us yet. So started working with the bank, with a line of credit to manage cash flow and do those sorts of things. And then as I, kind of moved into the banking realm, and coming from a more entrepreneurial background myself, I realized that banks, in some ways, we give them a strange power as startups and things, because they have money and they can provide financing, and there's times that as a business you need that kind of financing, but it creates a really awkward situation because as you talk to people and you're getting your business up and running, they say you need a banking relationship, and mostly in your life you think about the bank as the place you got your debit card or where you had your paycheck deposited, or maybe you got a mortgage. But beyond that, they're really part of your life, like the DMV is, because they have to be. So when we start to approach banks about financing, we might take the sales pitch approach like we would with our parents. We're not crazy, or we take the humble pie approach, which never feels good, or we take the assistant principal approach of, what do you need me to say to get out of this office with what I want? It's really hard as a startup business to be your authentic self across the table from someone who maybe doesn't really understand what you're trying to do, and certainly doesn't understand the passion with which you're doing it. And it's really hard to try to find the energy to explain yourself to someone who just thinks of you as ratios and what box do you fit in. But it really is valuable to have a banking expert on your side. And Chris at this table is the banking expert. I'm not. But you need someone who understands your passion, but it's also realistic. Doesn't have the rose-colored glasses on. You need someone that thinks creatively. You need someone, and this is really important, a banker who won't panic during the rough stretches, because every startup, every business, even long established ones, have rough patches, and you need a banker who's not going to panic. And you need someone who will be a confident advocate and can tell your story within the bank. So one of the things I really suggest when you're looking for a banking relationship as a new business is approach it as if you're hiring an advisor, as opposed to instead of trying to convince people, will you approve of me? Approach it as, do I approve of the bank? And questions that any bank that you talk to should be able to answer for you is, as a business person, what will you be able to learn from the bank when it comes to financing? And how will the bank help me understand the pros and cons of my options? And, if I'm putting my house on the line, what does that really mean? If I'm, doing a lien on my house? And what is the bank's approach when things get tough? How do they work with the business? And ask for specific examples of how the bank works with businesses during tough times. And then ask, what do you understand about my business? Do you get it? To know what it's like to be doing. And those are the kinds of qualities Chris has, is trying to understand that. But then the other thing is you should really want to have conversations with the bank about, what is your rice and beans plan if things aren't going well? And what's your crash landing plan if things really start to fall apart? Or conversely, what's your plan if you're wildly successful? I mean, because many startups grow broke. They're having so much success that they just run out of cash. And so you need to be able to have those conversations with the banker. And if if you have those initial conversations and your banker's getting nervous, maybe not someone that you want to work with. And just real quickly, I just want to emphasize, we're not necessarily the right bank for everybody. The business needs to feel confidence in the bank. And so, but I would say there's a number of community banks in town, and you're more likely to find this kind of relationship in a community bank than in a corporate bank. So I will just do that little plug there. There's Adams Bank and Trust and Flatirons and Front Range and Pueblo Bank and Trust and High Country that are all community banks that I would suggest maybe would get this kind of stuff more than other banks.
Oh, wow. That is fantastic. I mean, that is definitely the best. And those are the best analogies that I've ever heard about working with a banker. As the assistant principal, the humble pie, and what was the third one?
Pitch to your parents.
Pitch to your parents, right? I don't know if you guys have read Shoe Dog.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And in Shoe Dog, which if you haven't read it, it's Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, the story of founding Nike. And gosh, it's such a motivating, moving, powerful book. And in there, every chapter is like, I had to put on my suit and go downtown and beg the bankers. Right. And he hated it. Right. He hated it because they didn't understand his business and they weren't there for him when times got tough. And he didn't have it, but it was also the 80s, and that was, there was one bank in town. There's only one bank in town that would give him a loan, and it would work with him, right? And now we have options, and so that's fantastic. I love those questions. Those are really great questions to look at your bank as an advisor. So, as we've talked a little bit about picking a bank and got some great advice along those lines. I'm thinking also about, understanding the differences of you talk about the community banks. The differences between the community banks and the national banks, right? And Chris, something that you posted a year ago that was very, very powerful was it. So this is I think a LinkedIn post from a year ago was, we've put another $10 million and counting back into our local communities with round 2 of the Paycheck Protection Program. Many of our loans are under $25,000 in size. And last year, the PPP, showed how community banks really shine, right? Can you talk to us just, Chris, about the differences, of why that worked for the local banks and it didn't work for the big banks?
Yeah, when the pandemic started, we had a lot of businesses that we had helped. We had got them going, they were growing, and really through no fault of their own, no bad business decision, they were faced with a really tall challenge and having this pandemic come down at them. So really even before PPP, we basically got our list of customers and said, who's going to need some help during this? Who's going to need some assistance? And right away, before really even the regulator said we could do it, we put a plan in place to say, we're going to give these customers some loan payment deferral to just ease their stress, as we're trying to figure out what this is going to be. And that then evolved into, the PPP program. And I think what differentiated us as a bank is, and being so integrated within the community is we really, I think, deeply care, as the community banks do about these businesses. We hate to see, empty spaces on Main Street. We want to see thriving business communities, and being able to help those businesses through the assistance of the government was just a huge blessing. So, again, it was neat to be able to see, businesses that are able to keep their doors open because of the assistance that we were facilitating. I mean, it really, it was our money that we were then going to get back from the government at some point. But it was nice to be able to do that. And again, I think it was because we had this care of our downtown businesses, of the businesses that are in our community. And I think part of that stems from our history in that, we started in a small town, and oftentimes, that business owner you're going to see at the grocery store, at church. And so, it's not just, the bank, it's really about the community and how we're trying to help those folks out. So it was neat to be able to do that. John probably knows more of the numbers. He's kind of been dealing it with more on the back end in terms of what we did in total. But yeah, it was really great to be able to see that. And I would say, most of the businesses, I can think of maybe only 2 or 3 that did go out of business that we worked with. And most of that was more of just because of timing and wanting to retire, as opposed to, a failure as a result of the pandemic.
Wow, that is really strong. And were there examples of people that came into High Plains that were not customers before that you were able to help out?
Yeah, so we were, we basically sort of opened everybody with open arms, and so a number of folks that we worked with were, trying to get a bank or trying to get a PPP loan through another bank, had been unable. They had frustrating experiences, and so we were able to actually, put a pretty good plan in place to be able to help, a lot of these non-customers. So I don't know the number in terms of about new customers versus existing customers.
I'd say about 30% to 40% were new customers.
Wow.
That
Wow.
we'd never worked with before.
Yeah. Wow. That's fantastic. And you welcome them in because, this is your job as a community bank, right? This is to make sure that the community is strong and has the resources that they need to succeed.
Well, and I do have to, in some ways this was it's not that we did anything heroic. It's that this was the best marketing thing that could ever happen to us. It's, why wouldn't you help folks? It's banks were treated very generously by the government, and to not try to help just didn't make any sense at all. So it was we appreciated the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. No, I love to hear that it was great stories. I'm a small business advocate and work with the SBA actually in one of my jobs, and love to hear about how the Small Business Association was supporting small businesses like small banks, and regional banks. So that's fantastic. And I think that really ties into also as you were talking about finding the right bank that's the right fit for you. Were there examples of times when somebody came to you and you said, you're actually not the right fit. We don't have what you need. Maybe you should go check out another bank down the street.
There are times, I would say for the smaller businesses, for the startups, I think we have a really good fit. But, the example we always give is, we sometimes will get asked about auto loans. Well, we typically tell them go see a credit union because credit unions give great rate on auto loans. And so there are times, that we work with businesses and they may, we're a small community bank and they may outgrow us. They may have needs that just exceed what we're capable with. They may have, international, lending or banking needs that may be tough for us. And, there could be startups that fall into that category as well that we do. And so, yeah, I think we pride ourselves in being honest and really, again, as you said, Rich, to try to find the right fit for both the customer and for the bank. We find that that's the most successful is when they're kind of working together, kind of towards a common goal. It seems to work the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And, so the flip side of that coin, right, is a bank pushing a product that's not a fit.
Right.
Right. And this is, years ago, Wells got in trouble for that, and big banks are probably still doing this. Right. And so, talk to me about how you go about figuring out what's the right fit, and how should the people that are watching, talked a little bit about some of those questions, but how should they be digging in as they're building their banking relationship to make sure that they are getting the products that are the right fit for them?
Yeah, I think, as we talk about sort of as I see the evolution of a banking relationship, for a startup, generally the first thing you're going to need is a checking account. You're going to need something, and oftentimes you're going to the bank that you've probably had your account at since you were a kid. And so you start there, you get your account, and you think you're kind of off on your way. But then over time, you're going to start to need more services. Maybe it's credit card processing, maybe it's payroll services, other advanced features that bank may or may not be able to offer. And then, at some point, hopefully soon, you're going to start to think about, capital and lending needs. And then it's kind of working backwards. Is that the right fit? And so I would, recommend to startups and those that are listening is to kind of start sort of the holistic approach and ask the questions, what's their experience working with startups? Give, as John said, specific examples of how they've worked with customers, and sort of the creative solutions they've tried to create. I think that, when we came into this market 9 years ago, we saw sort of a gap in that, what we call customized underwriting, or sort of just basically crafting a product, especially on the commercial side, was only really available for very, very large customers through the large banks. Otherwise, you were basically, looking at an off-the-shelf sort of product that oftentimes bankers, because of incentive goals and those types of things, were sort of forced to push. And where we saw the opportunity was to work with these small community banks small businesses, and offer them, customized solutions and really think about and think creatively, and it's from experience we've had working with other businesses to try to find, types of products and loans that are going to work. And, and we could certainly, if we have time, kind of go into a few specific examples of that.
Yeah, would love to hear a specific example.
So
yeah.
a couple that come to mind, one is a business that has been featured here previously, but they came to us with a business plan, and they had gone to a couple of different banks, and, very well thought out, I think very good idea. But we realized, that based on what they were able to present to us and provide to us as collateral, we could only give them a loan of a certain size. And we were willing to make that loan if they were able to go out and raise a little bit more capital. And so rather than just saying, no, we're not going to do this, sorry, we can't help you, we said, you know what, if you can go out and raise a little more capital, we're willing to come and come to bat with you. And sure enough, a couple months later, or maybe it wasn't even that long, they came back to us and said, we've raised, enough capital, and we made the loan. And they've been a very successful business. Another example is just recently we had a newer sort of healthcare business that was looking to lease space. They came to us originally with an SBA loan request to build out their space. We helped kind of work through that process and consult them, and said, this may not be the best fit for you. You're going to be leasing space. That opportunity ultimately fell through. But they sort of started over, and we said, let's put you in touch with a commercial real estate broker, and we can give you a couple of names to give you really an idea of what's out there from other lease opportunities, but also maybe to purchase, given some of the incentives that are happening right now with SBA. And so we actually were able to work with them, and they worked with the commercial broker to find a space, and we were actually able to pair resources from SBA, Colorado Enterprise Fund, and CHAFA, which does some stuff, and typically do a lot of home assistance, but they have a commercial side, and we're really able to put it together a package for these folks to be able to buy their space. And so now, rather than leasing space, they own a space, and they're going to be, growing their practice in this space. And so that was sort of a creative sort of result of knowing what products are out there, knowing, how to kind of work with them together, and weaving sort of this package together. So I heard from he's the director of lending for Colorado Enterprise Fund, which is a great resource out there for small businesses. We work with them a lot to help assist where we maybe have a shortcoming. But he told me one time at a small business panel that funding a startup is like, a quilt. There's pieces from all over the place that you've got to kind of pull together. That's great. So kind of back to kind of tying this back to, kind of the title of this is that banking relationship is finding a banker that's going to know what resources are out there to be able to help advise you. And, if that means going to another bank, if that means going to another resource, that bank's, and banker are going to put the customer first and put them in the right position.
Oh, that's fantastic. Right. And that goes to show, right, this is the specialization of labor, right? Chris and John, you guys understand all of the resources that are out there, and the business owner doesn't need to know these things, right? You just need to have the right relationship with the person that is on your side that will advocate for you, and then find those pockets for you. John, thoughts, to add on to that?
Well, what I think about a lot is when we opened in Longmont, and it was just over about 8 years ago, people would ask, what kind of lending do we specialize in? And so in two of our markets where we have banks, we're the only bank in the community. So, what do we specialize in? What are our products? What people ask for. I mean, it's, we don't know what people are going to ask for when they walk in the door, and then let's sit down and let's say, do the numbers make sense? Do you have some safety net? How much risk are you willing to take? And are there other resources out there for you? So it really is, there isn't a product that we have per se, other than what people might need. And really try to take that approach. And similar to what Chris said, it's not only are there, there's SBA and Colorado Lending Source, et cetera, there's private investors in communities. And sometimes we'll say, they can provide you a bridge till you're really bankable. We'll take a piece of it. The private investor will take a piece of it. And then the private investor can go away as you get more success. And there are those folks in the community as well who like to help businesses get started. So that's another resource that I think it's probably untraditional for banks to work with those kind of lenders. Or if they do, it's completely separate and they don't talk to each other. But as the business who's doing the borrowing, you want your various people you're working with to be able to talk to each other and be coordinated so that you're not, have one group pull the rug out from under your feet. And when the other one's not, I mean, it can be very disjointed if you kind of don't get things coordinated.
Awesome. I love it. As both of you guys are talking, I'm thinking about, we always talk about in Colorado, craft brewing and craft distilling. And now what we're talking about is craft banking, right? And had never really thought about it like that before, but to hear you guys talk about it, it makes it apparent how important that is and what a valuable service that is. So we actually have a couple of questions here that I want to read off here. So here's a good one: is that are there red flags I should be aware of? I'm assuming as it relates to interviewing and talking with bankers and building a banking relationship.
I think it goes back to, when you're interviewing, as much as, they're interviewing you and learning about your business, it's, asking them what experience they have. And so, do they have experience? Can they cite specific examples, of businesses they've worked with? But, probably another big red flag is what's the level of interest? Is this, are they really engaged in the conversation that you're having? Are they asking, probing questions to learn more about your business? Or are they, just kind of taking the appointment so that they can, take the application and kind of get to the next opportunity? For me, talking to new businesses and kind of helping them through that sort of early stage when they're, not sure what to do and where to go and who to talk to is probably brings me the most joy in my job. Once we kind of figure out how to get the deal done, for me, it actually kind of becomes a little boring because it's like we've kind of solved the problem, and so I really really love listening to, to businesses and hear their story and learning from them about, all of the things we've talked about. So I would say those are probably the two biggest is lack of experience, and what's the level of engagement. It's funny to see, we've had a few experiences working with small businesses, where we've been working with them for, in some cases, several years, and they finally get to that point where they're open, they're doing their big, maybe it's their grand opening or their chamber ribbon cutting. And then you see all the other banks or a lot of other bankers from town kind of come in and say, hey, we'd love to earn your business. And they'll say, that's great, but we needed help a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Right. And so, again, it takes, somebody with that sort of entrepreneurial spirit. But I would say, the level of engagement, because you're looking for somebody that's going to advocate for you. Obviously they have to advocate for the bank, but you're looking, for somebody that's going to have some interest in what you're trying to do.
Gotcha.
The other thing I'd add is, I think the biggest issue for many businesses, particularly small businesses, is cash flow. And, we learned that as we headed into the pandemic, when your cash flow just stops. Okay, you've got a crisis. But even in normal times, something may happen. They do construction on the road and no one can get to your business, or a variety of things could come up. A batch of your beer goes bad or what have you. And so you have an interruption in your cash flow. And so how sensitive is the bank to those issues? Do they panic easily? And so one really bad month, are they going to shut off your line of credit, which is what you use to manage your cash flow? And then if your line of credit is cross collateralized with your real estate loan, is your property in jeopardy too? So those are the kinds of things, when you're sitting down with the bankers, tell me about the bad things that could happen. Let's talk through the bad scenarios, because these things could happen. And then the last point I'd make about that is sometimes you need to have that conversation, when do we need to pull the plug on this? When do we need to close the business? And that's something that you should do before you need to do it. So as you're starting a business, kind of do some scenario planning. If this is going on, we're going to close the business so we don't lose our house, so we don't lose our kids' college tuition. and do that before it becomes very, very emotional and your ego's on the line, that you already have some metrics in place that, okay, it's not working the way we thought, we're going to stop. Because otherwise you get to that place and then the bank may panic before you do, or see the writing on the wall, this isn't going to work before you do. And then you're in foreclosure and it just becomes very painful.
Wow. And, you know, I got to say, for all of my years in business, I've never heard that advice before. And I think that is fantastic advice of, you know, plan for that worst case scenario, especially as you're starting out, you know, and think about that now, because you're right. When that time comes, it's going to be so emotional, and ego is going to be on the line, and emotion, but more importantly, your house might be on the line, your kids' college tuition might be on the line, and all of those things. And so the other thing that I see over and over again is that entrepreneurs often don't have just a fundamental, you know, finance accounting understanding, right? Just the idea of cash is king, and you know, you know, employees want to be paid even if your customers don't pay you, right? And so, especially engineers, and especially, you know, technical folks that really understand the specifics of what they're building, but they don't understand the specifics of the business. Just to hear you guys talk about that, I mean, have you worked with some founders or some startup owners or some business owners that have been along those lines? Brilliant, bright minds, great products, building amazing things, but just don't really understand how finances work.
Well, and maybe they shouldn't. I mean, you know, this is something I've been thinking a lot about lately, is that in many different aspects of our lives, whether it's banking or healthcare or your mechanic, there's one expert involved in the conversation and there's one novice. But ironically, it's the most important thing going on in the novice's life. And the expert just doesn't want something to happen 5 minutes before 5 so they can go home. But, you know, I would say, turning back on the banking industry or the healthcare provider industry or the insurance industry, when you're in the expert role, you have an obligation to share your expertise with people, as opposed to trying to make them figure it out, because it's not reasonable for them to try to figure it out necessarily. And so I think people aren't practiced at telling their financial story, as a for instance. And so getting help to be able to tell your financial story, whether it's from a bank or someone like yourself that works with small businesses, that's a hard thing to learn how to tell. And so I would, you know, if I was a startup, if you're not able to tell your financial story, find someone who can help you tell that story.
Great. And along those lines, we have a question from the audience about what should I have prepared before I meet with a bank for the initial meeting?
You know, I think we want to hear your story, you know, so we want to hear your story. We've talked about it a little bit, but, you know, in bits and pieces here, but, you know, we don't need a 25-page business plan. I mean, a one-page synopsis of basically, you know, what are you trying to do? You know, how do you think you're going to be successful? But then also, I think what's really important is, you know, a lot of entrepreneurs will say, well, this is how it's going to be successful, and there's no way we can fail. But I think is being critical about what are the risks associated with this venture, you know, and how, you know, in banks, we're always trying to look to mitigate the risk. So if we can identify those risks and then we can adequately mitigate them, that goes a long way. I think, you know, as to John saying, you know, like, what's that point, you know, where you might pull the plug, you know, and so being realistic as to, you know, this is the opportunity, this is what we're trying to do. But if we get to this point, you know, we may have to retreat from this position. So, you know, obviously having your financials in order, understanding kind of where your credit is, some of the more basic things. But I think it's helping kind of that story, and being able to articulate the vision, maybe not as much the financing side of things, but is just, you know, the vision. I want to hear somebody that's excited. I want to see somebody that's engaging, but also realistic, that they know that that there is some risk there, and, you know, they're asking the bank to share in some of that risk.
Yeah, I'd say the more basic, the financials, the credit, and all those sorts of things, that's for the second or third conversation. Yeah. That's not for the first conversation, because again, you know, you need to find out if this is a bank that you want to invest the time and energy to pull that all together with before you take the time to do it.
Yeah. Excellent. That's great advice. And so let's talk again about, we talked a little bit about the relationships and the referrals, and Chris, you had a great story there. What are some other relationships that you as bankers can help your customers with, and to help support their businesses?
As it relates to the finances of the business, I think it's important to have somebody that's going to be able to assist on whether it be the bookkeeping or the tax side of things. And so I think as you're getting started, it's nice to have a resource there. So having a bank that can refer out, partners there. Obviously, some of the other basic legal, that type of thing. But yeah, it's really important as to the relationships that the bank has and is established, so that they can pick up the phone and say, hey, you need to talk to so and so. They're going to be able to help you out. They're going to be able to get you taken care of. As we sort of did with the situation I was mentioning with the real estate agent. We gave them a couple of names. I think the rule is you give them 3, but you say, this is somebody that we've worked with in the past. But yeah, I would say, on the real estate, legal, financing. I know a lot of people love QuickBooks and think QuickBooks is really easy. But I was a treasurer for a nonprofit, and I made a mess. I mean, I can understand financial statements, but I made a mess of QuickBooks really quick, and so I would advise, we've seen a lot of folks that are really good at what they do, but they're not great at the QuickBooks. And that sometimes, as the business gets going, can be tough. So that's a good resource. And then other sort of, as we sort of talked about also earlier, other sort of non-traditional lending resources to sort of help with that puzzle of the capital stack. So resources to SBA lending partners, other sort of non-traditional lenders like Cardinal Lending Source and Axiom. I think they might have changed their name, and then also private equity that might be out there.
Interesting. And so let's talk a little bit about financial products, right? And understanding a little bit about that. And so since we have you here and we have your expertise, Chris, where would you like to start with, helping our audience understand some of the financial products that may be available to them that they're not aware of?
Sure. Yeah. So, right now I think we're seeing some other resources that are out there, as related to the pandemic. Right now, SBA is offering some greatly reduced fees, so that is a good resource to check into, and certainly talking to a bank that has SBA lending expertise. They help with lower down payments. They help with, on the bank side, mitigating some of the risk that's there. There's also some products that are out there that are geared. Right now, one that I'm hearing a lot of is called the Climber Loan. I'm getting a lot of requests. We are one of the banks that's accepting Climber Loan applications. This was a fund that was sort of set up by the state to help and assist businesses that have gone through some struggle over the last couple of years. Unlike some of the other products that are out there, this is not a grant. It is something that needs to be repaid, and it's something that requires collateral. So it was really, I think, pushed as sort of an incentive for banks to make loans to customers that they might not otherwise, because they've had a bad couple of years. And then they give some assistance to the banks. For most startups, and I've had a number of them that have asked about Climber loans, you need to have had 2 years of profitable or positive cash flow prior to the pandemic. So for a lot of startups, they're not eligible. And unfortunately, that was written into the statute that created the Climber loan. So there's little wiggle room that they can do. But there are other, resources that are out there, and options that are out there. And again, we work with a lot of them. Carter Enterprise Fund is one that we've worked with quite a bit. They get some of their financing from SBA Direct, and then also from other lenders. But they will often work with, sort of non-bankable customers, and then typically they would refer those up to banks. In some cases, we've also partnered with them for gap financing when we might be able to do a certain dollar amount, but we're still needing a little bit to make that equation work, I guess, if that makes sense. In terms of, our products, we really don't have kind of your standard, as John said earlier. We do lines of credit, we do term loans, we do equipment loans, those types of things. But it's really kind of, looking and digging into what the business needs. And, obviously, there are some sort of old school banking rules of, lines of credit should be used for short-term needs. The same as, you wouldn't typically go buy an automobile with a credit card. You would get a loan to buy an automobile. And so sometimes businesses, struggle with when do I use a line of credit versus maybe getting a term loan for things. And so there's a lot of products that are out there. I would say I would shy away. There's not as many of them out there. There used to be a lot of lines of credit that banks would give, based on a credit score and do very little digging into the business. And then as often as the business got in trouble, those lines of credit would go away. And so you're seeing less of those because they were risky. But there's lots of different options that are out there. And again, I think it's, finding that bank that is going to be able to talk through and look through the different options that are out there.
One of the things I'd add is just as your business matures, becomes more successful, you become more stable. As Chris was mentioning, then other banks are saying, we'd love to earn your business. The one thing I would amend to what Chris said is, I think you should probably have the conversation with them. That, we love long-term relationships with our customers, but in the interest of your business, it's good to know more than one banker. And know more than one bank. And we do live in an environment where banks get sold. I will be clear here that we have no intention of doing that. And we're in it for the long haul, but we are in an environment where banks get sold and the purchasing bank may have different interests. And so the kind of lending that you got originally disappears. We've seen that, we have some history with agricultural lending, and we're seeing that in several of our markets. A large corporate bank buys the small town bank, and they no longer want to do ag lending. So then where do people turn? So having multiple relationships may make sense in some cases. What we encourage people to do is just be transparent with us that you're doing that, because then we can work with you. And so we've had people come to us and say, we've gotten this offer from another bank, and we say, I would take it. And, you can reduce your costs and go for it. And if you need us again, we're still here.
Wow. Great. So along those lines, we've got a question from the audience here of what rookie mistakes should you avoid when talking to a bank?
I think it kind of going back to where we started is to walk in and feel like that you have to be able to answer every question that they have, and that if they treat you as if you should be a financial expert in your first conversation, finance is not your business. That's the bank's business. So asking them, you tell me, what are the things I need to understand about finances to get this started, or that I need to move forward? Because, banks, like every other industry, we have our own language. I mean, we've used some of them here, term, line of credit, that may or may not, people may or may not know what those are. And so don't feel like you need to be an expert, and don't feel like any question is stupid. And it's just like being with your doctor. I don't know. You tell me. And so that's what I would suggest, is not to be intimidated in a way that that you give them, the banker, power that they don't deserve, and ask them to share their knowledge.
Yep. Great.
The other thing I would add too is if there is something going on, if you've had a hiccup with credit or you've had a few other things, oftentimes we don't find out about those until later on. For some lending institutions, some of those things, a bankruptcy, some of those things can be a non-starter. And I think it's just being, honest, like you would with your healthcare provider, about what's going on, so that they can prescribe the best solution, for what, that business is needing. And so I think being honest, which can be tough, admittedly, especially if it's that first meeting, but, a lot of that stuff's going to come out sooner or later. So it's nice to be able to kind of get it out on the front end and then try to figure out how do we, work around some of those things that might be out there that, they might view as sort of a, something that might keep them from being able to have a successful banking relationship.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool, guys. Well, we've got a few minutes left. What didn't we cover that you feel like that, we want to make sure that, we share with the audience here today?
I think that particularly if it's a startup and if you're just getting started, it's being really clear with yourself about how much risk do you want to take on. And that's going to be a different answer at different points in your life. I started my first business when I was 23. That was easy because I had nothing to lose. But then you have kids. I started my second business a week before my son was born. That was a lot tougher because there's a lot more at stake. And so just being really understanding both you and your family, what are you able to sign up for at this point in your life? And are you prepared for that? And so do you have exit strategies before you ever get started? So if I could go back to my 20s again, I'd be taking a lot more risk, but just not at that point in my life.
Yep, absolutely. Chris?
I think, kind of for me, it kind of goes back to the community. I think in centering, our bank about how we're working with the community, and also, for me, it's, think about, this is Longmont Startup Week. How is your business impacting this community? And what are you kind of bringing? We're kind of rolling out a new thing here at the bank called Thriving Communities, and as part of that, we want to see thriving businesses within our community. But we realize that it's a sort of a all kind of strung together kind of jumbled mess, and it's. So how is your business kind of, think about that, how is it contributing to the community? What is it doing? And kind of piggybacking on some of the earlier sessions, how can you sort of involve the community in what your startup is doing? I think is neat to see for me. I love to see sort of the communities that are, they're hiring people, they're bringing people into our community, they're employing people. It's just awesome to see.
No, that's great. Yeah, Michelle did an amazing job of just sharing community stories from High Plains Bank. Okay, with the last few minutes we've got left, we're going to do a little thing called Longmont Lightning Round. Okay. All right, you ready? So first, favorite restaurant in Longmont, obviously.
Rosalie's.
Babette's.
Oh, all right. Rosalie's is a favorite so far. Favorite spot on Main Street or downtown?
It's probably sitting on the patio at Rosalie's, front or back.
Yeah. And it's starting to come back now. I just love on a Friday night walking up and down Main Street and just seeing so many people. When we moved here 20 odd years ago, there's mostly pawn shops on Main Street. And so to be able to walk up and down Main Street now just gives me a real boost, and going to Dairy Queen or Scrumptious or all those places. Yeah. Main Street has changed even in the last, 5-6 years, even definitely in the last 10 years since I've been in Colorado, for sure. Okay. Favorite spot in Longmont, not downtown. I can take that one. So it's the second week of July near Thompson Park, and watching the Longmont Crit. Best event in Longmont. It's a day-long thing where you get to see professional bike riders and just love it. Yeah. Great.
It might sound cheesy, but I honestly love, being downtown, having our office downtown, and being able to work with all the businesses, to be right downtown, as John said, to be able to see all of them. That's probably my favorite place to be, aside from, sitting in my backyard, on my porch.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Well, that is all that we have the time for today. John, Chris, thank you both so much. I learned so much today, I've got to tell you, and I hope everybody watching did as well. I want to remind everybody that today is the last day, and so today for Longmont Startup Week, today at 4:00 is the closing night trivia party at 300 Suns. So please join us at 300 Suns today at 4:00. And coming up next, at the top of the hour, we will have leveraging state and federal funding resources. So thank you all for attending today, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I started Left Hand Brewing Company at 1265 Boston Avenue in Longmont, Colorado in 1993. I handed it to our team to create this incredible beer. We named it 1265 Pilsner after our home.
We handcrafted this recipe for a light lager, elevated by a balance of fresh baked bread and zesty citrus aromas. Creates the perfect, easy drinking Pilsner.
We designed the 1265 can artwork by hand months ago and are so excited to have it on shelves around the country.
While this beer is packaging, I hand pull a can off the line every 10 minutes and test it for quality. That way every 6-pack is perfect.
Ooh! I pull our left-hand tap handles to perfectly pour you a beer each time you come visit me here at 1265. Or you could be like my friend Bubba, who likes to chug a beer from his local liquor store.
Our employee owners lent their collective hands to make this incredible new beer. Though we all play different roles, when we work together, we are one hand, left hand. From our hand to yours.
Cheers!
But it takes a little time to heal, I know it now. Hard times come and they go like Colorado rain. So I'm leaving tonight with a point to prove. Only dust in the rearview mirror. I choose to ride under a sky full of stars tonight. Ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine and leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride. I'm ready to see what I might find. Bring the thunder, the wind, and the rain. Bring the pain. It takes a couple tears, you know, it takes a couple broken hearts to see past the pain to a life built to fall apart. Running scared through the night, only the moon to light my way. Tomorrow's gonna come a little brighter than today. So I'm ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine. Leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride. I'm ready to see what I might find. Bring the thunder, the wind, and the rain. Bring the pain. Eh, eh. it takes a little time to heal, I know it now. Hard times come and they go like Colorado rain. So I'm leaving tonight with a point to prove. Only dust in the rearview mirror. I choose to ride under a sky full of stars tonight. Ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine and leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride. I'm ready to see what I might find. Bring the thunder, the wind, and the rain. Bring the pain. It takes a couple tears, you know, it takes a couple broken hearts to see past the pain to a life built to fall apart. Running scared through the night, only the moon to light my way. Tomorrow's gonna come a little brighter than today. So I'm ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine. Leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride. I'm ready to see what I might find. Bring the thunder, the wind, and the rain. Bring the pain. But it takes a little time to heal, I know it now. Hard times come and they go like Colorado rain. So I'm leaving tonight with a point to prove. Only dust in the rearview mirror. I choose to ride under a sky full of stars tonight. Ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine and leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride. I'm ready to see what I might find. Bring the thunder, the wind, and the rain. Bring the pain. couple teas, you know, it takes a couple broken hearts to see past the pain to a life built to fall apart. Running scared through the night, only the moon to light my way. Tomorrow's gonna come a little brighter than today. So I'm ready to leave my past behind. Ready to open this heart of mine. Leave it open wide. I'm ready for the ride.
I started Left Hand Brewing Company at 1265 Boston Avenue in Longmont, Colorado in 1993. I handed it to our team to create this incredible beer. We named it 1265 Pilsner after our home.
We handcrafted this recipe for a light lager, elevated by a balance of fresh baked bread and zesty citrus aromas. Creates the perfect, easy drinking Pilsner.
We designed the 1265 can artwork by hand months ago and are so excited to have it on shelves around the country.
While this beer is packaging, I hand pull a can off the line every 10 minutes and test it for quality. That way every 6-pack is perfect.
Ooh! I pull our left-hand tap handles to perfectly pour you a beer each time you come visit me here at 1265. Or you could be like my friend Bubba, who likes to chug a beer from his local liquor store.
Our employee owners lent their collective hands to make this incredible new beer. Though we all play different roles, when we work together, we are one hand, left hand. From our hand to yours.
Cheers!
But it takes a little time to heal, I know it now. Hard times come and they go like Colorado rain. So I'm leaving tonight with a point to prove. Only dust in the rearview mirror, I choose to rise.
Hello again and welcome back. I'm Rich Malloy and we are live again for Longmont Startup Week. And for this session, we are talking about leveraging state and federal funding resources. And you may not know this, but there are a lot of resources out there for startups and for small businesses of all sizes and of all different characters and of all different products. And so we have two great experts here today to share with us about what those resources are and how you can tap into them. Now, before we get into that, Longmont Startup Week is an entirely free program that has been brought to you all week. And in order to make things free, we have sponsors. And so I want to take a minute just to genuinely, deeply thank the sponsors who have made this possible. Our platinum sponsors this year are ARC Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and of course, Longmont Economic Development Partnership. Our gold sponsors are BizWest, Left Hand Brewery, and Docketly. Our connected sponsors are Downtown Longmont and High Plains Bank. And our in-kind sponsors this year are Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. So thank you all so much for the time and energy that you have put into Longmont Startup Week. Thank you to our great volunteers as well. And so this is Revitalize Day for Longmont Startup Week. We're talking about capital. We have just had some great sessions on leveraging community, on building a banking relationship. I learned a ton from both of those sessions, and I expect we're going to learn a lot here today about leveraging those state and federal resources. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our first panelist. Welcome Katie Woslanger. Katie is the Senior Manager from the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade and the Senior Manager for Advanced Industries. As an advocate for innovators and entrepreneurs, Katie leads Advanced Industries Accelerator Program for the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade, which is quite a mouthful. You can also just call it OEDIT. And so as the senior manager, she develops early stage and startup Colorado companies in 7 industry verticals. She works to enhance the state's advanced industries through partnerships with Colorado University Technologies transfer offices and with 30 federal labs and advanced industry stakeholders. So please, everybody, welcome Katie to the stage.
Hi there. Good morning, Rich. Thrilled to be here.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Great to have you here. And also I'd like to welcome Patty. Patty is joining us virtually. Patty, please turn on your camera so you can join us on stage here, virtual stage. Patty is the Export Finance Manager for the Small Business Administration Office of International Trade. Patty is an Export Finance Manager with the SBA's Office of International Trade and is one of 21 colleagues around the nation who help small businesses finance their exports. She started as a volunteer at the Galveston Small Business Development Center and continued as an employee for 6 years before moving to Ex-Im Bank, where she worked in multiple lending divisions. During her 10 years in trade and finance, she completed 152 transactions supporting agricultural equipment, trailers, printers, heating systems, silos, tractors. Patty is also a senior fellow with the Partnership for Public Service Excellence in Government. So thank you, Patty, for joining us.
My pleasure. Good morning.
Good morning. So let's kick it off. I want to start out with OEDIT and with the Advanced Industries programs. So Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about what OEDIT offers and the 3 different stages and the 3 different programs that you have to offer.
Great. Yeah. Excited to talk about the advanced industry programs today. Just want to talk about our 3 main funding programs and opportunities for small businesses and entrepreneurs. So I'll just run through them really quickly, and then I'll talk about our process, and then leave some time for Patty to talk about our great export programs. So our first stage of funding is proof of concept, and that's for small businesses, for technologies that are being developed at a university. And you have to apply through a university technology transfer office. You can apply for $150,000 with a $50,000 match, and that has to be cash. And then our second stage of funding is really for small businesses and startup companies that are developing their products and technologies. So we do have 7 advanced industries, as Rich mentioned. So there's aerospace, advanced manufacturing, bioscience, electronics, energy, natural resources, infrastructure engineering, and technology and information. And so basically a startup can apply for $250,000. All of our funding does require a match. So you have to have $500,000 of cash. That can come from venture capital, angel investment, any federal funding that you might be leveraging at the time. And just to talk about the process, so we offer this funding twice a year. So this is great timing. So we have an application open right now. It opened on July 1st. It's due on September 1st by 5 o'clock. So if you're an entrepreneur, I encourage you to apply. And then the way that the process works is that we engage with business, technical, and financial experts in the community that review our applications. And then we partner with all of our major trade associations in each of those 7 advanced industries. And so we have an independent review that happens where we score, we rank all of our applications, and then we convene a subcommittee meeting where we down select our most competitive applications. And so from there, those competitive applications advance to our full committee day where there's a pitch event that happens. And then there's a final recommendation that happens, and everything goes to our State Economic Development Commission for approval. So that's the process. And again, I encourage everyone to apply. And then our last funding opportunity is our infrastructure. So that's Advanced Industry Collaborative Infrastructure Funding. We offer it once a year, and you can request up to $500,000. And again, you do have to have a 2-to-1 match, so $1 million. But the intent of this is really to build a large scale public-private partnership type opportunity with multiple partners. So that opens in the spring. And that's about it for the advanced industry funding opportunities.
So let's go through that again. We've got proof of concept, early stage capital, and collaborative infrastructure.
That's right.
Okay. And proof of concept is specifically focused on you have to be coming out of a research institution, such as a college or university.
That's correct. So we work with all of our technology transfer offices at all of the universities, mines, all CU campuses, CSU. National Jewish Health is also included in that. And then any federal lab is also eligible to apply for funding.
Excellent. All right, great. And so then let's talk about the early stage capital. Is it new that there are 2 application periods per year? Was it only 1 previously?
We actually used to do it 4 times a year,
Okay.
which that was a long time ago. I had to take that away because too much. But we do it twice a year now. So our next cycle opens in January with a March deadline.
Okay. And how does the early stage capital piece differ from the collaborative infrastructure piece?
Yeah, that's a great question. So people, often think they hear the word infrastructure and they think, oh, I'm a small business, I need to build out my infrastructure but that's not the intention of it. It's really early stages for those technology development, refining your prototype, your MVP, really maybe re-engineering things before you're ready to go to the commercial market. And then infrastructure is really for larger scale projects that have multiple partners involved in, like community partners, a nonprofit, the private sector, maybe a government entity.
Gotcha. So as we're talking about startups, mostly for Startup Week, right? Is the early stage capital, is that probably the right place for them to be?
Yeah, I would say that that's the best opportunity for early stage startups.
Okay. And so the matching on that is also 2 for 1?
It's 2 to 1, yeah. So you have to have $500,000 of cash. Again, it can come from your own revenue, should you be profitable, angel investment, venture capital, or again, any federal funding that you might be receiving, like the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR grants, DOE, NIH, NSF, any of those funding programs.
Okay. Once you're accepted, so you apply, you're accepted, or you win an award. Does that money run out? Like, do you have to use it by a certain point?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually have terms. So we do a formal state contract with you. You have a 2-year limit if you're a non-bioscience industry. And if you're in a bioscience sector, then you get 3 years to complete your project.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay, let's shift gears really quick and talk about exporting. Patty, this is your world, right? Like, can you tell us about the export programs and who they're set up for and how people should be thinking about them?
Sure. So the SBA has set up 1 grant program and 3 loan programs for small business exporters. And the grant program is the State Trade Expansion Program, also known as STEP, and it's administered by OEDIT, and Katie is the administrator. And the STEP grant awards a maximum of $15,000 to support small business exporters and their market development costs, such as attending trade shows or translating websites. And so any company who is new to exporting or experienced exporters pivoting to a new market are eligible to apply. So there are also the 3 loan programs that the SBA has set up. They are the Export Express, the Export Working Capital, and the International Trade Loan. And the Export Express is set up for new exporters. Well, you actually have to have been in business at least a year to be eligible for any of these loan programs. But sometimes that can be waived based on the experience of either the key managers or the owners. And so for the Export Express, that's designed for an exporter's development costs. So if they have they have to pay for certification, if they have to pay for testing, or for your marketing, you can use this loan to cover those costs. And it's a very flexible program. So the SBA gives authority to some lenders, and they can do this application rather quickly. So one of the other nice benefits of the Export Express is that if you sell, for example, if you were to sell to one of your buyers and mandate payment up front, then your buyer may mandate, I will pay you up front, but I need you to set up a standby letter of credit. So you typically, when you go to your lender to set up a standby letter of credit, you are required to put down 100% cash collateral. A letter of credit under this Export Express loan program only needed 25% cash collateral, really saving a bulk of your cash that you can plow back into your company. So the Export Express is really handy for new exporters because it does help you manage your cash a little bit better, and then it gives you the ability to either set up working capital or use it to buy equipment. The next two loan programs are really for established exporters. The Export Working Capital Program, you can bring in your invoices. If you sell on terms to your strategic buyers, you can take those invoices into your lender, and the lender can do an advance on those invoices of up to 80% of the value of the invoice. Once your foreign buyer pays you, then you pay down the line of credit. And then the final loan program is the International Trade Loan. Again, it's for more established exporters who are hitting their capacity, so they need to increase their production. They may need to invest in a new production line or more warehousing or hire more employees, so they can use the International Trade Loan to help them improve their export capacity. And that's really it for the three programs and the grant program.
Excellent. That's fantastic. And you can participate in multiples of these?
You can. So often you will find an exporter who does both the STEP grant, and they may get the Export Express, or they may get the International Trade Loan. So you can mix and match based on how you need to use the funds.
Yeah. And you don't already have to be exporting, or do you already have to be exporting?
Not for the Export Express. You can be a new exporter for that. For the International Trade Loan, many times you do have to already be exporting. But any specific questions on the companies, you're going to be providing our contact information, and I'm happy to work out the situation to which loan program fits you best.
Yeah, that's great. Dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. My world of software, does this apply to startups selling software overseas?
Yes, it does. So eligible items for support include goods and services. So you can be doing goods like tractors or applesauce, or you can be selling engineering services, software services. It's all eligible and considered an export.
Interesting, like pure SaaS. And so it's just it's a site, and you go and you sign up and you pay $10 a month for it, and that's eligible for export credits?
If you can show that the buyers are foreign buyers, then yes, it's an export.
Wow, how about that? That was not the answer I was expecting, by the way. So that's great. Excellent. What are some pitfalls that companies should avoid when getting into the export world, and also when trying to apply for the programs and working with the grants that you have available?
One of the pitfalls is that a company doesn't do its research. So, a company might be selling domestically, they have a really strong website, and then they get contacted by a foreign buyer. And you really need to investigate these contacts and make sure they're legitimate. There are horror stories out there about companies who have not researched their foreign buyers. And, there's a whole network of folks out there ready to help you do that research. You can contact the U.S. Commercial Service. They have an office here in Denver, and they can help you not only research and do your market due diligence, but they can also help you do your due diligence on those foreign buyers. Make sure you're working with a true company that will pay its bills. And then you can also work with the World Trade Center here in Denver as well. And the World Trade Center here in Denver can help you also do your market research. So when you get those contacts and you start getting really excited about making these overseas sales, do your research first. There's plenty of folks out there to help you and plenty of resources for you.
Yeah, boy, that sounds like a terrible scenario. Katie, how about from your side, as startups are stepping into this world of tapping into the federal and the state resources, what are things that they're missing, not thinking about, and what are some mistakes that they should avoid?
Yeah, no, great question. I think oftentimes people businesses are so busy that they don't realize that there are state and federal resources available. We have, plenty of, funding opportunities for people to take advantage of, even at the broader whole of our office. And there's the Small Business Development Center there, division within our office, so people can take advantage of those resources that they offer. But I would say that, just not knowing what's available and resources they can tap into. With the advanced industry money, I mean, it can help you really scale and grow your business, and it's non-dilutive capital. So we don't take an equity position or anything like that. So you can use state money to help really further your commercialization goals.
I'm surprised so I have a small venture fund, invest in Colorado and startups elsewhere. I'm always surprised when a startup is not taking advantage of the OED credits. I know that they're there. I send them to startups, and especially as they're closing right around one of the deadlines. Then it just always seems to me like, wow, this is just free money that you need to tap into. Like the state wants to give you the money.
Right. Yeah, we do. I mean, it is a competitive process. We receive, well over 100 plus applications. We fund around 15 to 22 startups. So it is very competitive, but with the network of business, technical, and financial experts that we engage, if you aren't funded for whatever reason, you get a lot of great feedback about how to refine your application, maybe some things in the market that you haven't even taken into consideration. So again, these are experts in the field. They've been around the block for many years. They are founders, serial entrepreneurs, had some exits, really great success. So I think that feedback is pretty invaluable to startups, to get that feedback like, oh, okay, maybe I need to think about my business differently. And then the other thing I would say is don't apply too early. So if you're really just still in that proof of concept phase as an early stage company, maybe wait till you have a little bit more traction. And I say that just because it is so competitive. You expose your application to all our reviewers. Sometimes it's not always as successful. So
what is the right stage then? How do you know then too early or not too early?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I think some people that just have their napkin sort of idea, that's way too early. Yeah. So we do require that you have a working prototype. It doesn't have to be ready for the market. That's what's really great about our program. Like, that's the gap we fill. We can help you re-engineer it, refine it, work with some other partners to help you, and then get you ready to launch. And then further you to get ready to raise money.
Yeah. Excellent. Very cool. And you mentioned in there the small business development centers, the SBDCs, another great state resource not enough people are taking advantage of. Can you talk about those?
Yeah, great. So we have a state director that's in our office that actually oversees all of the SBDs across the entire state. So some of the resources that they offer are, that early business plans that they can help you with. Some of the centers have consultants they work with that can help you write federal grants or have expertise in how to go down that path. I think that's another sort of challenge, is understanding how to write federal grants for the different agencies. And then some of them, like the Boulder SBDC has like a whole tech venture accelerator program that they either offer to like women or different startup companies. And it's basically a cohort where you are engaged with different consultants that walk you through like, that early business development, marketing plan, then media, those kinds of things that you need, really to launch your business. So, and again, there's an SBDC in pretty much every community that I always encourage people to get involved with.
Awesome. Those SBDCs are really great resources, and the Boulder one is very strong, especially considering the tech community that's out here. So for the Longmont folks, for the Longmont startups, the Boulder SBDC would be the local one that you should be tapping into. I have a couple of questions that I just saw, so thanks for folks that are putting questions in the chat. And so I'm going to go through these. Sorry, I missed these earlier. Can you walk us through the deadlines and timelines a bit more? And maybe we could do that for both the OEdit and the exporting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So for advanced industries, again, it opens in the spring cycle is January. So the application opens in January 1st, and then it closes on March 1st. So it's open for a couple months, so you can really prepare and a good competitive application. And then our current cycle is July 1, it opens, and then September 1st is the deadline. And then for awards, the awards will be made in mid-November. So that will help you if you're raising capital of when you need to have that matching funds in the bank.
How long do you have to reach the matching fund amount?
You know, that's a great question. So there's two ways. I mean, when people apply, they either have the match on hand. So that's great if you're in that position and you're have some cash in the bank. Some people are raising money, and that's great too. Or some people apply for what's called conditional approval, and it allows them 6 months really to obtain the matching funds. And that's a really great flexibility model for, I think, companies. So say you get an award in November, you would have until next May to raise the matching funds. However, that being said, you can't spend any of the state money until you actually show the full $500,000 in the bank. But it gives you that flexibility to say, hey, I received this advanced industry award for $250,000. It's sort of a leverage piece for I would say companies to say, we're the first dollar in, we're kind of maybe de-risking it a little bit. But on that note, if I may, it's a good maybe to dovetail into what's called the Advanced Industry Tax Credit Program. So this is actually a program that we offer to investors that are looking to invest into a company. So an investor can receive a 25 to 30% tax credit up to a $50,000 investment into a company. So that's another really great leverage as well. You can say, hey, I'm applying for this grant, you can invest in my company and receive this tax credit. And so I think those work really nicely and complement each other. And that's on a calendar year. So that opens in January. There's $750,000 of tax credits that are available, and it's usually fully subscribed by the spring. So in January, apply as soon as possible.
That's great. It must be the tax credit that I'm thinking of that does it once a year.
Yep.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. And I did have a follow-up question that I wasn't totally clear on. And so if you have already raised capital, and let's say you raised it 6 months ago, is that still applicable for the early stage capital program?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question as well. Actually, it's all new cash as of the award date. So if any pre-money that you've raised will not count. So it's all new cash that you have to show evidence that you've raised.
Okay, gotcha. So for startup founders out there, you queue up your funding basically, and you get you get everybody excited to the edge of the pool, and then you say Colorado's going to jump in first.
That's right.
And then you push everybody else in, and everybody brings their money to the pool party at the same time.
That's right. And it's a great, we have lots of success stories as well to, talk about. So in how people have really scaled and where they're at and raising money too. So it's significant.
Awesome. Good. We'll come back to some success stories.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the timing. And Patty, can you tell us about the timelines and the timing and deadlines for all of your programs?
Well, I'll let Katie handle the step guidelines and timelines. But with regards to the export financing, that's all dependent on the exporter. So because you're working with your local lender. So the important thing is if you don't already have a lender, go and start talking to your lender. Start that relationship. Make that a comfortable relationship that you're comfortable asking these difficult questions, and make sure that your bank is also comfortable working with international trade. And so one of the biggest lessons learned during COVID was that the companies who survived the best and got the funding, the most reliable funding, were those who already had relationships with their lenders. So start that relationship now. There is no time when you cannot apply for an SBA loan. Any month, any day, there is no deadline. It's really based on when the company needs the funds. And Katie, I'll throw it back to you to talk about the step deadlines.
Yeah, no, great, Patty. So thank you. So yeah, as Patty mentioned, the State Trade Expansion Program, that's actually funded in part by the Small Business Administration, and the Office of Economic Development and International Trade administers that funding. And so, as Patty mentioned, there's two different strategies that our office deploys with that funding. So one is that we go to different trade shows around the world based on our industry verticals. And we build out the booth, and then we invite a delegation of Colorado companies to apply, and we give them a stipend to attend, and that can offset the cost for airfare, lodging, per diem, and then any other materials that you may need to bring to the trade show. And then second to that, we allow companies that are interested in either market expansion or they're new to exporting to do their one-off trips. So say there's a trade show in your industry and it's not something the state's going to, you can apply for funding to go to that specific conference or trade show. And so on the deadline there, the trade shows usually have a specific deadline around them, just because we need to prepare all the companies that are going, translate any of the materials for the country we're going to. But usually it's 4 to 6 weeks in advance so that we have time to process your application and get you ready to go. But again, you can apply for up to $15,000 for those opportunities.
That's great. Yeah, let's dig in on the trade shows, right? And this is something that is helping those exporters, and you probably physical goods, maybe software, but getting to the trade show, it has to be an international trade show, or more than 50% of the attendees are international. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. What are some of the trade shows that are coming up?
Yeah, so great question. So the most current trade show that's coming up is called the Green Expo, and it's in Mexico City. It's actually September 7th through September 9th. So we're actually still actively recruiting. So if anyone's in the solar, water, renewable energy space, encourage you to apply. We're giving a couple $1,000s for the stipend for you to come and attend. And what's really nice about it is everybody gets their own, booth space. We help brand the booth for you. We prepare, information about each company that's in market. And then we also work with a local consultant that helps, typically connect you with, potential suppliers, distributors, or any other needs that you might have in the market, either at the trade show or in a future date if you're, looking to expand in those places. But Green Expo, if you're in that space, encourage you to apply. I believe the application's open until next Friday. So.
That's great. And what were those industries or those verticals again?
It's really around renewable energy, so solar, water, any other type of renewable energy application.
Excellent. Wow, that is great.
Water is a good one.
Yeah.
In Mexico.
Yeah, for sure. And also, and this may be Patty or or Katie, but tell us about the credits or using these services for marketing expenses, global consultants, other resources to help you get your business overseas. Patty, do you want to start off?
Sure, I can start out. Yeah, so the Export Express is the market development loan program, and you can use that to do all those things that you just mentioned. So, for example, the U.S. Commercial Service has a Gold Key service that helps you connect with your foreign buyers. You can arrange face-to-face meetings, and those are for a fee. And so you can certainly use the Export Express funds to do that, to pay for that service. If you need training, for example, at the World Trade Center or at other international training sites, you can certainly use the Export Express loan program to help you with that. So
what types of training would that be?
Training on Incoterms, or training about how to do business in a certain country, Mexico, Uruguay, China, Malaysia. So if there are specific training in those areas that you want to take to learn more about selling your product in those areas, if you have legal fees, for example, you want to get your product or your design patented, or you need to get certain protections in place, then those are expenses that can certainly be covered by the Export Express, and will help you enter the market stronger, so that you've covered all your bases. You know exactly what you're getting into, and you understand all the costs involved and the fees involved, and your pricing is correct.
Great. Katie, anything to add to that?
Yeah, so thanks, Rich. We actually have a global consultant network that we work with as well. So those consultants are in different international markets. And again, you can apply and say you want to explore Brazil as a market. We have a consultant in that market that, you're interested, but you're not really sure what kind of regulatory or barriers to entry that might exist in that market. So that consultant will do a market research report for you. They can list out any potential customers or clients there, talk about any of the regulatory issues. And then I think it's really valuable. They do that in advance of you even going there. So if you get the report back and say, we're not really ready for this market, or there's some pretty hefty regulatory issues that we have to, look into, it mitigates any of that risk of you going there ahead of time. And we have, again, you can apply to have more than one market research report completed by our consultants. There's UK, Australia, but then also what Patty mentioned, we work closely with the US Export Assistance Center, who also works with the commercial service officers around in those countries that also can help do some of those activities as well. So, and then again, World Trade Center too is a partner of OEdits.
So you keep talking about the World Trade Center. As a former New Yorker, I just think of the buildings, the former buildings, right? Tell us, what is the World Trade Center? Where is it in Colorado? How do you get engaged with it?
Well, it used to actually be downtown. So there are some twin towers in downtown, and I believe they used to be located there. I think they're engaged in building a new campus right now. I don't really have all the details on that, but I think and Patty, you might know, they're located, I think, at Geotech Environmental. Right now is where their temporary home is, but I think, again, they're building out a new, really exciting, beautiful campus. And if you'd love to learn more about that, I encourage you to get in touch with them and see what they're up to.
So I can't speak to their location, but I do know that their ability to provide some really strong consulting and strong training is almost unmatched. So they're located in downtown Denver. I can certainly send you contact information for them, and they have a course catalog available online. So they're a very good resource. And there are so many solid resources here in Colorado. Exporters and small businesses in general are so lucky because you can go from the World Trade Center to the U.S. Commercial Service to the Small Business Administration to OEdit and on to the Small Business Development Center and everyone else that we have contact with. So there's no shortage of assistance that small businesses can go to for assistance.
Excellent. Great. So a couple more questions I want to answer from the audience. This is a good one here. Some funding programs don't let you talk to the program manager. Can you tell us why that is, and how do I manage that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know all the programs that don't allow that, but I know some in the federal government, there's sort of a blackout period where you're not allowed to talk to the program manager. We don't have a restriction like that, so happy to have anyone call me, email. I'm happy to answer your questions. I've been at the office for around 8 years now, so I've probably answered every single question that you're going to ask me in some form or another. And it's so funny because people will email me and they're like, I feel like I'm annoying you with all these questions, but really you're not. I mean, I really would rather have you call ahead of time or email me in advance so I can answer those basic questions about our application process or any other questions that you might have so that you can prepare a successful application. Of course, I'm impartial in the process, so I don't vote, I don't score, I can't recommend or anything like that, but it is helpful to call ahead of time so that I can guide you appropriately or even tell you if this isn't the right fit. And as Patty mentioned, we have so many resources out there. If this isn't the program for you, then we'll find you one. We'll make a recommendation somewhere.
Patty, how about from your side? It sounds like you guys are looking and willing and ready to help.
So yeah, I essentially am the program manager for SBA's export finance program. My phone number, my email, I'm always accessible. And for example, I'm out of state right now, but I'm still here participating, happy to answer questions. So if anyone does have any questions, I'm easy to reach. Just send me an email or a phone call and we'll work with you. And even if you're not looking for financing, that's okay. I'm happy to guide you to the group that is most helpful for you.
That's great. And I know in it, as we were preparing for this, you've provided a bunch of materials and resources and links and all of those things. And so we'll talk to the organizers and the volunteers from Longmont Startup Week, a way to get all that information out to everybody. All right, so we'll make sure that information that both of you have put together, is available and accessible. But I mean, just even going into your local SBDC is enough, and they'll be able to point you in the right directions. So I want to go back to I've got a question actually that goes back to, relates to OEdit and the three main industry programs, right? How do you pick which industry to apply to?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, we have 7 advanced industries we focus on: aerospace, advanced manufacturing, bioscience, electronics, energy, natural resources. That also includes clean technologies, infrastructure, engineering, and technology and information. And the way that we look at the program is that you have a novel or disruptive technology that advances the sector. So, for example, in advanced manufacturing, we don't consider just that you're manufacturing a widget. We want you to have some advanced process that's unique to the industry or, again, disruptive. So that's the way we look at advanced manufacturing. When you are applying, I encourage you to only apply to 1 or 2 industries. Some people do the shotgun approach, especially if they're a technology company. They're like, well, we impact everything. Well, really focus on that industry where your technology is moving the needle forward in that sector. Just because you have maybe some energy clients, for example, that your software solution might address, that doesn't mean you're an energy company, because you'll be competing, your application will be competing against companies that have a water technology or a wind technology. So that's how we, sort of encourage people to look at the application and in terms of what industry you should be looking at. So I would do a primary industry, maybe a secondary industry, and really focus your application there.
Are the awards by industry, so are some oversubscribed and some are undersubscribed?
Yeah, so that's interesting. We try to balance the portfolio every single cycle. It just depends on where you fall. I mean, the advanced industry program started in 2013. It's modeled after a legacy program that was focused on bioscience. So by nature, we actually have a lot of bioscience companies that apply. They're mature, they kind of understand how it works and stuff. But also through our funding streams, one of them, the funding specifically in our statute says has to go to bioscience. And then the other funding stream, 1/2 of it has to go to energy companies. So by nature, energy is a little oversubscribed, bioscience is a little oversubscribed, just based on those funding streams. But we don't fund by sector. It's one pot of money, everybody's competing, and then the best technologies rise to the top.
Got it. And because you're not an evaluator, you can help people decide which industry they should be, how they should bucket themselves.
Yeah, and that's why I encourage people to call ahead of time, because you can tell me your technology and what you're trying to accomplish and do, and I can say, that doesn't sound like that's something that would be, really competitive in that sector. And, again, it's highly competitive. We can review at any given time 50 plus applications in the technology sector, and we're really only down selecting 4. So please call ahead of time. We will help you, answer some critical questions about preparing competitive application. And again, as I mentioned, if you're not funded for whatever reason, we prepare that really, I think, impactful feedback that's helpful.
Great. So we've got about 10 minutes or so left. Let's talk about some additional resources that are out there that startups and small businesses are not taking advantage of. Commercial service comes to mind. We talked about SBDCs. What else are resources that the state and the federal government provides that startups and small businesses should know about?
Yeah, as I mentioned, there's lots of federal programs. So the Small Business Innovation Research Grants, or what's called SBIRs. Most federal agencies offer some type of program funding that you can, there's phase 1, phase 2, and different stages of funding that you can take advantage of. So I encourage people to look into that. There's often different calls for those proposals. They focus on specific technologies that they want to really advance in the market. So yeah, I would definitely encourage people to take advantage of that. And I think what's helpful about some of those funding opportunities is they really, it's usually focused on the technology development. So what's nice is a lot of people, they get an SBIR grant, they focus on the technology development, utilizing that funding. And then the OEDIT grant for advanced industries will help offset your business development and marketing activities, things that sometimes the federal government restricts. So it really accelerates your path forward. But SBIRs.
So,
Patty, were you gonna add something?
there are, sure. So there are lots of groups out there that can offer assistance, either counseling or training, and sometimes matching funds. And it all depends on your industry. So, for example, you might, if you're an agricultural product, or you take an agricultural product and you produce something from it, like hot sauce or some kinds of food that you do export, then you can check in with the Colorado Department of Agriculture, or you might even check with WUSADA, the Western U.S. Agricultural Association. The WUSADA also offers matching grants to attend trade shows, very similar to the STEP grant. So if you're in agriculture, you have other resources to turn to. There's also the Veteran Farmer Coalition, there's the Latino Chamber of Commerce, there's Manufacturers Edge. There are whole groups of folks just waiting to answer your questions and to help you be better at exporting or at producing a product. And so there are other funds out there. You just need to tap into that particular industry.
Yeah. Excellent. Tell us a little bit about the Manufacturer's Edge.
So Manufacturer's Edge, they can provide you information. They can walk into your shop and they can give you some tips in terms of how to lay out your equipment, what equipment would work here, and just to be the most effective producer. So they can help you do that. If you're planning on purchasing new equipment and setting up or redoing your shop, then Manufacturer's Edge would be one group you'd want to go to make sure it's as efficient and effective as possible.
Great. As we're sorry.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, just a note on that, like we work with all of our industry trade associations. So Manufacturer's Edge is one of them, but there's the Colorado Advanced Manufacturing Alliance, the Colorado Clean Tech Industry Association, the Colorado Bioscience Association, Denver Metro EDC. They have some programs that we partner with in terms of aviation and aerospace. And, I would just, my words of advice in that is, again, they may not offer money, but they offer programming and access to different resources and different events that they host. And I think that, just getting to know some of those partners is really helpful for your business as well.
Great. I would love to hear a great success story about, a company that has come up through the program and continued to grow and build.
Yeah, no, happy to give you one. So to date, I do an annual report every year that goes to the state legislature. This is taxpayer dollars, so we're really prudent with diligent with the money. But we've deployed about $86 million to date. We've leveraged 1.6 billion of third-party capital back into the state. And some of our metrics, we focus on job creation and job retention and any patents that have been created. But, a few things come to mind. There's a company called AMP Robotics. They had, I think, two to five employees when we first funded them in 2015. I think they just raised over $30+ million, and now they're looking to expand into a new facility. And I think they're exporting and expanding in Europe, and I think they have around 80, hiring close to 100 people. I think I saw Chris Pearson and Doug Campbell here, Chris from Rocor and Doug from Solid Power. Those are also advanced industry recipients. So Solid Power, they're on fire right now. Just raised a really big round. Super proud of them. They were actually one of our first advanced industry grants that got funded. So love all of those stories. I'm always like a proud mom, like, oh, look at everyone doing so well. So I think the funding just is super impactful and helpful for, companies that need that first dollar.
Yeah, that's great. Patty, any great success stories come to mind on the exporting front?
Sure. Several companies had trouble during COVID, of course, and working capital became a challenge. And so working through that application process, can be challenging because you have to explain what the difficulties you're having and how you plan on overcoming them. So, we've worked with several companies throughout Colorado, and they've been able to increase their export sales. And these are export sales not only to end users, but to governments. So that the end user does not have to be an individual. The final buyer can be a government, like the UK government or the Japanese government. So just having that cash on hand and being able to work comfortably without being concerned that you're going to run out of cash before the bills are paid can really be the stress reliever when it comes to applying for an SBA loan.
Excellent. And Patty, is there anything that we didn't cover today that you just want to make sure that our audience hears?
That we didn't cover today. We've covered a lot of ground, but I did want to make sure that it was understood that there are two types of exporters. There's the direct exporter who sends their goods directly overseas, and then there's the indirect exporter. And an indirect exporter will sell their goods to a U.S. company, and then that U.S. company will then ship overseas. And so that original company is an indirect exporter and eligible for SBA financing. So, for example, your company might manufacture brake pads or wheels, and you sell those brake pads to a U.S. equipment manufacturer, and that equipment manufacturer ships those goods overseas. That's and you, as the brake pad manufacturer, are an exporter, and you're eligible to apply. So, any questions at all about whether or not you're eligible for the program? We can figure out those answers, and if you don't quite fit the export finance program, there may be another program that does fit for you.
Got it. Great. Katie, what didn't we cover that you'd like to go over?
Oh, I feel like we covered all the things. Really just the deadline, again, upcoming September 1st. Encourage you to get in touch with us, reach out, ask questions, apply early. I'm always astounded how many people wait until 4:58 to submit their application. And I get it. It's big, it's long, it takes some time, but start early. It does take some time to prepare. So want to make sure you prepare a good competitive application to submit on time, but don't wait till the last minute. And if you do just start your application maybe the day before, I wouldn't submit it. Don't, because it's not going to be as competitive or compelling yet. You should wait till the next one. So, but that's all I have.
Great advice. I always joke that there are deadlines and then there are government deadlines.
Yeah. And plus you'll have a technical problem on the day of you have to submit it. So we want you to avoid that. We want you to be successful. But
I can say from experience, having won SBIRs, there was one time where there were literally 56 seconds left on the timer when we finally got to hit submit. And the website was crawling because everybody was hammering it with their applications at the same time at the last minute. So start those applications early. Excellent. All right, well, wonderful. This has been amazing. Thank you, Katie, and thank you, Patty. Thank you for all the resources that you provide to the Colorado community. And thank you for all the work that you do and always being open for business and supporting Colorado startups. So next up, everybody, I want to tease up the afternoon schedule here. We're going to have a great afternoon here at Longmont Startup Week. Next up, we have how to decide what kind of funding is right for your startup. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to go through entrepreneurial dilemmas to give, take, or keep equity. And some great folks on that panel. And then at 2 o'clock is the panel on how investors think, how to present yourself and talk about your business and what you need to put in a pitch deck. And Peter Adams, who literally wrote the book on venture capital investing for dummies, will be part of that panel as well. And then finally, don't forget, 4 o'clock, 300 Suns. That's 4 p.m., 300 Suns, not 3 p.m., 400 Suns. Is our closing night trivia party for Longmont Startup Week. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you to our volunteers and to our sponsors. And have a great Longmont Startup Week.
Founded in 2010, Docketly has been part of ABC Legal since 2017. We provide appearance counsel to high-volume law firms in the areas of consumer collections, foreclosure, criminal law, and more. You're probably asking yourself, what's an appearance attorney? Many legal matters consist of short procedural hearings. It's often too expensive for law firms to send their attorneys to every single hearing, especially if those hearings are in more rural jurisdictions. Since Docketly maintains a network of over 10,000 attorneys around the country, law firms contact us to obtain knowledgeable legal counsel to stand in for their attorneys at these hearings. Docketly's automated system functions similarly to Uber and Lyft. Clients post hearings, along with relevant documents, onto Docketly's fully encrypted website. Our system then sends out notifications to all of our attorneys in that particular area. Attorneys review the information, ensure they have no conflicts of interest, and either agree to appear at the hearing or they decline it. The attorney attends the hearing, completes a report on the outcome, and submits it to our site. Only then do they get paid. Docketly's 10,000 plus attorneys are all independent contractors. When they apply to work with us, their applications are thoroughly vetted to ensure they are a good fit for our network. Their performance is constantly monitored, and we remove them from our network if they don't meet our clients' expectations. Docketly uses gamification to reward high-performing attorneys. The better they do, the more points they earn. These points allow them to move to the head of the line and receive notification of hearings before other attorneys. The more hearings an attorney covers, the more money they can earn. So that's how Docketly works. We hope you found this informative. Thanks for watching.
When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. Bury my heart in the soil that kept me alive. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. Wide open roads, the wind won't stop. But ever done a road round here we call a monument. A river like a marching band, soft place to land. Plains like an open hand, they can give and they can take away. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. Bury my heart in the soil that kept me alive. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. Under a ponderosa pine, thunder's rolling in on a summer night. I can hear a train cry, singing our small town goodbye. Some things won't change, like a sea of red on game day. The simple things built us, the seed seeds we've sown, the reason we'd come home. When I die, I hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. Bury my heart in the soil that kept me alive. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky. When I die, hang my soul from a star in that old Nebraska sky.
Gotcha.
Bury my heart in the soil that kept me alive.
Hello, everyone. That was a great morning session. So glad to have you with us. I'm Stephanie Pitts-Noggle. I am the Economic Development Specialist at Longmont Economic Development Partnership. I'm going to be with you now for the rest of the afternoon. We've got 3 great events. We've got different speakers, but our first speaker this afternoon is Valerie Eastman. Valerie is going to be talking to us about how to decide what kind of funding is right for your startup. Valerie is the founder and CEO of Winter Winds Robotics. So I'm going to just hand it right over to Valerie to give us a little insight on this very, very important and complicated topic.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. It's great to be here again with everybody here in Longmont and our friends along the Front Range. I hope that you guys have had an amazing and meaningful week, just like I have. Founders and entrepreneurs are exhausted. We have so many decisions to make. I really hope that this week has just been as meaningful to you as it has been to me. I've learned so much. We've learned that we need to reset and reprioritize, reimagine. We need to just think completely differently than we did before to get anywhere, to get to the next level in our businesses. No matter what kind of business it is that we run with our business partners. Everything's different now. And I think in some ways that's good. Others have spoken to how the pandemic helped them reevaluate their priorities. And so I think the timing has never been better to have a new take on some of the considerations, some of the brass tacks that we have to deal with as business owners. And that includes things like funding. But we can't do any of that to our best ability until we are reset, until we see this as a new opportunity rather than a new burden. We've got news that says that the Delta variant's not going away. Our kids can't get vaccinated yet. We're dealing with some realities. So I think that it's a good time. It's a good time to maybe take some revolutionary and different approaches to everything that we do. So I am going to start sharing my screen here in a second, and I'll pull this up for you guys. Okay. Let me go back here. Well, it's doing what it's doing, so we will do it live like we do in Longmont. That's how it goes here. So a little bit about me. My name is Valerie Eastman. My friends and closest coworkers call me V. That is my preferred name, but I do answer to Valerie, especially in business. So I'm a former teacher, and people laugh sometimes when they hear that. how in the heck would a teacher ever be a CEO of a robotics startup? And that's a whole other conversation, but it actually scales so beautifully. And I have never felt more sense of belonging, even in the difficulty, having come from an education background. I actually got into building robots before I even started Winter Winds because someone told me that I was incapable of doing so. And so, being the stubborn business builder that I am in other industries, I started building robots. Then I started selling robots and services, having then become interested in artificial intelligence. A little bit about Winter Winds. We were founded in February of 2018. Again, I got interested in artificial intelligence and robotics, particularly as it pertains to how educational approaches can be applied to AI and robotics. It ended up that research that I participated in led to a NASA SBIR for the quote unquote brain portion of our technology. And that technology will be merged with a piece of hardware that we're calling the Earthling AMR platform, together with the artificial intelligence. I am proud that we are majority women-owned. We are 50% women-staffed, and we have two arms of our business. So the first arm is high context services and consulting for startups, small and medium businesses, and Fortune 500s. And then kind of calling back to the NASA SBIR stuff that we've done and the Earthling AMR platform, we also have an internal suite of products that are very research and development heavy. So before we go into the common types of funding, I kind of want to make some clarifications. I also want to clarify my target audience right now. If you're an expert on funding, I am super happy for you. You may not like everything that I have to say. I am taking this from the perspective that I had when I was just starting out, and I am trying to reach people who are just starting out. So there's two reasons for that. One is I remember how it felt to feel in over my head, because prior to this, I had only lived in kind of the bootstrapped business world across several sectors. This is not my first time owning a business by any means, but I've always come from kind of a cash flow background. And because we have two other presentations today that you are going to definitely want to tune in for, that delve more deeply into the types of funding available. And I wanted to have this be kind of a precursor to those conversations. So make sure that you tune in for the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock sessions. Those are going to be extremely helpful to you. And again, some more clarification. For dilutive funding, just for the sake of being good stewards of time and making sure that other people can start their presentations on time. For dilutive funding, knowing that there are all sorts of different types, I am mostly going to be referring to angel investment and venture capital. That seems to be the most popular type of dilutive funding that is sought these days in the startup ecosystem, especially out here. And for the sake of being good stewards of time for non-dilutive funding, I will mostly be referring to savings, government grants, and loans. Those are just the most common ones that I talk to with my customers. I talk about with my customers. Those are the most common ones that I hear about, the most common ones that I have always dealt with. I'm going to try to avoid as much jargon as possible, because I remember what it's like to have not been in that world and to not know what the terminology was. If you are someone who's just starting out, or who's nervous and has this awesome idea and does not know where to start, if you are feeling lost and discouraged and you don't know for sure if you can do it, you are my audience. So when we say dilutive capital, when a business owner says dilutive capital, they are generally saying that some or a lot of ownership on what's called the capitalization table, which tells you and anybody involved with you in your business who owns what and how much over what a certain amount of time On what terms? So some of the most popular ones right now, of course, angel investment. They are typically going to give you an infusion of capital in return for a certain set amount of ownership of your company, and they typically get in very early in the game, often before you are really making profit or have customers, etc. So there's also venture capital, and that is the type of dilutive capital that we've heard a lot about in the news lately. We've heard about unicorns. We have watched or at least I have, watched the show Silicon Valley, which kind of covers the foibles of that world, and shares in some of the good parts, the very meaningful parts. So that is typically comprised of a venture group that is accountable to what's called LPs, or limited partners. And they are typically, again, these are generalities, there's different situations. They're typically going to come in at a slightly later, early to later stage than an angel investor. And they will typically give more money than an angel investor. Sometimes there's murky boundaries between the two. It just depends. Another thing we see a little bit of lately, of all things, is the traditional private equity. And I say traditional as opposed to VC because VC is a type of private equity, but there are funds popping up where traditional private equity is kind of wanting in on some of the earlier businesses as well. Sometimes we dilute for family and friends. Maybe we have a rich uncle and he wants to invest in our company. Typically, he's going to want some equity in exchange for that. So you're diluting for family and friends sometimes. Equity crowdfunding, I will, in full disclosure, I am biased against it because I'm in the B2B space, but sometimes for consumer products that can be really effective. I have seen it leveraged effectively for B2B as well, but it's just not something that, in full disclosure, that I'm super interested in as a business owner for myself. Some accelerators, you got your Techstars and Y Combinator. Some of those types of entities will dilute you just a little bit, give you a small infusion of capital, and then you get a lot of mentorship and whatnot, connections to other investors. There's a lot of skin in the game for those accelerators. So that is one way to dilute as well. Non-dilutive capital means that you are not giving up ownership on your cap table. A lot of people call this bootstrapped. I call it bootstrapped usually just because that's my primary background. One way you can bootstrap is you just use your savings, and that is crazy and it's common. But most people who start a business are crazy. So that is one way to do that. You can also take out loans at the beginning or in various stages of your company. The better off you are when you actually take the loan out. Everybody says take the loan out when you don't need it. You can get good interest rates and repay the loans over the length of the loan at some amount of interest. The lower the better. There are grants, and what I mean by that, what I'm mostly going to refer to here, as they're very popular in Colorado, are SBIR grants. There's also OEdit. The state of Colorado, I believe that they spoke today at length, so I will speak more to SBIR just a little bit based on my experience, and then we have somebody else coming on later who will dive more deeply into that topic. So typically, the SBIR program, for instance, is a research and development program where you can progress throughout phases, the first of which is typically a phase 1, and you prove that you have a proof of concept, and you are paid to suss all of that out with no dilution. Some accelerators, we have Innovate Longmont right here in Longmont, Colorado. And the Tech Venture Accelerator in Boulder are two good accelerators that come to mind around here, where you are given access to mentorship and mentorship and guidance as you start your company up, and they do not at this time take equity. Let's see, there's tax credits, which at first it doesn't seem like you might get an infusion of capital, but it can lower your tax liability. You can get research and development tax credits. You can get hub zone tax credits. Again, I'll gloss right over crowdfunding. I recommend, if that is something that piques your interest, that you Google. I say frequently, Google is your friend. And as long as you're vetting the sources that you're pulling up, that the sources seem credible, and you've run it by trusted colleagues, that the information on Google, at least as it pertains to business, in my experience, has been pretty good. There are competitions. Elon Musk's prize is going around. NASA gives runs a lot of prizes where you typically go in with, either alone or with a group of folks from other companies, and you create something epic, and then you win a prize. So that is another way to get non-dilutive capital. So as we go into the benefits and drawbacks of each, I want to clarify again that just early and often, that your mileage may vary. What is a benefit to my type of company may not be a benefit to your type of company. And what's a drawback to my type of company may not be a drawback to your type of company. I'm trying to get the gears turning in advance of the deeper dive that we will be going into at Startup Week here in just a little bit. So dilutive benefits. Let's just, for the sake of simplicity, say that this is venture capital. Let's say you've gotten your prototype for whatever it is, you've got some letters of intent, maybe you got a SIBR award or some kind of grant, maybe your market, because you need to do market research before you even think about capital. Maybe your market research is saying there's just this hot opportunity, it's frothy. Maybe investors are hitting you up on LinkedIn and at the events that you attend. So there's benefits there. The first obvious one is that you have money now to scale. Even though you may have given up some control of your company, you have somebody else on the board, more opinions, you have money. You can scale, you can grow, and conceivably, you also get the support of an investor network. I have customers who are both bootstrapped and who have taken on dilutive capital, and the ones who have a good experience, it typically is just a great experience. They have awesome investors. That board seat that they take, it lends itself to even more wisdom in board meetings, more just availability of resources. So you have somebody who has skin in the game to make your company successful. You've probably already noticed as an entrepreneur that you get the companies that raise capital get good press. And when you get good press, you kind of get a reputation and you can staff up faster, and there's this perception of success, and you have all of these top talented people wanting to come work for your startup. And that is an awesome feeling. And these benefits cannot be understated. When it's done right, it's just amazing. With everything though, there are benefits and drawbacks. Raising capital, and I wish that more startup founders understood this, that to do it right, to raise that dilutive capital the right way is a full-time job for the founder CEO. Some of the other founders may be included in that, and sometimes it is not the right fit or the right time when you could be building up your internal capabilities and kicking ass on the development and traction of your product. And I see time and time again in the executives that I have advised over the years, in customer engagements, how time consuming it is. And there is a reason for that. It's valid. I am not bashing the process, but I am saying, if you want to raise capital, please be prepared that to do it the right way, to find your heart investor, so to speak, to find that exact right fit for your company and your mission and your team, that it is intensive. It is intensive. The next point that I want to make is controversial, and it is not brought up enough. One of the things I love about Longmont and Longmont Startup Week is that we are a little bit more blunt in all of the right ways about some of the things that are wrong that we see around us. And we don't do that in a punitive way. We do that because we want to be movers and shakers, and we want to improve things for not just our company, but for companies around us. It's one of the most supportive ecosystems I have ever personally encountered. And so I'm saying that in this spirit, that investment can be extremely exclusionary for women and BIPOC. So I'll give you a little bit of Googleable information. Some of the statistics vary. You're smart, you started a company or you're about to start a company, you can vet this for yourself. In 2020, women received a little more than 2% of venture capital. That was down from 2019, where they received almost 3%. A little better, women receive about 19% of angel investment. Men who apply for startup funding had a 60% higher likelihood of being funded than women did in 2020. Even though many studies, I'm sure there are ones that say something different, but many studies show that women return over twice the investment that men do. Only 1% of VC goes to Black folks. Only 2% of VC goes to Latinx folks. Investors who might be in the audience, I'm going to use my platform for just a moment to speak directly to you, and then I'll go back to the presentation. I'm not trying to be cruel. I'm not trying to have a political conversation, but this is a big problem. I cannot speak for people of color, but I can speak to being a woman. And if you listen to the experiences of women trying to raise capital, it can be discouraging. We need change. In the long run, you are only really hurting yourselves by leaving out entire demographics. There are trillions of potential returns on the table for you. Please invest in other demographics. These are the facts. They're not pretty, and they are real. So back to some of the dilutive drawbacks. Feasibly, you're giving up control of your company when you dilute. Usually 20% or so. It can vary, just like anything with any of this. 20% kind of goes for a seed round typically, or an early stage, what's called Series A. Some accelerators, like I mentioned before, might take around 6% in exchange for stipends or small amounts of capital. So this loss of control means that you do have more opinions to contend with. The investors, rightly so, get a board seat. They have infused your company with tons of money, and they get to provide their opinions because now they are vested, have vested interest in the trajectory of your company. So to that point, venture funds are incentivized by their very nature. Of course, there are some that are different. There are some who have changed kind of the way that it's done, but venture funds are typically incentivized to get you to grow fast, which is not the same as profit. They want the perception of a high value so that they can exit with as much money as possible. This can lead to skewed valuations compared to cash flow businesses based on funding rounds rather than hard numbers. That might be a drawback for some companies. That might not matter for some companies. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what it is. So when you dilute, there's generally, with most situations, going to be an exit requirement, which means at the end that you're either going to be bought out, and depending on liquidation preference terms, and I'll try not to get too much into the terminology. Again, you can Google common venture capital terms. I have found that to be pretty helpful over the years, and in my conversations with folks across the spectrum, both diluted and non-diluted. So again, you might be bought out depending on liquidation preference terms on the term sheet. Founders can end up getting fired at the exit. It happens. Sometimes they have to stay on the team. And again, depending on the type of term sheet they get, they can lose their IP and all money beyond a salary. And before I kind of go into some of the next point about the benefits of dilution, Stephanie, do we have any questions in the audience?
So far, the only question is about where to get a copy of these slides, but just to let everybody know, any presentations that are made available and all the recordings from today and this whole week's sessions are going to be made available on the Longmont Startup Week website. So stay tuned for that.
Excellent, thank you. And then just also at the end of the presentation, I'll have my email address up. Just message me and I will send you a copy as well. Thanks, Stephanie. So again, benefits and drawbacks to everything. Nothing is, in my opinion, super fixed. So the benefits of non-dilution. So feasibly, you have more control over your company. It means fewer opinions. As long as you're not bringing on a bunch of other co-founders, you can control who your co-founders are, who your business partners are, which means fewer shareholders. And if it could mean that you're more aligned and able to set what constitutes value to shareholders. This also means that you could have more control over your R&D budgets and the kind of the roadmap for those, because those are typically set in part by the investors when you do take investment. And that means it's easier to pivot. If you started out in a market that is kind of fizzling out a little bit, you can pivot your entire business model as long as the existing shareholders are all okay with it. And just what I've anecdotally noticed is that is easier to do when the original founders are all involved. The other thing that may not matter to some companies, but may to others, just depending on kind of their backgrounds, is that you're getting real valuations. When you do your 409A to set up your, that's a valuation of your company that's real and tangible. And it, when you're not diluted, it goes off of what's called your EBITDA, and that's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. So these are all tangible numbers. Valuations for dilutive funding can be more murky. Again, I'll try not to go into too much of the jargon. That's also a searchable, kind of a searchable situation. You're also technically getting a no exit rush if the other founders are okay with that. Just because of the nature of the business, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but typically when you dilute, you are signing up for a predetermined number of years until an exit or an IPO type situation is required. And so sometimes that doesn't work for some of the companies focused on sustainability or who have very like mission critical organizations. For some companies that works great. It's perfect. It's a great fit. So again, this might not be a drawback for some companies. The last point, again, everything's just kind of subject to interpretation, but generally a cash flow business, if they have a good leadership team and an even better product suite, can typically dilute later and raise funding when there's a real need to actually scale and the demand is really high and the market is just right. So again, very nuanced conversation, very nuanced situation. And I hope some of you guys are starting to get the gears turning. What is right for me? What is right for my company? Non-dilutive drawbacks. I need you guys to understand cash flow businesses are brutally hard. You are dealing with real numbers. You are dealing with real valuations. You are dealing with money in, money out, optimization of taxes. You are in contact with your accountant a whole lot. Debt will almost assuredly be a part of life at some point. And the main owners, typically it can vary from 10% ownership or 15 and above % ownership. Main owners will always be on the hook in some way. Your house may be leveraged as collateral, for instance, if you take out a loan. Your spouse might need to sign too. This kind of stuff can affect relationships. It can affect marriages. I didn't put this in the slides just because I forgot, but there's a gentleman named Scott Galloway who talks about the importance of your choice in a spouse being a vital part of your life as an entrepreneur, and I can attest to that. Everything feels very expensive, whether it's the cell phone bills or the Canva subscription or the rent or the utilities. Every line item stands out more. And I would say that this also can be a benefit because it makes owners, founders more fiscally responsible and more careful. And that's something that I personally, on the principle of the thing, believe is good. But the stress that it causes is real. It can also be difficult to scale without big dilutive infusions of capital. I've seen in both customer relationships and in my own endeavors that hardware can be really hard to scale in multiple industries without large amounts of capital, for which most of us, unless we have a massive amount of savings accumulated, is impossible without big infusions of capital. And I also want to clarify, when I say scale, I don't mean growth. Growth means adding revenue at the same pace that you're adding resources, and scaling means adding revenue at a much greater rate than your cost. So for startups, that's a pretty big consideration. Additionally, lending options also depend upon economic forces a lot of the time. Interest rates, bank health, the amount of other companies needing loans, all of these affect you getting a loan. There is the saying that debt is cheaper than equity, though, and in most cases, I happen to agree with that. One thing I did also forget to add on the slideshow is that SBIR grants, of which we are recipients, and the like, can be very difficult to help you on cash flow projections. And if you have a talented team that needs a good salary, like mine does, Front Range, high salaries, boom, 6 figures every time. You're not going to be able to make profit on most of these types of phase one, especially the phase one projects are not going to get you much, if any, profit. They are a good vehicle for an R&D budget, though, and there's also a drawback to them is there's a lot of red tape. I always try to see every drawback in the kind of within the framework of a longer term benefit. It helped us be a lot more organized and learn to work within a lot of different settings. I just want to clarify something. I've used very, very strong speech. I think that's good given everything that we've been through over the past year and a half. I think it's good to be open, and I think it's good to be honest, but I think it's important to keep in mind that we need to be nuanced as well. Dilutive funding is not inherently bad. VCs are not bad inherently. There's good VCs, there's bad VCs. It's just different than non-dilutive. Investors also have a business to run. They must collect a return on their investment for their funds to stay alive. It's just a different way. Non-dilutive funding is not inherently bad. It's just hard in its own ways. So hopefully I've given you just a few things to start thinking about as you've gone through this week and you feel hopefully just as refreshed and revitalized as I do. Hopefully now you feel like you can start making some of these hard decisions. It's a process. You need to ask yourself a few questions. These are some of the questions that I asked myself. They're not the only questions, they're just a good starting place. How much control can I give up now? That doesn't even mean from a jerk standpoint, like I'm a controlling person. It's a multifaceted kind of question. How much can you give up? Are you in a situation where you need to keep your cap table open? How fast do I want to grow this? So if you want to have more of a sustainable type growth, there are not going to be, almost no investors are going to want to invest. And I say almost because there are some VC groups that are starting to see the benefit to maybe taking a more sustainable approach to growth. But they're typically requiring at least 10 times their return on investment over 5 years. Again, there's always different situations, but how fast do you want to grow this? Which leads into how fast can you reasonably go? What's your family situation? What are your people going through? What are your co-founders going through? Are they in a situation where they can roll up their sleeves and basically work sunrise to sunset to grow this as quickly as necessary to be considered a success? How much risk are you willing to take on? Each side of this coin tends to think that they take on the most risk. I see it more of, again, just two sides of the same coin. I think that in some ways there are bigger risks, some ways there are smaller risks to both. It's very nuanced. There's different risks for each type of funding. In my opinion, which is biased, you may come to a different conclusion. VC funding is less risky to the individual, even though it's potentially extremely humiliating for folks if they fail. You kind of get a reputation if you fail after taking capital. You can also lose all of your IP potentially to someone else. You can watch the company that you built proliferate without you. It can also go really well. It can go amazingly well. Look at all the unicorns. Look at all the famous cool people in Silicon Valley. In my opinion, bootstrapping, not diluting, is personally very risky, stressful, and hard. So I had to ask myself these same questions. And I think that you guys, nobody's surprised to hear that for now, I am not diluted. And I want to give you guys just a little bit of background as to why that is. Not that I owe anybody an explanation, and you don't either, except for your current shareholders and your people. We were not ready to give up control yet, mostly because of the pandemic. We actually monetized at the beginning of 2020 after a couple years of R&D. And in late January of 2020, people started talking about COVID. It wasn't real yet. Hadn't really proven to be in the States yet, but I just had a feeling in the pit of my stomach that trouble was coming. I have a highly technical team. I have a lot of experience with executive advising. We huddled and we decided we could keep this thing open on services and R&D. And that ended up being such a good idea for us. Am I perfect? No. No. Is my company perfect? No. But my people needed me. There were deaths of immediate family members, personal crises. People had to learn to work from home. We were forced as a hardware company to work from home. How the hell do you even do that? We did it because we did not raise capital. I would have had to go out, I guess virtually via Zoom, and work full-time running a campaign to raise capital. It's a full-time job. I was able to lead and love my team imperfectly Do I have some regrets about how I handled it? Yeah, I was stressed too. And I would like to think that I could have been there for my people in that way, but I don't think I could have. I also watched some of my colleagues lose funding using COVID as an excuse. So this is hard. Your mileage may vary, that's all right. Funding is a nuanced, complex, and ongoing consideration. Funding also isn't necessarily either or as it pertains to dilution. Many successful companies leverage both. Here are some resources that helped me decide. I'll leave those up on the screen for a second. It's almost time for questions. And again, this presentation will be made available. I'll just say my two very favorite, zebrasunite.coop and Venture Deals by Brad Feld. They both take an opposite kind of stance in some ways. Very good resources. Here's my contact info. If you want to talk to me, I'm really invested in making sure that I do my part to help other entrepreneurs not give up, including you. Thank you. Stephanie, are there any questions?
We've got some great questions. Thank you
Okay.
so much, V. We really appreciate, I for one, really appreciated your unvarnished, frank description of raising funds and your experiences. So thank you very much. It's very refreshing to hear that kind of honesty. It would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to briefly plug something that V mentioned earlier, which would be the Innovate Longmont Accelerator. We're currently accepting applications for that. You can go to innovatelongmont.org in order to apply, especially if you have an early stage smart manufacturing or technology startup. So that would be the right place for you. So I'm going to start with actually a question. This is my own question.
Okay.
I have a partner who also received an SBIR award, and it was a very difficult and trying time for everybody in my home. So I'm just wondering a little bit about your own personal experience with that. I think the SBIR comes off to a lot of people as a very almost like free money. I think that's the one source of quote unquote free money
right.
that's available to private companies. So I'm just wondering a little bit about your experience with that.
Yeah, I resonate with that. It was a very difficult situation. It was a very difficult process. And because we were awarded our phase one during the pandemic, there were many hiccups. There was a lot of red tape. You have to time keep very, very stringently. And the government rightly believes that when they hand you that grant, you are a steward of government money. And so we really took that to heart as a public benefit corporation. And so it's not magical. It's not magical. I'm somebody who thrives on kind of hard stuff, and I appreciate the opportunity to get better from it, but it is hard. There is red tape. The proposal process is not magical, it's rigorous, and you must write a scientific paper that makes sense, that meets the objectives of whatever funding department in the SBIR program is in their solicitations. You have to be very careful how you craft that. You have to do it exactly how you say. Before you even get the award, you have to be set up in the SBA portal. You have to have a DUNS number. You have to have, it's a long process. So the free money is not free money. There's a trade-off, just like I mentioned before. So
thank you so much for that insight. One of our attendees wants to know, what should they look for in an investor?
That's a good question. I will very briefly touch on that. And then I really think that the folks speaking after me will have even more in-depth kind of answers there. So it's always good to make sure that there's mission alignment. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Google is your best friend. Seasoned entrepreneurs are your best friend. There are typically, I think Innovate Longmont is a best friend, but I'm biased having come out of that program. Ask Google, ask the trusted people in your sphere of influence. You really need a mission alignment, and you need to also, and I won't go into this, but just write it as a tick mark if it's a question of yours. Ask them how far into their fund they are. That's a really big consideration for reasons we don't have time for today. And ask them what success means for them. Understand too that if they say maybe, they're almost assuredly saying no. So if you have an investor that's saying maybe, move on. They're going to tell you yes right away if they're interested.
Great. All right, so this I think is a really, really meaningful question. So I'm really, really looking forward to hearing your answer. But can you give recommendations for women and other underrepresented groups when applying for funding?
Yeah, it's hard. One of the reasons, in addition to the pandemic, that I have not in earnest, gone after this type of funding is because I know what I'm up against. You might get a lot of phone calls. Prepare for the rejection. One thing that can help, there are Facebook groups. If you type into the search bar, Women Entrepreneurs Support Network, there's a really good one. Startup for Women Founders. It'll be pretty obvious that it's not like one of the MLM heavy ones, but there are women of all races, sexual orientations, levels of expertise and experience. That's been a really good resource for me. I really like Zebra, the Zebra Co-op, really like it. They really serve as a support system. I just haven't joined yet because I honestly have been so busy running my company, but that's on my to-do list. I'm very excited about their mission. If you go to their website mentioned on the previous slide, everything they said just resonated so much with me, and they really cater to women founders and founders of color. You can, again, Google, search BIPOC friendly investors, women friendly investors. That's what I have for that.
Well, I really appreciate your perspective on that. So this is a fun question. You are a bootstrapped company, very, very impressive for a hardware company, but can you give some other examples of successful bootstrapped companies?
Yeah, and I'll start right here in Colorado, SparkFun. We're customers, we're prolific customers of SparkFun. There, as far as I know, they at least started out bootstrapped, a very cool team, very cool facility. Patagonia, a favorite out here. If you don't have Patagonia fleece, I don't even have, why do you live here? So that they bootstrapped. GoPro, GitHub, and MailChimp are just a few that come to mind.
Those are some big names. So yeah, that's a good list. Thank you so much for sharing that. We also have another question. How much money should I try to raise?
Yes. So again, I think that the folks speaking after me might be able to give more detailed answers to this, but I always say to people I'm advising, both as much as you can and as little as you can. And the reason why that, so you don't want to ever guess the amount of money that you want to raise. You want to raise an exact number. You need to have metrics to back it up, and you need to have a roadmap for the amount, and you need to communicate that early and often to your investors. So crunch the numbers obsessively. Do not ever guess. Do not ever try to guess high. You don't want an artificial investment or an artificial valuation. I've seen it time and time again, those artificially high valuations, meaning if you raise too much, you become valued too high. That can really, really hurt you later if it's not the exact right number.
Something you see on Shark Tank a lot.
Oh, really? I haven't watched.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a big thing on
Is
that.
it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So on that topic, I'm actually curious. Let's say you are trying to approach coming up with some kind of a valuation, and maybe you're not so much of a money person.
Mhm.
Is there someone or a kind of person that you might recommend founders could reach out to serve as almost like a mentor or to help guide them through that process, because it is so complicated?
I really like the fractional CFOs in the Front Range. I really do. There's a lot of talent out here. They know that there's a market. They're really dedicated. I have a fractional CFO right now. It's great. I really can't recommend it enough. And it works great for those folks because that's what they want to be doing in kind of when you don't need a full-time CFO. That comes, very, very soon after kind of the early stage, but it's really worked for our company.
And we have a little bit more time, but I was just wondering if you could talk just a little bit more about the role of a fractional CFO and like how that works in a business. Just it's something that's it's a newer and more niche concept. So
So it depends. It depends on like the goals of your company. Some fractional CFOs kind of serve as hyper accountants. Like if you're bootstrapped and you don't have any intention of raising, they try to maximize a lot of times on your R&D tax credits or making sure that you are preparing good runway. And then if you are somebody who's wanting to raise, a lot of times those types of folks either will work directly with a raise, or they will be part of a company of CFOs where they have another specialist CFO fractional CFO who focuses on the funding. So
thank you so much for that additional information. And thank you so much for not just speaking today, but V really makes herself very available to the community, to individuals, a tireless champion for women, especially in STEM. So I really appreciate that we were able to hear you speak today. Thank you so much for speaking. Thank you everyone for tuning in. That's the end of this session, but stay tuned for our next session. It's going to be starting shortly. First, I just want to say thank you to our sponsors. I also want to make sure everyone knows what's coming up later this afternoon. The next panel is called The Entrepreneurial Dilemma to Give, Take, or Keep Equity. So very much on the same theme of what we just heard. I hope you all stick around for that. But if you're unable to stick around, or if you just want to keep the party going after hours, tonight from 4 p.m. until 7 p.m., we have our closing night trivia party at 300 Suns. So that's going to be really fun. I know how much everybody enjoys trivia. Just to go back to our sponsors for a moment, just want to make sure to shout out our platinum sponsors, Art Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, which I am from. If you do have actually, I meant to mention this earlier, but if you are interested in some of these tax credits, which are it's not a very fun name for them, but they are very powerful, very useful. If you want to know a little bit more about that, I'm actually the one who oversees that program. So I'm available, Stephanie at longmont.org. I'd be happy to talk you through how to get and take advantage of those tax credits. But thank you so much, everybody. Now we're going to be going to commercial, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like my son Kennedy, have one of the highest unemployment rates in our state. Please make employment of people with disabilities a priority.
What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds, sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't want to go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds, sunshine above and roots below? What if we're just here to grow? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds, sunshine above and roots below? Flowers waiting through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters, or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds, sunshine above and roots below? What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't want to go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds, sunshine above and roots below? What if we're just here to grow? supposed to know what the future holds. Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers waiting through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for. In a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going. We just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our second afternoon panel. Once again, I'm Stephanie Pitts-Noggle. I am going to be hosting this panel discussion. I am the Economic Development Specialist at the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. And today, we're going to be talking about the entrepreneurial dilemma to give, take, or keep equity. We have three amazing panelists. I'm actually going to let the three of them introduce themselves. They've got a wealth of very interesting experience, so I'm very much looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Hi there. Just to introduce myself, my name is David Mans. I spent about 25 years as a business consultant, primarily focused on the field of information technology and business process consulting. I spent 14 years of that working for Verizon as a global solutions consultant, performing assessment of businesses, business technology, processes, and teams. And I live here in Longmont myself with my wife and a 14-month-old who just started walking and climbing on the same day, which has been quite a challenge to keep up with. As an investor, I'm a newer investor. I invested in a local business here about a year ago, and hope to share some of that experience with you today.
What's up, guys? My name is David Harvey. I grew up in Akron, Ohio. I am a entrepreneur. I like to focus on like marketing, strategies, development, and I just have the entrepreneur spirit. I've had lots of successes, lots of failures, went homeless, came back, just kind of on this journey just for fun and the love of business. So I live locally here in Longmont. I actually started my third company actually locally here in Longmont, so that's why I'm here.
Nice. Hi there, everyone. Welcome. My name is Lorne Noble, CEO and co-founder of Simple Startup, a fractional finance and accounting firm supporting young businesses across Colorado primarily, but also across the US as a whole and internationally. And yeah, my background is as an analyst. I spent many years crunching some numbers on Excel. I'm proud to say that I'm one of those number geeks. Been working in Simple Startup for the last 7 years, leading that business, driving it forward, and actually supporting some fantastic local businesses, taking them from where they are today to where they want to go tomorrow. So I'm excited to be on this panel today and talking about equity and how that can help your business going forward.
Well, it's great to have everyone here. We're going to jump right in. I'm going to start with David Manns. We have two Davids, of course, so I'm going to make sure that I say everybody's last name every time. So David's going to be speaking much more from the investor's perspective as he has that experience. So we'll just jump right in. Why might a business want to take on an equity investment?
So yeah, a few reasons the business wants to take on an equity investor. Typically, the business is could be a startup, a newer company, or perhaps a riskier business that is struggling to get traditional financing. And so and the equity investor is going to be a route to raise capital in a situation where you're not able to go to a bank to get a SBA loan for those various reasons. So a couple other reasons. One would be it's a situation where maybe you are looking to stimulate some growth in the business and are lacking perhaps some expertise or some resources. Bringing on an equity investor might be a great way to add some experience to your team where you might be lacking or having gaps. For example, perhaps you have a great product and an operations team and able to produce a product, but maybe you don't have a strong background in marketing. So bringing on an equity investor who does have that experience, say with marketing, would be a way to augment your team. That would help you to both bring in some new capital as well as bring in some experience that would help your business with that growth.
Great, thanks so much. So let's say you've made the decision to go ahead and seek that equity investment. What kind of business fundamentals are you looking for when you're investing in companies?
So for me, there are a couple of things I was looking for and that I look for when I want to invest. One, just following up with what I was saying is a business where the environment and the situation will complement my skills and my background. As an equity investor, I'm not looking to just throw some capital to a business. I'm also looking to participate in the business as well. And depending on the situation, that might involve different levels of participation. It could be just in general overall business management, reviewing reports and guiding the management team, or it could even be a more involved direct management, even getting down into the day-to-day operations. But certainly, I'm looking for a team and a situation that complements my background and my skills. My background being primarily in information technology. Again, and not so strong, say, in marketing. But in that environment, if there was a team that had a great product but struggled with marketing, that wouldn't be a good fit for me. On the other hand, if there was a team that had a great creative thinkers and a solid strategy. However, perhaps their information technology or business processes were a mess, a disaster. I would love to walk into a situation like that, because I know that that's a situation that would complement my skills, that I'd be able to provide value to the business. And really, it's looking for a way to bring value to that business in addition to just the capital. So the capital would help enable the business, but it's that expertise and that guidance that also helps the business to achieve those strategic goals.
So that was some of the more tangible things that a group or a team would have that you'd be looking for. What about some of the intangible things, the qualities or character traits that you might be looking for in an entrepreneur you want to invest in or work with?
Sure. So, when it comes to business, there's also personalities involved at the end of the day. And I want to work with a business that it's something that I can be proud of. I want to work with a business that has a product or service that I can talk to people about and feel good about, that it matches my goals and values. And at the end of the day is something that, where I feel that my contributions are creating something better, either for individuals or a community or really for the world in general. We all make the world a better place a bit at a time, and really it's in business where we can see our contributions help a community or help people that where we see that value.
So some of your responses have already touched on this, but maybe you could specifically speak to what are some of the things that you can bring, some of that value that you can bring beyond just the capital that you're offering to a team? And would this be something that all investors share in common?
Sure. So I think that, any investor, and not every investor is going to be a good fit for an investee. And you want to find those complementary skills, whether it's in general management expertise, whether it's in a specific part of the business like marketing or finance or IT or operations. I think it's important that you find a good fit. That when you're bringing on an equity investor, that's a very involved relationship. And as an equity investor, I'm looking for a team that I can connect with, where I can feel that I can be involved and help build something together, to where what I'm contributing is going to help the business achieve those strategic goals. And really, as an equity investor, I'm getting involved in a business that's potentially higher risk but higher reward, and therefore there will be a lot of pressure, a lot of intensity to build something fast.
Great, thanks so much. Why don't we pivot a little bit? David Harvey, our serial entrepreneur here. If you wouldn't mind giving us a little insight on the investee or the entrepreneur's perspective, how do you know if you're ready to raise capital or participate with equity investors?
Yeah, I mean, it really kind of comes down to each individual person, and each individual person who's on the entrepreneurship journey, they have their own vision, and no one else in the world will ever understand your vision. And that's the biggest key factor is being able to maintain your vision. But with that being said, you have to understand who you are as a person and what you lack in business. What are your weaknesses and what are your strong suits? There's hundreds of different segments to business, as Mans had touched on, between IT, marketing, sales, development, data analysts. There's so many different factors. You can't be the best at everything. You're the best at what you are best at. So really, going down is you simply asking yourself, what are you best at, and being honest with yourself and sticking to what you're best at. And being honest with yourself with what am I bad at? Like, what do I lack in, and don't focus your energy on the weaknesses, but nearly find someone to complement your weaknesses.
Great. And what do you think is the most important thing to know about your business when you're seeking an investor?
Yeah, and it's kind of a similar answer, like you look at yourself, you be honest with yourself, but then you also look at your business and you be honest with your business. But when you have the vision and when you're thinking ahead and you know exactly what you want and you wake up every single morning in your life and you see the same vision that you see, you got to look at the day-to-day as well. Like, are you where you're at, where you want to be, with what you're picturing and what you're envisioning in your head? No. And that's where you have to be honest, do an analysis on your own business. Is your business doing well? Is it doing bad? Why is it doing bad? How are you going to plug that hole? Is that something that complements your weakness? Like, is the reason why it's bad is because that's what you're doing bad at? And really just understanding where your business is at and where you personally are at within yourself on your journey, and being able to sit there and really think, like, what is it that I need? What is it that my company needs in order to become healthier?
So just going off of what you just said, so let's say you've decided it's time to get an investor, you're really, you want to find somebody who's a good fit. How do you go about doing that? And not just finding them, but also what kind of questions do you ask when you're actually talking to them to ascertain that good fit?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'm a very direct person. I like to, I don't even talk about the business in the beginning. I just simply figure out who that person is in their heart, like, that's the most important. If you can trust that person, if can be honest with that person, and they're not trying to take away what your vision is. That's the biggest thing, is like, when you're raising money, it's because they believe in what you believe in, and you're the only person that will ever know, like, exactly where you want to be at in life. And when it comes to that investor, they will complement the things that are weaknesses, and then you trust that person's vision to connect with yours. But you are the sole driven person within that company. You are what you're trying to make the change in the world on what you're doing and what you believe in. And when it comes to it, I like to get to know the person first. Like, I'll be honest, there's millions of people out there that will invest. It's the matter of finding the right person, the person you can connect with, the person who you believe in, the person who believes in you, and making sure that you guys complement each other very well.
And you have such an interesting biography. You've started businesses. Have any of them taken on equity investment?
Well, this was my first business that I actually had raised money for. And there are complications, you'll always have complications and disagreements, but it's, like I said, it's about finding the right people who you can compromise with. Prior to this, I was all self-built. I mean, I started a company from literally $20, and I grew it into an entire retail store. I grew it into a skate park for kids to build a community. I was printing skateboards for multiple different bands, like famous bands and stuff, where they would market to my website, purchase from the website, and we would print the skateboards on there. As for that, like, I was always self-driven, but I failed very quickly in that business model. The company grew pretty big. It was like $500,000 a year at the most, and that was when I was 19 to 21. And then I realized, like, I can't do everything. Like, there's so much to it once you get to that level that it just failed upon itself. And that's when I drove out to Colorado from Ohio. I just packed my bags and I restarted everything. Like, living in my car, had nothing, like, restarted my entire life. And I started meeting people. Like, whenever you go to find investors, like, if you're going out in the world trying to look for investors, that's one of the hardest things, is just to find that person that you can connect with. I mean, I used to go just downtown, right? I would pick out the biggest building, and I would walk into that building and figure out a way I could get the owner's phone number. You gotta take the chance. Like, if you see a guy driving a Lamborghini, obviously he has capital. So you just go up to the dude, talk to the dude, ask him how you can get better in life. Like, this is where I'm at in my current stage of business. How do I get to where you're at? How do I be able to get the network to you and just learn from you as a person, you know, and be humble about it, you know? And that's what people will respect about you is the hustle, honestly, like the faith and believing in yourself. But it all starts within your own heart, you know? It all comes from yourself and just making sure that you understand who you are as a person.
And is there someone in this room who maybe has invested in your business?
Maybe so. Yeah. He was actually my investor, sitting next to me, David Mans.
Twist.
So plot twist. Yeah. Surprise. But no, it was great. You know, we had multiple offers. Like, we flew out to LA, spent some time in Huntington Beach. We own a skateboard manufacturer, so we're manufacturing for brands across the world. And we took a tour of one of the biggest manufacturers in Huntington Beach, met up with a couple really wealthy dudes. One guy actually owns Incipio, like one of the biggest phone case companies in the world. And he actually taught me this piece of advice. He said, whenever you meet someone that you feel is willing to invest, just make sure that your future aligns with the person. Like, where do you see yourself in 3 years from now? And then I told him, obviously, and he's like, you need to think bigger. Think as big as you possibly can. If you think that, oh, I just want to own one store, let's say in Longmont, you need to say, I want to own a rocket ship that's going to the moon next year. And when you have that vision, you build upon that plan backwards. Now, it's never going to end up being there, but at the same time, you're gonna fall short of that. Versus falling short of owning a store, you're gonna fall short of a rocket ship. And so that's you know, I ended up meeting Mans before, and when this investor told me, hey, you know, like, I need an IT plan. This is the first guy I called. He goes to my church. Like, I was like, hey, give me a quote. You know, I have a potential investor in this company. And then he's like, well, I'm actually interested in investing. And I'm like, what the heck? So, like, everything will fall together. You know, you just got to be true to yourself and true to people and be humble about everything. Sorry, I probably went off track a little bit, but.
And you know, one thing that just jumped out at me that you were saying was going back to the vision for the business. You know, if every business owner, every entrepreneur starts off with a dream, with a vision, and you know, any investor, you know, they're not necessarily coming from that perspective. You know, they don't have that same vision or dream. And you know, the equity investor, you know, they're going to be concerned about you know, the growth and the stability of the business, and are coming from a little bit different perspective. However, it is important that when you're finding that equity investor, that you are, as a business owner, communicating that vision and that dream, and that the equity investor is on board with that. And so, you know, when it comes to day-to-day operational things or how to go about doing things, we may have disagreements, but we are in agreement with the goal, with the vision of the business. And I think that's a very important thing to consider when finding a good match for an equity investor.
Absolutely, that's most important. One of the things that I learned on my journey from my last business to now is my whole focal point on life was drastically different. I started in business being like, oh, I want to be rich. I want to have all the money in the world so I can gloat to people, so I can feel better than people. And, you know, when I lost everything, it opened my eyes. And when I moved into my car, it really, you know, showed me the perspective from like making like the person I was. It wasn't a good person, you know, and I needed to humble myself down. And I changed my focal point from, oh, I want to start this business for money, to I want to start this business so I can build skate parks all across the world. I can build a community. I can help kids that are in need. And next thing you know, we have been so blessed with being able to do that. We've traveled to Colombia and hosted events for kids who literally are skateboarding on boards that are broken and screwed together. And I brought 10 boards there, and I made the world happy down there. And, you know, that is my ultimate goal with everything that I'm doing now. And if I could teach you one thing that I've learned for myself, don't make it about money. Money will come, money will follow. You know, you'll be blessed with whatever happens along your journey. It's just make sure your heart's good. Make sure that you're promoting positivity and trying to help as many people as possible in life.
And I'd add to that to say that your passion, your drive, your purpose for your business is entirely infectious. And so therefore that's what is attractive to the investors, that's what's attractive to the team, that's what's attractive to customers. And so you build kick-ass businesses off that alone.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Well, speaking of attraction, I've always thought of the investor-entrepreneur relationship as being not dissimilar to an attempt to date online, which if anyone's done that will know it's a harrowing prospect. But I was just wondering, what was that moment when you guys more or less, I'd like to hear from both of you, realize that there was something there was some kind of chemistry, or what was that experience like of knowing this is the right person?
Did you guys go on a date? Where'd you go?
Yeah, where'd you go?
Many dates.
Where can I pick up investors, you know?
We met at one of the coffee shops. You know, I don't remember the name.
In the middle of COVID, by the way. So,
but no, I mean, I ended up having a history with him. And like, it's a lot of faith-based. I go to church with him. He actually baptized me, and when I start getting proud of myself, when I start going back to my old ways, you know, he's a person that can like be like, hey, you need to slow down a little bit. You need to humble yourself. You need to realize like what the vision is, because you know we've made sales that I can't even comprehend how we do our financials. Like I can't even believe it within a year. And you know, that can get to your head. Like you can feel like you're better than this other company, or you want to fight with this like other company who's in the same business as you because you're better than them. And you know, that part is what sold me for him, you know, is the fact that he can complement my weaknesses. And my weaknesses, you know, sometimes I get above my head. I become proud of myself. And you know, within my faith that I believe in, I need to maintain, you know, the loving aspect of everyone and treating everyone the exact same as each individual person. And I didn't even expect him to invest. I just went to him to simply be like, hey, I have an investor, like, you want to make some money from doing IT development for us? Like, here's another gig for you. And he said it, and I just told everyone else, hey, no, I'm good. Like, you guys are good people, but they're not going to be as in-depthly involved with me personally and in my personal self.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about finding as an investor looking for a situation where which complements your skill sets. You know, David has this energy and these creative ideas and these great things that you know that I don't come up with myself. And but what I bring in is a little bit of a discipline and structure around that to kind of keep those things focused and moving towards those overall goals that we all agree on for the business. And so yeah, when I first started talking to him, I felt like it was a situation where our skills and capabilities were complementary, where you know each one of us brought something that would help the business. One thing I was just thinking of is, you know, he when we had our first meeting and he presented me with this amazing, beautiful 100-page business plan, and I skimmed the first page, and that was about it. And it's you know, from an investor perspective, you know, those detailed business plans are great when you're pursuing traditional financing or an SBA loan. You know, they want to see those details. As an equity investor, I want to you know, not read a 100-page report. I want to be able to have a conversation about the goals, about the opportunity, get enough information to do my own evaluation of the business and the opportunity, typically through asking for information or having conversations to make to help me understand if it's the right fit or what I feel is a good opportunity.
I mean, ultimately, you're looking to see the whites of their eyes, right? Because at this stage of the business, there's a lot of risk. You want to try and ensure that you minimize that risk by truly trusting each other, right? And I think that's one of the biggest things here. And I think that both Davids have been mentioning here about the relationship, ultimately, the kind of the courting of the investee and the investor. And ultimately, it's like a marriage. Right, it's almost even harder to get out of a business than it is to get out of a marriage these days. But I think that's what it is, and so really truly understanding each other is critical to making sure you're on the same path going forward.
Very true.
So we've been talking a lot about equity and the relationship between an investor and investee, but Lauren, turning to you now, I'm curious, what are some of the other alternatives to an equity investment that you might encourage people to consider?
Yeah, well, there are many alternatives to think about, and it all really somewhat depends on where and what stage of the business you're at. There are clearly more opportunities available the more mature your company is. There are somewhat less opportunities available as a kind of a growing fledgling startup without any credit. But really, the two main areas here that I want to focus in on is equity is one side of the equation. Debt and forms of debt is another side of the equation. And so what's the difference? Well, debt is a loan. It takes priority in terms of payback over the equity investor. So the equity investor ultimately takes on more risk. Not every company, to David's comments earlier, can actually take debt. They may not have the credit worthiness, but there are many different things that you can think of that are structured as debt. We mentioned traditional financing, so it depends at what stage of business that you're at, whether those loans, lines of credits are available to you, but that's always something you should be asking of your bank manager. You may be able to get more favorable terms and more availability from more local community banks than large banks, for instance. We mentioned SBA loans as well. Now, whilst they're not necessarily possible for every company to get, it's very, very wide-ranging, and many, many businesses can get them. The SBA loans is the Small Business Administration, just so that everyone understands that. It's a government-backed initiative to where they back these loans that lenders provide, ultimately de-risking these loans for lenders, which makes it possible for lenders to then actually take on board the normal risk of a startup company because their loan is somewhat guaranteed by the government. Other things to think about here are things like AR factoring. Now, what is AR, right? Okay, so accounts receivable. What is accounts receivable? That is when you issue an invoice, you're ultimately giving your customer some time to pay you back. You ultimately are giving them a line of credit. Now, it's not necessarily appropriate for all businesses, but businesses that do issue invoices to their customers, some of those customers may not want to pay them quickly, or their terms with their customers, they may agree that, hey, we'll only pay you in 60 days. And that in its own can be crucifying to young businesses. I have to deliver my product, pay for it, actually deliver it to you, and then 60 days later you pay me. So you can actually find parties that will step in and give you money for that invoice, and they will wait to collect later from that customer. And there's a lot of nuances and detail there, but it's a way in which you can save waiting 60 days to get cash in the door. Other sorts of things, inventory. If you're a company with inventory, which you guys are, a manufacturing business, clearly there's a way in which you can finance that asset. You can go and speak to a bank and say, I can use this inventory as security. So you can, there are alternative ways to equity. I can use that asset as security for a loan, which means that I could qualify for financing when otherwise I might not have been able to do so. Purchase order financing. People will happily take purchase order financing, which is, hey, I'm talking to my suppliers, I'm making a purchase order with them. There are people who will actually pay or at least loan you money based off all of these purchase orders. There are equipment financing. Again, if you have an asset, equipment of some sort, if you are a manufacturing business, you can finance those assets. You don't have to use equity dollars to actually buy the equipment. And so all of these sorts of things are really important. I think the important thing to kind of state here is equity is super expensive if the company does well. It's super cheap if the company does not do well. So in that sense, you have to think about what is my equity dollars actually costing me? And if you look at many investors and venture capitalists, they're looking for at least an average of 30% IRR, right? Which is ultimately saying, I want 30% interest on my amount of money that I've owed you, compounding for each year that I've given that to you. So 30%, you think, wow, if a bank was going to charge me 30%, that's like more than credit cards. So actually, equity capital on its own, without any advice and sort of a thought partnership, is quite a costly endeavor. So always think about that when you're trying to kind of raise capital from other sources. Equity dollars can be quite expensive. There's a couple more things if we do have time. I've got a lot of answers to this question. So there are other things that I think are really important to consider. We've talked about debt financing and equity financing, being the equity investors. What we haven't really talked about is how could you make your business more efficient? So I've seen examples where companies build their business up, they've got proof of concept, they've got a minimum viable product, they're really excited, they're kind of scaled up to, let's say a few $100,000 of annual revenue, and they're like, great, now we know what we want to be doing and we want to go forward and we need to raise this capital. I've built my financial projections. I know that we need $1 million to do what we want to do in this business. The challenge is, or at least what I see very frequently, is the immediate default is to say I need to raise that from equity dollars. And especially the larger your company goes, the more impact you can have from having efficient operations. And so examples of that would be, if you can just pull in and bring back those invoices terms, right? Bring that back from, okay, it's 60 days. How can we negotiate that down to maybe 2 weeks, or even not offer invoices in the first place and give credit to our customers? Instead, I could offer prepayments, for instance. That on its own can significantly reduce the amount of capital that your business may need. Same sort of thing with your accounts payable. How can I push back the payment terms to some of these people? Doing the opposite, obviously, of your accounts receivable. Negotiate with them. How can I do that? That on its own, changing AR and AP for companies that do have AR and AP, significantly impacts the amount of cash your business needs as it grows into the future. And there's all sorts of other kind of items as well there, like working with prepayments, customers. I've got companies who are subscription businesses and they're charging month by month. Think about ways in which your customers may be able to fund your business. Think about ways in which you can change your monthly subscriptions into a quarterly, biannually, or even annual prepayments there. These are ways in which your customers are actually funding your business, which means in turn you need less capital from investors and/or debt, and therefore making your business that bit more efficient.
Sounds like a lot of options, a lot of alternatives to consider.
I didn't mean to overwhelm everyone, but yeah, happy to answer any other questions if people want to reach out.
So if you are looking into alternatives to equity financing, when would be the right time for a company to start doing that?
I mean, I think all of these are straight away. So like speak with the bank straight away, build the business with your primary banking partner straight away, talk to them about traditional financing, talk to them about lines of credit, etc. Understand what your options are. I think do that soon. So I'd say do that straight away. Speak to, if you're thinking about raising, if your game plan is to be raising equity capital, I would also say it can take quite a bit of time. Now, David may have, had a couple of those dates, and David may have written a check fairly quickly, but that's not always the case. So I would say that, treat it like a relationship. You're courting this person. You're trying to build a relationship. No one wants to give you money unless they know and trust you. So start building that trust today. So if we were to say that, from not meeting an investor to actually writing an investor check could take, depending on the size, could take 6 months, right? It could take 9 months. You may get lucky and you can do it between 3 and 6. But anyway, it takes time. So start the relationships today and to follow up on the commitments. And what I would say is, how do you build trust? Well, you do what you say you're going to do. You're in integrity with yourself. And so if you then speak to an investor and say, hey, today's not right for me, it's not right now, come back to me when, right? And so if you hear that situation, your follow-up should be, well, perfect. I would love to follow up with you. Can I give you updates on my company every month? And they're usually not going to say no. So you say, great, I'll give you updates on my company every month. Great, so you send those updates when you say you're going to send those updates. And that is building a relationship. And that's going to help you when you do need to raise the capital later. So start today.
Start today, everyone. You heard it here first. So we've got these two buckets. We've got our equity and our debt. We have something that falls a little in between, and I'd love to hear your take on it. So convertible notes, another way that people raise money.
Yeah, convertible notes are very prevalent, at least in the Colorado kind of funding ecosystem and across the US as a whole. There are alternatives to this, but really a convertible note, what is it? It's a note, which is a loan that converts at a predetermined price and a predetermined time. So what a convertible note is, ultimately, an investor will say, well, actually, I'll take a step back. Why do they exist in the first place? They exist because people wanted to stop this valuation debate. So David says to David, hey, I think your company's worth $1 million. And David goes, no, it's worth $10 million, right? And you have this debate about what is the right price upon which I'll buy stock in your company. And so convertible notes existed to stop that valuation debate and to instead say there isn't enough milestones today to really put an accurate valuation on your company. And so what they basically did is to say, right, let's start it as a loan and we'll let someone else price it later. And then we will just get a bit of a benefit there because we'll buy it at a slight discount to what that is priced at later. There are some other nuances of this that I won't go into the technical details, but yeah, that's generally speaking what it is. It's a hybrid product. It's part debt that turns into equity at a later date.
That was a pretty straightforward description of a pretty complicated thing, so thank you very much for that. So a lot of companies, they definitely reach out to consultants in order to help them with this whole process. How do you reconcile the costs that they charge and the return on investment they might have on your company? And can you give a few examples?
Yeah, it's a fun one to try and answer. It's difficult to kind of put a return on investment on my own hours here, but
justify your existence for us. Thank
exactly,
you.
and go. You've got 30 seconds. So I think that a couple of things. We talked a lot today about trust. And I think one of the examples I'm going to give is transparency, and transparency also builds trust. A couple of examples that I've seen, one in which if you find people in your company, this is a wider kind of response, but if you find people in your company and or advisors and or kind of service providers or anything that aren't really transparent, that aren't willing to say to you, here's how we are doing this, who aren't willing to teach and educate you about what they're doing, the chances are either they don't know what they're doing or they're trying to hide something about what they are doing. And I've seen examples of this where, even senior accounting professionals, controllers at companies doing so conspicuously in a company, they were the only people who knew how their accounting worked. The challenge was when they got rid of this person, they suddenly realized the mess that sat beneath. This person was the only person who knew how to do it because they were doing it wrong for so many years. And it cost this company over $200,000 over multiple years to actually fix the mistakes and the liabilities, tax liabilities that this company had. So that's one example. And I think there's another example to get good advice what we as a company do and support our clients with is to kind of help them forecast the future, right? So that's part of financial planning, financial management, financial forecasting. Off the back of that, you're going to understand that, hey, we need to raise this amount of money. What's the best next step? Should that be equity? Should that be debt? Should that be something else? Should we change our business model? All of the things that I mentioned earlier. But what I often see is people can raise and go down a certain path and not realize what happens as a next step to that action. So I think that the return on investment really here is we help clients look through not just what's going to happen in this round, but with the round afterwards, and how is this round going to impact that next round. So the strategy there could be option A, you go and do something a little bit ill-advised, I suppose, in that first round, and that restricts you from the second round, and suddenly your company's dead and out of money. To an alternative where actually if you're thinking it through with a thoughtful partner, someone who does educate you along the process, who tells you exactly why these things exist, who if you have a question about, hey, I don't understand the math behind this, who sits down with you and makes sure that you understand it, that type of partner is worth its weight in gold. That type of partner will take you from option A, that path B rather, into a really significant second round, third round, and actually a really growing and successful and healthy business going forward. So it's difficult to put a number on this per se, but rather keep an eye out for the people who are who you feel like in your gut are hiding things from you and not being fully transparent and fully comfortable with you.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like that kind of goes back to what I was talking about. You focus on what you do best, and if the value is really there for a consultant, if you're not good with financials, it's really smart to hire someone who does that on a day-to-day basis. It's worth the investment, because your thought process, if you're a marketer and you're trying to do financials, your thought process up to that point, you think that it's going to work, and then all of a sudden you lose everything. It's better. It's like paying for safety, just trust the people that do what they do best.
Yeah, ultimately it's a form of insurance.
Yeah.
We've got a few minutes left here. I am going to go to some of the questions that have come through. So the first one is, are there certain businesses that are better suited for raising equity? I'll open the floor to everybody.
I'm happy to start, and you can. What do you want?
Well, just one thing that comes to mind on that for me is there are certain types of businesses, but also the goals for the business, which is something I was thinking about earlier, which is, you do want to evaluate what is your long-term strategy. If you want a business that you can rapidly grow with the goal of eventually selling it off, that's a perfect environment to bring on an equity partner. If you want a business that you want to hold and run and operate and grow for many years, an equity investor might not be a good situation.
I think I'd add to that as well. I think it's great response. I think I'd add to that as well to say where the business may be at their particular life cycle of a business. Clearly, as you become more mature, there are more options available to you. And yeah, so I think that there are certain types of businesses too. So a traditional equity investor is looking for growth, right? And there are certain types of businesses that need rapid growth very quickly from day one. Why? Because they may have a new novel product that they actually need to bring out into the market, and they have a little bit of a competitive advantage by being a first mover. So under that scenario, they're trying to get market share, and so therefore an equity investor is someone who would help them generate that equity share of the market and grow the market, grow the product and offering quickly before the competitors arrive. So there's definitely a different type of business and a different product that may or may not be available in the market today that could favor an equity investor as well.
Yeah, I kind of go a different perspective. Like when I build a business plan, or I'm looking at developing a new company, I look at money doesn't exist in this world. Like, build it based on that. How can you have the least amount of overhead? How can you have the least amount of investment? You get, the more money you get, the more you give away, essentially. And until you do that, like when you find like your direct needs on what you're building, you'll know the exact amount you need to raise. And for us, it was a question, like when I was in the skateboarding industry prior, I was relying on all these other different companies and manufacturers and distributions, and like when they shut down, I can't get product, which means I can't make money. So my next question I asked myself on my second journey was, how can I become the industry? And obviously that's manufacturing. And when it comes to manufacturing, like there's no way around it. Like I tried. You have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment you have to buy. And so at that point I knew, like, I looked at my bank account and I'm like, well, it's going to be Taco Bell for the next week, so it's time to raise some money. So, it's all based on that perspective and what your needs are within the company and what you're building.
Thank you so much. We do have one more question. We have a few more minutes left. So I'm looking for an investor for my business. What are some must-dos and definitely don'ts to finding that person?
Networking. Go out to the biggest building in your city and just go and try and meet the person. And who knows who they have connections with. It's literally networking and making sure that you sit in a blank room, literally no furniture, nothing, just blank wall. You stare at that wall and you picture every single detail that you would ever need to know about your company. Every single thing. You can build an entire business plan and have a $10 million company with no investment. Business plan and networking. That's literally it.
I thought you were going to say hang out at the Lamborghini garage, right?
I would add on to that. Certainly, start with your personal network. If you're launching this business or you have a new startup, be proud of what you're doing. Be excited about it. Start talking to the people around you, your friends, your family, other people that you've been in contact with, and start putting it out there that you're looking for an investor. You might be surprised at what comes up. Don't be afraid of that business and that opportunity.
And I would add to that as well, is when most businesses start, they're looking to the relationships that they already have and some deep pockets in terms of friends and family capital. The thing that I would say here is when doing so, often a lot of young companies raise it without kind of formal documentation. I would urge, what must you do is to manage expectations appropriately, especially with friends and family, so that you can clearly say, this is what we're going to be, this is what we're going to be doing with the money. This is how the money is going to be structured. This is it. This is where you would get any return, if anything, sort of thing. So manage expectations appropriately. Do get kind of good formal documentation in place, especially with friends and family at those early stages.
I have one more thought on that, actually. So when you're building your business plan, one thing that I enjoy doing is you got to know your competition. Go out, make a Google sheet, write down every single company that you know does the same thing, whether it's a local target base or a national target base. Ask yourself the questions: what is their pricing? How can I write down their business model? And you take all of the data and you look at it and you look at it and you like, what is the similar data between all these? Why are they doing that? And how can I do the opposite of that? When you come to marketing, like if you're the one person who's doing the opposite of everyone else, you're gonna have eyes on you. And that's how you're gonna start to grow that. I feel that investors like that a lot. You gotta be different. You gotta stand out from everyone else in the world, like if you wanna make it,
And on that sense, if you're following everyone else from a marketing perspective, you're paying the high price because there's high demand for those particular types of services. So kind of finding that needle in the haystack, the difference, I think is a great idea.
I think you should be prepared with a 60-second elevator pitch where you can clearly and simply articulate what the business is doing, what is the investment strategy, and how an investor would be involved and participate in that. Practice that with yourself, practice that with friends and family to where you're comfortable and confident being able to clearly state that what that is to potential investors.
Yeah, close your eyes and know where you want to be in the future. You got to know that. Like every day you got to live and breathe that and see it and dream it every single day. And you got to have that drive and that fire, Put that in the elevator pitch, man. People will know your passion. People will see your drive, and that's how you become attractive to someone who's made it farther than you in their journey.
Well, we're just about out of time, but we do have one more question. Luckily, it's a yes or no question, so we're just going to slip it in under the wire. NDAs before discussions with investors, yes or no?
Yes.
I would say yes. You're going to want an NDA for many situations, including investors and a new startup.
I mean, I would agree with both of you from your perspectives. I think that often a lot of the time you're going to get pushback to say, no, I'm not going to sign one. Because especially a lot of investors who, and if you're starting with an idea, for instance, right? Here, I want you to sign an NDA. So this should be a yes or no answer. I'm giving a long one. I think the context here is be prepared for pushback on the NDAs. If you have, if you're Coca-Cola and you're talking about your ingredients, of course you need to have protection about that. If you're talking about, be a little bit mindful about what you're actually trying to protect. If it's just an idea, be careful that could cause conflict with the investor you're trying to actually speak to.
All right, Lauren, David, and David, thank you so much. This has been a very informative panel. I've really appreciated hearing your perspectives. So we'll be back very shortly with another panel discussion, which has quite a lengthy title, but I'll get into it. How investors think, how to present yourself and talk about your business, and what not to put in a pitch deck. All very, very important topics. Just before we go, I do want to shout out a couple of our amazing sponsors, our gold level sponsors, BizWest, Left Hand Brewery, and Docket Lee, as well as our connected level sponsors, Downtown Longmont and High Plains Bank. Thank you so much, and we'll be back shortly.
heard the saying, dance like no one's watching. It's easy to blend in and go unnoticed. But what if you let go? What if you march to your own beat? It takes guts. It's uncomfortable at first. But for those who have done it, they'll tell you it's freeing. And it can take you to places you've never been before. Isn't that why you do what you do in the first place? The time has come to dance like no one's watching. To lead, not follow. To ignore the status quo. The time has come to go boldly.
Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love. To push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down. To break into the graveyard of this ghost town. To pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down. To break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart. Unmask my scars. Turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. Whatever I see, I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love. To push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Come to tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down. To break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart. Unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. In me to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart. Unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart.
You've heard the saying, dance like no one's watching. It's easy to blend in and go unnoticed. But what if you let go? What if you march to your own beat? It takes guts. It's uncomfortable at first. But for those who have done it, they'll tell you it's freeing. And it can take you to places you've never been before. Isn't that why you do what you do in the first place? The time has come to dance like no one's watching, to lead, not follow, to ignore the status quo. The time has come to go boldly.
Hi, everybody. We are back again. We have our last panel today. Thank you so much for joining us for this last day of Longmont Startup Week. We have a really wonderful panel. We're going to be discussing how investors think, how to present yourself and talk about your business, and what not to put in your pitch deck. We have three very accomplished gentlemen joining us, Murdoch Kalegi, Judd McCrae, and Peter Adams. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and give a little bit of their background for you all.
All right. Well, I'm holding the microphone, so I'll start. So I'm Peter Adams, and I am the executive director at Rockies Venture Club and also managing partner at the Rockies Venture Fund. So what that means is I am simultaneously an angel investor and also a venture capital investor. So I'll be able to give you some perspectives on those things. And just a little background, Rockies Venture Club has been around since 1985. It's the oldest angel investing group in the United States. And we do about 30 deals a year. So pretty much any month we're doing 2 or 3 deals. We have a lot of process. We've got several hundred investors who we're syndicating on deals, all coming in together on deals. And then we also syndicate with other angels and VCs throughout the US. Other quick things, I'm on the board of the Angel Capital Association and Angel Investor Foundation. So that gives me great insight, not just into our 200 angels and VCs and how they think, but also how angels and VCs think around the United States and around the world. So when you do your questions, glad to help with anything you've got there.
Hi, I'm Judd McCrae. I'm the Vice President of Finance for a company called Stateless, which develops cloud connectivity software. We're a Series A company that was founded out of CU. Prior to that, I was with Richter Financial Studio advising other early stage software companies on capital formation strategy, growth, that sort of thing, and have spent kind of the last 10 years in the startup software space.
And I'm Murdoch Kalegi. I'm an emergency physician, and years ago, I started launching health technology ventures, trying to bring together a background in engineering, medicine, and business. I've been fortunate to be part of a lot of great companies that have since IPO'd or become unicorn, and so more recently done what anyone does who's done that a fair amount and joined the investor side, including on Rockies Venture Club for the last few years now. So I continue to launch health tech ventures, but I get to enjoy sitting on, sort of straddling both sides of the table, the investor side and the entrepreneur side.
So this is really our heavy hitter panel, as you can tell from the introductions there. So with that in mind, I think jumping into this first question of how do investors think? We have so many people who either have started a business that is capable of taking on equity investment, or people who maybe are aspiring to do so. What limited information the public gets about what investors think is just what's on, out there on Google that you can look up, or in the TV show Silicon Valley, for example, that kind of media depiction. But let's hear directly from all three of you just on what is that mindset? What are investors looking for? What is it that they want? And how can people who are looking for equity investment sort of use that mindset to their advantage? Yeah, Murdoch, go ahead.
So, I mentioned that I, kind of straddle the investor and entrepreneur side. And something I've come to notice over the last decade is they tend to have very different desires and needs. The entrepreneur is trying to solve a problem, usually one they care about. And so they're not thinking about exiting this problem. They're just thinking about solving the problem. And they need investment to solve the problem. But the investor is thinking about the exit. They're thinking about when they're going to get their money back, what rate of return they're going to get, how they're going to get it back. And so there's just different priorities. And it's incumbent upon the entrepreneur trying to seek the investment to satisfy the investor needs and think from their perspective, and to start to think about that exit, even if it's not their own priority, it is the priority of the people that are going to supply them the capital to work on that problem that they care about. So to be able to successfully work on that problem, you have to try and have an empathy for what the investors want.
I'll give a sort of a flip side perspective. We've got a lot of things about how investors think, but for first-time founders who are approaching investors and they're not really experienced about it, a lot of times founders get really intimidated by meeting with investors. This is a very opaque world. There's a whole different language, a set of processes, and certainly you should do everything you can to educate yourself and learn all of those things, and that's really important. But on the other hand, and this is true especially for angels, less so for VCs, but when you're talking to angels, you may be imbuing upon them a lot more knowledge and experience and confidence than is justified. So it's best to sort of assume that your angel investor doesn't know anything about what you do and to start back at square one. A lot of companies sort of get so excited and they figure these investors know everything, and it is not true. So make sure you lay the groundwork for whatever it is you're trying to do. And angel investors love learning. And if you can teach them about your industry and the unique gaps you're addressing, that's really exciting to angels. And it allows you to bring them along in the process as opposed to making assumptions. And then just final thing about psychology is it looks like angels and VCs have infinite amounts of money, and it is not true. And in Colorado, I'll say, when somebody writes you a check for $25,000, which is sort of the average angel check, that's a lot of money to them. And they take it very seriously, and they're kind of afraid. So when you're thinking about that, instead of thinking, oh, these are these people who are all powerful, think, oh, they're a little bit afraid to write this. And so why don't I do what Murdoch suggested and give them the information that they want in order to make a good decision?
Yeah, Peter, I think that last comment is particularly accurate. And even if it's at a large venture fund, our last couple of rounds have been out of large funds, and you still need to empower that partner to stick their neck out there, give them the data they need on why this market is exciting, why that product and the technology that you're using is so exciting, why the timing is accurate, and a really clear path to how you're going to reach your next milestones, whether that's an exit at the next one, whether it's cash flow positive, or whether that's the next funding round. But point being, you're absolutely right. Everyone needs political capital and cover to write that check, even if it is a large venture fund.
Well, and that's a great point, Judd. When you are pitching to VCs, they are more sophisticated, but keep in mind how a fund works. The person you're talking to is probably not the sole decision maker. So next Monday, they're going to have to take your deal back to their investment committee, and they're going to have to pitch it to them. So you've got several other people who have to be convinced you may never get to meet. So to Judd's point, be sure you give them all the power and information that they need to speak on your behalf and push through the rest of the board.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think when we look at that process, we're trying to get a meeting with a partner first off. But if that doesn't work, you're setting a teaser to get through that gatekeeper, the investor, the associate, getting in with a partner, and to your point, empowering them with those facts. And oftentimes, more importantly, they're going to go out and do some homework, right? They're going to call people in the industry that they think are your customers, and you want to empower them on that journey with the right questions, the right target audience, and what they expect that outcome to be, so that again, they're getting that positive feedback loop, which reinforces their confidence, so that when they go to the partnership and pitch the partnership, it's a really clean process.
And just to follow up on that, I'm curious, based on your experiences and what you've know and seen, what are some key differences people should know about the differences between front range investors and VCs and those in Silicon Valley.
So this is a personal perspective. It's not research-based or objective. I have a lot of companies that I work with that are Silicon Valley-based. I have a lot of companies that are located more in the middle of the country. I have found the middle of the country investors to be more discriminating in a positive way. And so what I mean is, I've had plenty of companies that I've worked with in the Bay Area. You can have an idea and they'll write you a $5 million check on a $25 million valuation. But for sort of middle of the country companies, they're actually looking at how far along, how much revenue, what's the multiple of revenue. They're being more discriminating financially and trying to make the best investment possible, which I appreciate. It's because I feel that requires more sophistication. I mean, when you have the ample deal flow that the Bay Area does, maybe you don't need that level of discrimination and sophistication. But here, where there's a lot of great opportunities, but not as many, you have to be more forensic, and so I applaud that of front-ranged investors.
Well, I'll add one other big difference, and it follows on what Murdoch was just saying, and that is one big difference is Silicon Valley VCs and investors are all going for the unicorn, or even unicorns anymore are not enough now. It's decacorns is what I'm reading about. It's got to be $10 billion valuation. So that changes the entire dynamic between investor and company and how that works. It changes the timing. It changes the pace of growth and the speed that the company needs to go at to raise that kind of funds. So it's go big or go home. Whereas in the Midwest, well, and we will take unicorns any day, just to be clear. So, we are not anti-unicorn, but it costs a lot less to start and grow a business in the Midwest, in Colorado especially. And so when you are raising $5 million in Silicon Valley, you could probably raise, $2.5 million here, $1.5 million here, and accomplish the same milestones. And it's all about accomplishing those milestones to get to the next raise or cash flow positive, whatever the next step is. So keeping in mind that it costs less to do business here, and but you'll have also smaller raises. So we'll try to break things up into tranches, meaning instead of, if you need 5 million total, we might start with $1 million and then 3 million and so on. And that's sort of a Midwest thing as well, as doing smaller bites as opposed to just, here's 10 million bucks, go and become a unicorn next year.
So another question, moving into our next topic about how founders present themselves and their business. What are the kinds of things, the qualities or certain things you look for in investable businesses, but from a founder DNA perspective, their personality or what have you?
Well, for me, there's probably the biggest one is clarity of strategy. And, when I'm watching a pitch, a lot of times I really don't get what the company is pitching. They've either started in the middle of whatever it is they're talking about and left me behind from the first slide, or maybe they just haven't worked out all the steps. And I've had founders come to me and say, well, Peter, can't I just figure out what I'm going to do in the first 2 years and then we'll figure it out from there? And the answer is no. You can't. You can certainly, figure out what your exit is going to be and how you're going to grow this company and to whom you are going to sell it and for what value proposition. And you can change your strategy as you go along, but you always have to have a complete strategy at any one point. And that clarity is what leads to investability, because without that clarity, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You'll have a lot of surprises. And this is why we hear about unfortunate things happening to startups.
When Peter mentions clarity, he's absolutely right, because that has value on two levels. One, so we could just understand as what your business is. As he pointed out, often angels don't have a familiarity. Of course, they're not going to have nearly the familiarity as the founder does. And so you have to kind of treat them like they know nothing and bring it back to the basic level. So you can't create a founder can't create a presentation for themselves, but create a presentation for someone that knows nothing on the topic, which is harder than it sounds. But also with clarity, Investors are always doing a meta due diligence. They're evaluating you, the founder, by the clarity and quality of your presentation. I've seen great presentations help a bit, but a bad presentation makes it a no-go. It will kill you. On Rocky's Venture Club, I work with some others to filter the life science deals that come through. And so oftentimes it stops at the pitch deck. If the pitch deck is not clear, then we're done, even if it's a great potential business. So clarity is also important on that meta due diligence level, so we can evaluate you, the founder, and see how well the quality you can put to things.
And I'd just add that I think that goes beyond just the founder and permeates through that early management team, right? I mean, that the team is a huge part of investing in an early stage business. How likely is it that the skill sets are there to grow the business? And more importantly, how likely is it that the people around the table are going to be able to attract and retain the right kind of talent to grow it? And so I think that goes well beyond the founder.
So this idea of clarity, I think, is one. I have also preached clarity to a lot of people in their business pitches and whatnot. I think that is a constant battle. It's a struggle for many people, especially when you're so close to your own business idea and everything. It can be very hard to articulate. But let's dig into that for a moment. I would love to hear a little bit about what constitutes, like, how do you create clarity in your pitch deck, in your pitch? When you look at a pitch and you say, oh, this is very clear, I completely understand your business model, and your strategy, what does that look like? And what kind of tips and tricks might there be to help people approach creating greater clarity when they're pitching themselves and the business?
Well, I'll address that maybe by just sort of dissecting what a good pitch looks like. And, there's a lot more in the pitch. The pitch is really just the tip of the iceberg of your strategy. So let's just be clear, that's 2%. And then there's a whole lot of meat below that needs to be there. And that meat actually leads to that clarity. But as you dissect a really good pitch, it's going to start with the problem. And the way that the problem is stated is super important. And what I mean by that is this something that is going to be game changing and changing an industry, or is it something that's going to be a 5 or 10% incremental improvement upon existing technology? So hopefully the former. So you've got a game changing technology, that's great. It's going to, and you can sort of point out the gaps in the current incumbents, people who are currently playing. That's really important to point out. So you're not going to be another food cart or whatever else that's just like everybody else. It's going to be something really different. And then you can go into your technology. Then you can go into your customer and why this is of such extraordinary value to the customer. Then you can go into how you reach that customer, which, by the way, is super important and overlooked. The whole idea of the channel strategy and how you're going to approach those customers is probably, especially at the angel and early stage, it's probably one of the greatest risks for companies and investors, is to figure out that product market fit and also the lowest cost of acquiring customer to the lifetime value. Anyway, then throughout the pitch, then you can go on to your competition, you can go on to your finances, you can go on to your exit strategy, the team that is going to make it all happen, and then end up with your ask. And so just thinking about how that works, all of those things flow. They flow from one to the other. And there are some pitches I see where it looks like somebody did 52 pickup, and just tossed the whole thing up and it's random. And so think of your pitch as a story that says, hey, there's this problem in the world, but we're here to solve it. And look at these people who get this great value, and we're going to make some money. And then we'll be acquired, and it will be taken even greater heights by this entity that would acquire us. So think about that in terms of clarity, and storytelling is a great way to pack more information into a smaller amount of time.
Yeah, I think there are just a couple areas to expand on that I, especially as a finance person, drill into. And one of those is the market. So there's a lot of conversation around the market size and whatnot. And I've seen too often where people just pull out very large numbers. They did a quick Google. Oh, the organics industry is X billion dollars, or in our industry, the networking space is a $2 trillion industry. And it's pretty clear that isn't relevant to the space we're really operating in. So what's my market for my solution? How does that market change over time? And then I think probably the most important piece is how are we timed in that marketplace? So we've talked about the problem, why this is so compelling. We've talked about the technology that's going to solve it, which is your solution. What are the market dynamics? What's forcing this change that's going to make the status quo no longer relevant? And why is right now the time for someone to put money into that so that you can move? So I think that's a really overlooked piece. One is just getting really clear on what your market is and how big that piece of it is, and then the timing of it. The other piece, Peter mentioned the pro formas. There's two main components to that. If you're in a software industry, oftentimes you're hiring engineering team or others that are not directly related to customer acquisition cost. I personally love to tie that back to how is that increasing our ability to accelerate, right? So if I'm going to hire 10 engineers, am I increasing my serviceable addressable market? In other words, am I adding features or product capabilities on there that are expanding my market sizing? Am I adding features or products or optimization that allow me to acquire customers more cheaply or faster? In other words, what's the use of that? And then to Peter's point, with that go-to-market motion, oftentimes at the angel, seed, even Series A level, you don't necessarily have that fully figured out, but you need to have, to Peter's point, a really compelling story of how you're going to approach that, and you need to have some assumptions around what the cost is to acquire that, right? So how many salespeople, what marketing, if it's channel, who are the channel partners I'm looking at, how much in rev share am I looking at doing, what are the headcount and lag to bring that to fruition, discount it a little bit, because you're not going to hit all of your targets there. And then if you look at how much capital you're asking for, can I reach that next stage, right? What's the next funding milestone for the business? What do I need to accomplish to get there? And is there a high probability based on the plan I just pitched that we're going to achieve those milestones?
Hey, just before Murdoch goes in, I just want to give a quick +1 to what Jed said, because there's this mythology out there that pro formas are useless and they all look like hockey sticks and have no meaning. And what he just walked you through is how to get a believable pro forma. And this is what groups like Richter Financial Services do, that really do a good job of understanding what are the drivers of revenue, what are our measurable costs, how do those tie together. So there is a ton of believable stuff that you can build in. And certainly I will tell you this, that investors look very closely at those numbers. And so don't take that lightly. Back to you, Murdoch, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, what creates that believable pro forma that Judd described really well is intelligent inputs creating specificity. It makes it informed. And in terms of specificity, as he also mentioned, if people are too general about the market size, Peter likes to make the joke of, well, if we want to go with the biggest market we can, well, this is part of the $10 trillion economy. And if you can just get 1%. So specificity is great. I mean, with life science deals, I often see people start off with the problem. As Peter pointed out, there's a formula for a presentation, and it always starts out with the problem. People are too general about the problem. How often I've seen problem, healthcare is broken. Or they think they're getting more specific when they say, costs are rising this much % per year, or we have a system of sick care instead of, healthcare. Yes, those are all problems. I agree with you. And sometimes people think, well, if I start generally, that's how I start to engage the investor, and then I get into the more specific. It's actually the exact opposite. That early attention, the first 30 seconds, minute, is your most valuable. Please get to your point then, or you will start to lose the investor. So have your specific problem, the specific solution, the specific market. Now, it's interesting how people then figure out how to do this. Like, well, is my problem specific enough? Am I the right solution? People, they might hear someone like us say, well, get into the mind of the investor so you can create the right presentation for them. But how do you do that if you don't actually live there? It's not, you can't do it just by thinking about it. You just can't think, well, I think an investor wants this, so I'm going to do this. You create an initial deck following the formula Peter described, and it is a formula to be followed that we are constantly amazed at how many people do not follow that formula. But then, I mean, what you have to do is you have to know that it's conveying the right message to others, is show it to others. And you have to get feedback, and you have to do a dozen passes. And that's the other thing that, we're often surprised that we don't see. Where you can tell a presentation hasn't gotten feedback that would obviously point out, well, this isn't clear, this is out of order. Getting that feedback is so important. I'm certain if someone could create like an artificial intelligence that could give you feedback on a presentation, people would absolutely get that. Great, I can make my presentation. But showing it to other people is so much harder. It's so much harder to reach out and accept that critical feedback. It's a harder thing to do as humans. But if you can build up that skill as a founder, that's going to help you in all aspects of what you do, because the path to success for any founder is one full of critical feedback. So that's the other thing I'd recommend doing.
I'm just going to jump on the soapbox a little bit to support Murdoch's point there, because one thing that founders do is you go to pitch events and you see companies pitch and you go, oh, that looks easy. And it turns out that the ones that look easy probably spent dozens and dozens of hours practicing. And I've had people who should know better, and they get up and they totally bomb on the pitch. And I'm like, what happened? And they're like, oh, well, I didn't practice. I'm like, well, this is your last chance. We'll see you in maybe a year or two. It's not like you can come back next month and pitch again, because nobody wants to see that, whatever you just did. So there's a Malcolm Gladwell book, I think it was Blink, where he talked about the early stages of the Beatles and how the Beatles worked in German dive bars for years, just playing these dive bars. And it was only after just doing it over and over and over again that they finally got good and got their breakout. And I see pitches where I can tell they've been to the pitch equivalent of German dive bars. And they're really great when they get out there and pitch. And you're like, yes, this is one who's practiced and is ready to go.
Yeah, just a couple metrics to put that into kind of a frame of reference. I think we had 20 different iterations on our deck before we actually went to market. And we had pitched, obviously, our internal investors, our board. We pitched a whole series of advisors that had gone through it and just kept hammering it. And then the other thing, to your point about feedback, Murdoch, our CEO, Murad, at the end of every pitch, will ask the investor what resonated, what didn't resonate, do you have any feedback? And it does, I think, two things. One, the investor has to reflect and think back on the pitch and, well, what did I like about that? What worked well? Oh, that's interesting. But we also, from several of them, gave us pretty honest, really good feedback. And we were able to go back and say, yeah, that wasn't clear, that didn't work well, and spend some time before the next one refining it.
You know why that's such a good technique is it creates this partnership type relationship between the pitcher and pitchee. And it's not like I'm selling you something and you better invest. It's more like, hey, we're in this together. If we're successful, we'll all be doing great and having a lot of fun. And so there's a trust and a confidence that it takes for him to do that. And so I'll just say that's a very mature and no doubt very successful way to go about doing a pitch.
So if the pitch and the pitch deck are the wallpaper or the paint that decorate a room, obviously it's only going to be as nice as the smoothness and the quality of the build of the walls underneath of it. So I want to talk a little bit about the fundamentals and how they come out in the pitch and the pitch deck. What kind of things, we have talked about this a little bit, but I want to specifically focus on what are the kinds of fundamentals that a business needs to show that really make you say these people have their stuff together, they know what they're talking about, this is a business that's headed in the right direction, and how can those be communicated the most productively?
So to me, there's really two types of companies with different fundamentals that I focus on. Once a company is post revenue, I get a lot more interested in the financial numbers. And it's not, some people say, Peter often wisely says, there are people that'll mistakenly say, oh, it's harder to value, pre-revenue company, post-revenue, which he's absolutely correct in saying that's not necessarily true. But when they are post-revenue, you can't help but focus on the revenue. What's their gross margin? How fast are they growing? What's their biggest challenge? Is it supplying inventory because there's so much demand? Investors love that problem. Or is it, we're not getting enough demand and we need the money for more marketing or a VP of sales guy, and then we'll get over that hump. We don't like that problem as much. So yeah, it comes more about financials post-revenue. Pre-revenue, it varies a lot more by the company. If they're trying to do a product or service, we have to then figure out if there's truly a demand there, because there's not those financial metrics yet. So what other metrics can we use to justify the demand? What other tools can we use to evaluate the company's likelihood to be able to create that sellable product and to sell that product? So it starts to get more diverse when you're pre-revenue, but certainly not that you can't value pre-revenue.
Well, the foundation, since you're using the building analogy here, but the basement is the exit strategy. And so this is really the thing upon which everything is built. And so you'll see a lot of people will ask VCs, what do you look for? And they'll all say team. And then they'll say, some people say team, great product in a big market. So that's a good answer. And those are all very important. But I think the exit strategy is the single unifying thing that is important. And that sounds a lot easier than it is. A lot of people struggle with understanding what an exit strategy is. And frankly, it's unfortunately named. If I was calling it something, I would probably call it the commencement strategy. You leave high school or college, you have an exit strategy, you're graduating, but they call it commencement. It's the beginning of something new. And so if you think about the exit strategy as a commencement, you think, well, what is going to start new and why is that going to happen? And it causes you as a founder to think very deeply about the industry and where that industry is going, and you partnering up with your acquirer or your IPO, if that's where you go. That is a time when your growth curve has been going like this, but with the resources and capital and connections and distribution channels, that is where whatever you're doing and whatever you're passionate about can be tenfold bigger very quickly. And so if you're passionate about something and you say, my business is my baby, so I don't want to exit, well, you're not a very good parent, really, for your parent, for your baby, because you're keeping that baby in the basement. You're not letting it go out and become everything it can be. So if your business is your baby, think about that commencement and what partners you could hook up with to take that thing to as big as it could possibly be. So just that little shift in language changes how you think about it. And another piece of really bad advice you'll hear from well-meaning investors and advisors and others is just build a good company and the acquirers will come along, I promise. And it's true, acquirers will come along, but they may not be the best acquirers, and you may not create the greatest value proposition, and the timing might not be optimal. All of those things are risks of taking a passive approach to an exit strategy. As an analogy, I think of it as like a middle school dance. You can go to the dance and you might have your best shirt on or whatever, you look good, and somebody might ask you to dance, but it may not be the person you really wanted to dance with. And to have the best dance outcome, you pick who you want to dance with, and then you ask them to dance. Well, it's the same thing for exits, and this is a long-term relationship creating process. It's not like suddenly in 5 years somebody's gonna knock on your door and say, "Hey, we're here to buy your company." Better to figure out, well, who are the optimal acquirers? Why would they want to acquire us? And then create a relationship that may last 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And now when the time does come for the company to be acquired, you've got multiple players who will bid against each other, create the greatest value, and the company for whom your company will add the most value will be the one who will likely end up buying you. And so that kind of intentionality is a way better way than the passive approach. And just a couple other things about exits, because there's 6 things, because people don't really understand what they are. So that's 2 of them. Other is timing. And you should always be ready to be acquired. And so again, it's not magic. 5 years, boom, you're going to be acquired. I know one Techstars company got acquired 8 months after founding. 8 months. And that was not their plan, but they did all those other things. They met all of the incumbent players in the market. They figured out where they had gaps. They built a product that filled those gaps and kept those relationships going. And sure enough, Intuit called them up and bought them 8 months after they were founded. So 2 founders, no dilution. It was a really good outcome. So following that is important. One thing that those founders told me is one thing that led them to be successful was they had a great team of experts to help them through the exit. So most founders have never been through an exit, and this is a scary and mysterious thing. And so people tend to avoid it and put it off, which is really a bad strategy. Better to create early relationships with investment bankers, with transactional attorneys, with CPAs who can, have all your audits in place. These are people who've done this time and time again, who can know how it works, walk you through, and have you have no surprises. So all of those things go together to create a good exit strategy. The final thing is, and this is very non-businessy, but actually it's the core of business, and that's values alignment. And you're going to be acquired by somebody. This is a relationship which M&A, mergers and acquisition transactions, often fail because of culture mismatch. And so understanding what your culture is and the culture of the companies who you've selected to target for acquisition, super important. So 6 things to think about.
Just one of my favorite lessons from Peter, which in case you can't tell, I often cite Peter because he teaches a lot through Rocky's Venture Club, and he literally wrote the book, Venture Capital for Dummies, is what is not an exit strategy. And so we have so many presenters that say our exit strategy is to IPO or be acquired. Very general. In fact, we had one deck on the life science group that we reviewed the other day that just said IPO. That's our only exit strategy. And we were done at that point. So then people say, okay, I need to get more specific. I will be acquired by Amazon or Google. Okay, we hear that a lot too. And so they, okay, I know I need to get more specific, relevant industry, say for my industry, life sciences. Okay, we'll be acquired by a Medtronic and they'll pick some, life science tech companies. Again, that's not really an exit strategy. That's an exit outcome. Exit strategy, per Peter's point, is what are you doing now to prepare for that exit, to work towards that exit beyond building the company? What relationships are you building, et cetera, as he mentioned. So that's all I was going to add.
No, I think that's spot on. And I think some kind of practical ways you go about that. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be collaborating and partnering with potential competitors, right? We're in a networking space. That doesn't mean that we don't talk to Cisco. It doesn't mean that we don't talk to Juniper or Arista. We need to figure out where those companies are going, what their priorities are, how we may or may not align with them, whether it's a business partnership or a potential future transaction, as Peter was saying. And then the second piece on timing, it's important to also consider what your potential cap stack and valuation is as you move. And so, for example, if you come out of a Series B and you have 130 or let's say $100 million post-money valuation, just to pull numbers out, you have a certain return that you want to get for your investors. And all of a sudden there's a very small slice of strategic acquirers that can pay 5x cash on cash, so 500 million or whatever for that business. And so you need to think about your company's kind of life cycle as you move down the road, how that figures into your cap table and your valuation, and how you can orchestrate the right exit at the right time, at the right valuation, so that people get taken care of. Because that, what a good exit looks like changes quite a bit as you move down the funding lane.
Judd, that is such a good insight. And it points to one thing that I think a lot of founders struggle with, and that is, how do I create my valuation and my pro forma and my exit strategy and all these things? And when we get into due diligence, we start looking at these documents and strategies and asking questions. And it turns out sometimes these 4 things look like they are from different companies. So, we have a pro forma that shows a need for $1.5 million, and yet their ask is $3 million. That makes no sense. And then they're valuing the company at $5 million with no other raises, and they're saying their exit strategy would be at $10 million. Well, that makes no sense. So all of these things, valuation, pro forma, marketing strategy, capital, timing, all of those things need to be aligned. And it's really rare that all of them actually do fuse together appropriately. So, when you were describing that, I was like, that's sort of a meta due diligence thing. It's just, does this all tie together?
Well, and I think that's really hard as someone that used to be on the outsourced side of the equation. When you're a really early stage business, you often have outsourced finance, you have various marketing advisors, hopefully you have some mentors to the CEO, maybe you have some part-time executives in the business. You need to set aside the time and the budget to get a really synergistic plan together, right? You can't just tell your finance guy, go make this pro forma, this is how much we're going to ask for, and have it all work together. It's really a collaborative and iterative process, which I think as you move further down the line and you have a full-time executive team becomes, or should become, a lot easier, frankly. But early on, it can be a real challenge.
So I'll just say, just a pitch for your former company that you were with, Richter Financial Studios. So they are unique in that they actually do all of those things, and so they can make them tie together. But with that comes a caveat, and this is a great way to look like an idiot if you're a CEO, and that is to say, I hired these great guys, and they have numbers, and I have them somewhere. And you see that over and over again. And creating the documents, even if they are believable, and even if they do weave together, is not success. And a CEO has certain things that they must have in their head at all times. And there's other things, you can go look up. But, thinking about where your pro forma is and what your exit strategy is and all of these things, those are guiding principles that need to be in your mental RAM, right? Random access memory, ready to go at any minute. And so, if you get those sorts of questions in Q&A and you don't have them, that's a red flag.
Well, we do have to go to audience questions in a moment, but just before we do, I want to get a very quick sort of consensus from the group. I guess it doesn't have to be consensus, but what are some slides or piece of information or data or whatever that you see in pitch decks that you would tell people, leave it out?
It depends on the company. So every company has a story, and we talked about the structure of a good pitch, but within that structure, different companies have different stories. But here's just a couple that are very optional slides, as far as I'm concerned. And one is the risks slide that just lists a bunch of risks. I like it because it shows awareness of risks and maybe mitigating strategies, so that's good. But if you're going to talk about risks in your pitch, better to talk about diffusing the risk that the investor is thinking about at the point in the pitch where it's appropriate. So if it's about competition, just say, hey, this may look like we're in a really competitive market, but we're creating a blue ocean because of X. So you don't have to raise a big risk flag. So that's one. Another one, was spoken about earlier, but that's the TAM, the total addressable market. Sometimes that's important. There's some industries where maybe I'm not exactly sure what the addressable market is or serviceable market is, and I can learn something from it. Others, it is very obvious, and you're wasting a slide to do that, or you're giving yourself a fumble to say that you're in the $68 trillion global market, which is a credibility loser. So those are some things that I see in there often that I would leave out. But the other one is not so much something I would leave out. It's actually something that must be in there. But a lot of times pitches start off with the first slide being the team slide. And this is a huge mistake. And the reason it's a mistake is we don't even know what you're pitching. We don't know what the company is, what you're setting out to do. And we see, a bunch of heads and some titles, and we have no idea if these are the right people to do it because we don't know what it is. So, it doesn't have to be your last slide, but maybe somewhere in those last 4 slides, once we know problem, solution, market, finances, then we can see those people and say, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Look at those people. They are the ones who are uniquely qualified to make this happen.
And what makes that team slide relevant that a lot of people forget, it's not the names and faces. A lot of say, here's our team. Here's their faces and names. What the investor is looking for is, why is this team specifically the people to get it done? What bona fides do they have? What knowledge do they have? And as Peter pointed out, you want to get to that later, and not, like every other slide, not be too general. For example, I see oftentimes with a lot of team slides, they went to this college. That's not relevant to me. And that kind of goes to the central question of, well, what would I leave out? And I'd leave out anything that's not essential in telling your story, because the investor has a finite amount of attention. And while they're interested in their investment, they see so many potential deals, they can only give far less interest and attention than you, the founder, have in your baby and what you're working on. And so with that finite amount of attention, I often say the longer you make your presentation, oftentimes you're hurting yourself, because you're taking that finite amount of attention and spreading it amongst more information. So if you make the presentation 3 times as long, I like to see usually 10 to 12 slides. So if it ends up being 30 slides, 3 times that, well, then all those slides are getting 1/3 of my attention. And some of your slides are really important, really relevant, and really the good stuff. And that's getting less attention now, because there was so much that you were interested in sharing, because you are so interested in your baby, what you're working on, that you actually end up hurting yourself by including more information. It's not even a break even. A lot of people think, well, I'll just include more. What could it hurt? just in case. And so a way good presenters often deal with that, that there's more information they want to include, but they can't have it in the core presentation, is they create appendix slides. And that actually can make you seem really polished if someone asks you a relevant question, and you can go right to that appendix slide, which has already forced you to come up with a cohesive answer to that question. That actually comes off really well when we're doing that meta due diligence process.
Yeah, I think, to be brief, I would echo that, Murdoch. I think being really focused is important. An example would be, I see a lot of companies where you have a lot of different opportunities, a lot of different channels, markets that you could attack, essentially different go-to-market motions. And as an operator, that's really exciting, because you have different ways to de-risk. Hey, if this thing ends up frankly not working, we can pivot over here. Don't bring that stuff up in a pit. You need to choose where are we having success, where are we doubling down, and tell that really clear, compelling story in that line. And then the second piece, I agree, it needs to be short, and you need to think of it in terms of multiple meetings. What am I sharing in my first meeting? What am I sharing in my second? And the goal is to continue getting those meetings with folks, and you have different information that you're trying to share, and you're always, of course, modifying that, right? Like a good example, we were fundraising a little bit ago, and we found out that we were planning to do a go-to-market and a business-oriented meeting. We found out that one of the folks joining, was a former CTO. Okay, well, you pivot really fast. Okay, we're gonna go tech deep dive on this one. But point being, if you're doing it well, you're gonna have multiple meetings to share that information.
So would you agree, all of you, that 10 to 12 slides is about where people want to be?
More or less, maybe 15, but definitely not 30 or anything over 20 is crazy, because in a 5-minute pitch, you can do the math, right? I mean, 5-minute pitch, if you have 10 slides, that's 30 seconds a piece. And so if you've got 20 slides, that's 15 seconds, and it goes from there. So there's a certain point at which you just can't talk that fast.
And we do have one more question that I want to make sure we get to, which is, do VCs and angel investors expect exclusivity in their investment?
In our case, the answer is no. But there are some who want to own an investment, and the VC has a strategy where they need to have 20% of the equity in any one round or something like that. But for us, we are in the job of creating syndicates. And so, one thing a lot of founders don't realize is if you're raising $1 million and the average check writer in Colorado writes a $25K check, that's 40 cats, you got a herd. And it's a really hard job. And if the average angel group writes a check for $350,000, that means you need probably 3 or 4 angel groups to be syndicating in on that as well. So especially in early stage, syndication is where it's at. But Series A, B, C, you'll see maybe it'll be 2, 3, 4 VCs who will be syndicating. But this is a way that investors use to mitigate risk. And in fact, they will even have what's called pay to play, where among those 3 or 4 VCs who are involved, they have an agreement with each other that if you don't keep your pro rata in the next round, bad things will happen to you.
Yeah, and I would just say I have not run into exclusivity, but at the later rounds, seed, A, B, usually that lead investor, the one that's going to do the due diligence, is going to want to, they're targeting a certain ownership percentage, 20, 30%, somewhere in that range. And from other kind of signals, you want your existing investors to participate in that future round, and you want to be able to tell the lead, hey, they would like to participate pro rata or take their pro rata, because that insinuates confidence within the existing investors.
Well, that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much, Peter, Judd, Murdoch. That's been just an amazing wealth of information that you shared with us. Just so everyone knows, these will be available to watch on the Longmont Startup Week website. So feel free to check that out if you need to go through this. This is the end of our program for today. Thank you so much for everyone who attended. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Remember, tonight we do have the closing night trivia party at 300 Suns, starting at 4 p.m., going till 7. And if I could take the moment to just invite everybody who was involved in the production of Startup Week down. I'd love to give them a moment to give everybody a look at their faces. This was a huge event and well done. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, everyone. We want to thank you so much. That's a wrap for Longmont Startup Week 2021. We have a portion of the committee here, and so many individuals spent countless hours, over 1,500 hours, really building this program for all of you this year. So hats off to our committee members, some of them, and to the incredible moderators that we had this week, speakers, our production team, some of them are still meandering in, just an incredible group of people here comes sound, just an incredible, run, an incredible group of people that are really dedicated to seeing the entrepreneurial spirit not just live, but thrive in Longmont. Thank you all very, very much. We'll see you the 4th week of July 2022, and continue to follow us on all of our social media channels. You'll see a lot more content in between events now. Thank you again, and have a great weekend. We'll see you at the next event.
Someone quickly do a soft shoe.
Stephanie, one
That was right.
Yay! Stephanie, thank you.
It's okay that it went a little long.
It was fine. No, this was like
Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave, friends with the dark. But tonight you're lonely, far from home. Tonight you're broken, but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. When the car came, you fell on the floor. The doctor said 6 months, and if you're lucky, a couple more. I've come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found.